Hello, early arrivers. G'day, g'day. Welcome back for day 2. Bleed focused? Yes, I am doing bleed focused mercenary. That has been going very well. Hello, folks. Am I in the middle now? You are in the middle now. Yeah, I found a new feature on my chat tool that lets like the chat starts from the top and goes down. But that's like really good because it puts new messages right in my eye line. But it's I am sure it's gonna freak me out. I think I just have to untrain like a decade of muscle memory of like expecting new chats to be at the bottom. I'll see how it goes. I'll try it for today and see how it goes. Hello, welcome back everybody. Welcome back, good to see you. Welcome back for day 2. I am a little sleepy today as I was so amped off yesterday's first day 1 stream and making a video and stuff like that, and I just didn't sleep until really late, so I haven't had much sleep, but I'm too excited to really care too much about that. I'm very excited to continue on with day 2 today for some more Huntress Amazon bleed action. I was just doing a little bit of theory crafting. So I was reviewing the idea of like the passive tree and things like that and how we're doing stuff. I'm gonna test a little bit more of the knockback and incision stuff, but potentially we may end up dropping some of that, but I have some ideas that I want to test with it first. So I was thinking about this idea of, so obviously Rake has a guaranteed bleed, right? So the final hit causes a bleed. So what ends up happening is we get like some incision stacks and they immediately get consumed. So incision doesn't get to do much. Backstory, I'm getting ahead of myself. Incision is a new mechanic, gives enemies 10% chance to have a bleed caused on them. That's what it does by default. Not that important for us because we're using Rake anyway, which is guaranteed to bleed. But we've got things like magnitude of bleeding based on incision. And we've got 2% increased physical damage per incision. So, in this one here is increased damage taken, which happens after the bleed is already applied to scale the bleed on the enemy, like Shock does. Which I added Shock to the build yesterday with a Tamed Beast. And that is very powerful. It's just straight up 20% more bleed. So this is another 20% more on top of that. But that requires getting to max incision. But I had the idea, and this might not be super relevant right now while we're kind of more stomping grounds, spamming attacks, but later maybe with bigger bleeds or something like that, and where we want to get those juicy bleeds, there might be some interesting potential here, because if we're just applying 1 or 2 incisions and then consuming them immediately, this doesn't really do too much. It does increase like our hit damage a little bit, and it's like, probably because of these, it's like barely worth the points, but these points would probably be better off just spending the spear cluster. And I might adjust the earlier act leveling trees to get the spear cluster sooner, because I think that's probably worthwhile. But, and we also have like some magnitude of bleed over here as well. But there's a couple things. So you can use the combination of Bloodlust, which prevents an attack from causing bleeding, right? So if we put that on Spearfield, which does a whole bunch of attacks, this will do more damage to bleeding enemies. Sure, that's nice, but it'll also stop it from bleeding. But it won't stop it from applying incision. So Spearfield should get to 10 incision stacks really quickly, especially on large bosses. I also just thought to maybe try Hobble on here for a bit. I had it on Shockwave Totem before, but we might start phasing that out maybe. We'll see. See if it still has some good utility. There is also an incision support we can use too, which might save some points. Like I could run the incision support and drop these 2 points maybe. But for now, I'll test them with this. It might be a tier 3 support anyway. So the idea is that we can like apply a bleed. We can do that and they have 10 incision stacks and then they're taking 20% increased damage. We can apply another bleed, which consumes the incision stacks for giant bleed magnitude at that point, because it's they got the incision bonuses and everything. And then we can kind of like repeat that. So that might work really well with like a really big, hard hitting bleed skill, more so than Rake. I don't know if there's any potential for like if you can do weapon swap, Hammer of the Gods or something like that. Yeah. I have a noob question. Please go for it. Do I have something else to do rather than using Rake to activate Stomping Ground? Like, should I use Spearfield before? You can pretty much just spam Rake if you want to, but putting Spearfields down first is great. You have it deal damage to enemies, slow them down. You can apply various effects through it. if you are about to fight a boss and the boss has an act, pretend this is the boss and they're like doing their monologue, you can pre-place these, and then when they start, you start doing this. Then when you backtrack, they'll walk through the spears at you. Keeps triggering these. Acts are being updated soon. Yeah, I update at the end of each act. I did an Act 3 update already, because I'm kind of near the end, but I'll probably update and review the passive tree progression a little bit, make it a bit better. I do have Blood Hunt, and I've been experimenting with Blood Hunt a little bit as well. So I've got Heavy Swing, Exploit Weakness, and Combo Finisher. Exploit Weakness on Armor Break. Armor Break caused by Bloodhound's Marks Single Out, which causes Armor Break on the marked target. This is a Combo Finisher, means that we have to like have raked a few times in order for Blood Hunt to trigger, but it's like 40% more, 40% more, 35% more. So it's like gigantic hit. Except I wonder how worth that actually is, given that the explosion, a good portion of it isn't scaled, right? Like, deal 25% of consumed blood loss as additional unscalable value. So it is still a 244 attack damage hit with our regular attack, right? On top of that, this is just like extra damage on top. It's a bit like old Detonate Dead from, I don't know how it is in PoE2 now, but how PoE1 is doing, you know, it's got like, it's got its own scalable value and then the unscalable value too, I guess. Actually, never mind, I don't remember. I don't remember if that's how it works nowadays or not. Do you try Melee then see if you enjoy it? What do you mean? I have been playing Melee. What are you talking about? I think I have the heart. Oh, I have to go get the heart. Ignore the tough questions. What questions? Sorry, I was just talking, mate. Please have some patience. As I tell my 2-year-old daughter, twiddle, 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 twiddle. When you need to be patient. So I'll see. It might be better off putting some other things on Blood Hunt, but right now I've got like big damage stuff on there instead. Is the idea. How much does that aura add? It's about 10 to 15% more damage potentially. A little hard to tell because multiply interactions, but this thing's also applying shock for 20% increase taken too. Sorry, I had multiple musics going. I was about to give up on Spear and came across your setup. Enjoying Spear again? That's really good to hear, mate. It's fantastic to hear. Proximal tangibility. So, how's the incision stacks? Yeah, that's really good for applying the incision stacks, and then we can get like a nice big bleed and then scale it with the incision stacks. I think that could work really well. Could be really good for like tougher engagements too, where we want to like apply a bleed and then back off, and then have the incisions scale said bleed. Like, those bleeds are starting to get pretty hefty. Like, I think we could not have Stomping Grounds now and be fine. I mean, there's no reason to take Stomping Grounds off, but in theory we could. Sorry, what was your question, Broken Arrow? I didn't catch if you actually had a question, mate. It was just... I don't know. All I saw was you just saying that I wasn't answering a question. But yes, the general rule for chat is if I don't respond to you, if I don't answer a question, it's probably that it scrolled off the screen while I was busy explaining a question, something, or talking to someone else, or focusing on some gameplay for a second. So just repost. You're allowed to repost after the chat has scrolled like 1 or 2 lengths, and I clearly didn't notice you. Yeah, wait 20 seconds, take 3 breaths, and then repost. I'll try and get you. You know if there's any way to level up your current beast? Yeah, you just use a regular gem. I thought you'd actually have to use a skill gem, but you actually just use a regular gem. Like if I do this, right? You go all gems, and where is it? Where did I find it? Was it, maybe it was a spirit gem? Maybe it was a spirit gem? I swear I found it with a regular gem, but now I don't see it, so maybe it was a spirit gem. Anyway, you can level it up. I did yesterday. I leveled it from 9 to 11. Like there's this tame beast here, but yeah, it's probably maybe because it's already a level 11. If I get a level 12, I might be able to test. Answer all the questions now. It's terribly straining on my voice box to respond to 30 questions at once. Click on all gems at the bottom. Yeah, I see it. I remember I saw it like... Oh, I probably have to scroll down to the right tier, maybe. Where is Tame Beast is there. I remember seeing it. It had like its own little section. It looked quite weird. Now I don't quite see it though, so I'm not sure. I've come to the conclusion I just don't like using parry. Fair, well, fair. I think it's really well done. It's like I never usually like parry in these games. So I watched Mathel's video and he was saying that he expected to hate it but ended up liking it. But that said, you know, still not everyone's not going to. I think like a lot of people's problem with parry is this idea that they need to parry all the time or that they need to do it to generate frenzy charges, which you very early on in Act 1 you do kind of need to if you want like some nice damage scaling. Long term you don't have to do it for that though. But doing it opportunistically as like a defensive offensive combo, because like then you get the 50% increased damage taken. Faf and Padfoot's mate, thank you very much for the subs. Appreciate it, mate. Thank you. Ziggy, now I'm manually breathing. I noticed I've been having some stun issues, so I'm about to pick up some stun nodes. I'll deal with that. The enemies have been stunning me a bit. Yeah, hobbled. Our dude is stunned. He's got all the pin stacks. And they kind of linger, the spears linger around as well, so that, you know, they're going to be there building up their pins. The bleed was half of his life bar there, so that's definitely scaled up a lot. Cop Pixel, thank you. Hope you had a good stream, mate. Kuabdu, thank you for the Prime sub, mate. Appreciate it. Let me just adjust my things here. Have you seen the Forge Anvil? Yeah, I watched like a clip of Queen or someone like going ting, ting before the Zyclusion fight, and it like only buffs 4 attacks. Huh? Like I guess the theory was that you were gonna do it before doing like some big, I don't know. I feel like it has to be a mistake, right? So there's this the new Katava Smith thing. Oh, I got it right the wrong way. The new Katava Smith thing has like one of its ascendancy notables is you can like forge your weapon to give yourself some buffs of some description. And you like you kneel down, you do this cute little animation where you like hammer your sword or whatever, and then you get up and you're ready to fight. And like, okay, that's like a cute little lore thing, like, you know, applying your poisons to your blade before the hunt or whatever. But it only applies for 4 attacks, and I don't think the buff is very strong for that either. And like, I'm just so confused about that because in multiple ways, like it seems like it was probably supposed to apply for 4 minutes, not 4 attacks. Like doing it once at the start of map per map would just be like, I guess, an immersive thing for your character. Like I could probably understand that. But doing it like before every pack is like, obviously you're not gonna do it before every pack, but just like doing it in boss fights, it has to have like a, let's say you like, you're doing a boss fight, you like get a stun, just before the stun kind of wears off on them, you sit down and you forge your weapon so that you can follow up with some big attacks or something. Like, okay, that could be a thing if the payoff was massive. The problem is though, them designing that seems directly counter to what they're trying to avoid, which is like, you know, 1-second boss kills. Mechanics like that, the idea is that you would only ever do this if you're going to pre-stack for one-shotting a boss. So I don't really know why they would do that. I'm very confused what's going on with that. They could make it last longer, but make it turn off your weapon swap or something so there's a trade-off. I'm sure there's like a billion things they could do there, but I'm very confused by that whole decision, that whole design. James Tiberius Kirk with the super chat, my friend. Thank you very much for the $20 dues. It's very kind of you. Appreciate it. So it looks like we'll have a couple viable patch 2.0 builds, then GG will nerf those, rinse and repeat. I'll stay Pock looking strong for 17th, mate. IMO, here's some Sunday morning coffee. GG. Thank you. I'll appreciate it. Our Steakbox update is looking very good, yes. There was a hotfix today, if you don't know. They put out a hotfix that is somewhere around here. Where is it? Haha, did it open? There, here. This one came out like early morning, so you might not have seen it yet. It makes it so that all monsters in the campaign have somewhere between 25% to 0% less life, so it's kind of like a weird tapering system based on levels or something, but ultimately they nerf the life of all the monsters in the campaign. Nerf the life of Rogue Exiles heavily on top of that. Apparently they're really tanky. Haven't seen any yet, but I think they only start in Crawl, so I'm about to start that. They got rid of the Hydra regen modifier in campaign entirely. I love that decision. Regen has always been very problematic, especially like league starts. Like as far back as what, Invasion or something in Path of Exile 1, I remember that being an issue of like regen stacked rares have always been a thing. They actually just disabled it in campaign. I think that's a really good idea. You could probably do entirely, but they unnerfed the cooldowns on explosive and voltaic grenades somewhat. They went down from 8 to like 5 seconds, so very nice there. And they gave curses some AoE, so they still have a delay, but they gave them a bigger AoE expansion, which should help them like not miss enemies, I guess. So pretty nice hotfix there. Pretty nice hotfix. I mean, I think I'll give 2.0 a miss. Yeah, no, fair enough. You're not having fun, mate. Play something else. That's it. You know, do some theory crafting for Last Epoch, or play some indie games in the meantime. Well, you know, you got lots of options. I understand. I totally get and empathize with you if you were like, maybe in 0.1 you were like, oh man, that first playthrough was a struggle, but I kind of got through it and I'm having some fun. But now it's like a bit harder. Well, prior to this hotfix, that hotfix might kind of balance things back out, honestly. But you were playing yesterday and you were like, this is even harder than 0.1. Is this fun? I don't know if I'm having fun. It's a bit of a slog. I get that. I get that. I have my things that I feel like are a bit of a slog. Backtracking in zones, with some of the zones being way too big, that to me is a slog. I don't find combat a slog at all. But I just, it jives with me, right? But that doesn't mean your opinions are incorrect. That's just my own personal feelings, you know? Like, I enjoy the fundamental gameplay of the game to the point that bosses taking 40 seconds instead of 20 seconds is actually just kind of enjoyable for me, or even potentially more enjoyable for me. Like, I was having a discussion with someone on Twitter that was like, looking at your boss fight footage is like really slow or something or other. And I was like, I looked at the videos, I was like, really? Is it actually? I'm like, let me like put my fresh eyes on and actually take a look at my footage. So I watched my footage of my like boss kills from that video. I was like, these are 20, 30 seconds like total for a boss fight, for major boss fights. I'm like, that's actually not, like, that's so short, right? Like, isn't that short? Am I crazy? I feel like that's really short. I was like, that's not even enough time to see all their abilities. And some of them were even like faster than that, not timing wise, but like compared to what the fight's supposed to be. Like Count Ogum, I barely saw any of his abilities. So like, I think there is just, but that just kind of like to me was interesting because it says to me that like, if it's like a fundamental kind of like difference in just what people want ultimately, I guess, just the preference of that, I suppose. I don't know. I was gonna get this stun mitigation, and then we might start on the spear cluster for the moment. There's a lot of options on the tree for us to have a look at.
I see. No mercy then.
Yeah, but my overall opinions on like the early acts were that the game got a bit harder. We got a bit more loot overall between strong boxes and the wisps, and later on probably exiles. We'll see how they go. We're getting a bit more loot. Like, I felt like I had more access to gear than previously, but the base damage was like our added damage from runes, lesser runes being a pretty, you know, like 25% nerf effectively for those, and also like added damage tiers on gear were nerfed a pretty good chunk, and that definitely like slowed things down. So like, I think it ends up being like, not looking at skills based balance, right? Just that. I think we probably came out ahead overall because that gear is like kind of overcompensating for quite a bit. But the skill balance stuff probably made things a bit harder overall than 0.1. It's kind of, I think, where we ended up. So to the point that like I had to know what I was doing and be tryharding a little bit. to be feeling comfortable and confident. And I was feeling comfortable and confident. Like, I was feeling strong. I, like, enjoyed my leveling process nearly the entire way through, with the exception of Trial of Chaos. But, you know, anyone who hasn't kind of, like, had that experience or doesn't like to play like that, or is maybe at the borderline with kind of, like, how they were going, they, potentially not going to have a good time. So I get that, I understand that. They need to give us some sort of gear failsafe. There are, like, a bunch of that in the game, but I actually don't think that's the problem necessarily. I don't know, like, there is actually... No, that's... There is a problem with variance, where, like, two people play a warrior and one person has a great time, the other person doesn't, just because, like, the difference in their weapons or something. Especially because that gap in variance gets wider the less knowledgeable the player is. So if you're, like, not very knowledgeable about what you can do to offset your RNG, right? You are at the mercy of variance far more, because you will either just find a great weapon, or you'll just pick up a white, like a blue weapon or something. Maybe you chuck a transmute on there, on a weapon, and then you're just using kind of that. Whereas, like, an experienced player can close that gap by knowing how vendor mechanics work, vendor fishing, gambling, understanding more crafting options, kind of understanding what things are going to be more impactful, so, like, they can equip better stats that maybe might not be as intuitively better. Or, you know, knowing that, you know, that lightning damage number that looks pretty high is not actually doing that much for me because of the fact I'm playing Wraith with Bleed. Or the fact that, like, strength is actually giving me, like, 5 to 7.5 flat damage on Stomping Grounds. You know, it's like means that the strength roll is better than that 1 to 4 fizz, probably.
Stop this at once. I take no pleasure in harming one of my own. But if you
What's your DPS? I'm in Act 4, playing a similar build. I don't know that I could actually really tell you, because Stomping Ground doesn't have a tooltip. Probably scaled leveling uniques. So yeah, so where were we? So I think probably the biggest changes that could be made are to continue leaning into some of the design ideas that they've had, which I think work really well, which is exploration bonuses for people that are struggling. So any players that are, like, taking longer to, like, clear zones and killing all the monsters in the zone, I don't know, like, it would be cool if, like, as you full cleared a campaign zone, the remaining monsters got more and more wealthy or something like that. Maybe not this exact idea, but something to this effect would be the idea. The idea being that someone who's struggling is inherently going to be, like, killing more in a zone, going much slower, exploring more, and they can get caught up. That exists in game currently with chests in dead ends and stuff like that. So, like, a player who knows where they're going and is blasting will just kind of not explore around and find those, or they won't go out of their way to, like, do some of the events and things scattered around. Those act as, like, catch-up bridging mechanics for players. So they could definitely do more and more of those, which I know they plan on. But I think, yeah, there could be some more, like, intuitive kind of, well, not intuitive, like, some, like, kind of clever loot mechanics, which they have some of. Like, there's this system of, if you miss getting a certain bonus from an exploration mechanic somewhere, like a support gem that's supposed to drop, there's another zone later on that could have it for you in a random chest. So I think an example is in the start of Act 2, before you go to Wrathbreaker, you know how there's all those dead ends with chests? You may notice that sometimes those drop a gem, and other times they don't. And I often see people being like, I thought this was a guaranteed gem. Why is there no gem this time? I even saw one of the devs say that. I was like, I think like that's actually that's actually one of those places where that can happen. So I think if you miss one of the mechanics earlier, you will get a gem there in one of those chests if you explore them, right? Miss them both, that happens, but that's like a second chance at that loot. So they could do more stuff like that for sure as bridging mechanics. I don't know about, like, I think maybe, like, lesser runes could be more common in Act 1, or maybe, like, a way to purchase them, perhaps lesser. Might be problematic with the roll-up. I don't know. Some additional way of obtaining lesser runes early on, because I feel like lesser runes are supposed to be the tool, but I didn't really get any in Act 1 where you needed them most. They're quite restricted early on, so maybe something with that. I also really think that you should be able to buy, like, a bit lower level gems or supports from the vendors. Like, it probably should be expensive so that you're encouraged to mostly find them. But it's very problematic that you can't... Because, like, often the problem is that people aren't, like, getting enough support gems because they don't know where to go to get them, or they pick bad support gems and then they don't really have, like, a way to catch back up from that. Like, they could slowly eventually end up getting the better support gems later on, but if you the difference between taking like 3 bad and 3 good support gems in Act 1 is massive. Like, Stomping Ground aside, because that's obviously an extreme example, even aside from that, the difference is going to be huge between taking something like Bloodlust and Brutality, or like some other gem that you think looks good but it's actually garbage. So, like, I think having access to support gems, at least like level 1 support or something, would be a big helper. Yeah, they're a rough one, that is. Runes are very rare to get sockets on gear early. Yeah. You can kind of work towards those, but yeah, sockets and lesser runes a bit more available early on would be nice. New player just have to keep playing for a few years and then the game will become fun. Are you guys probably having a separate conversation, or is that to me? Haven't seen you live for years. Welcome back, Wolf. Good to see you, mate. I feel like there's too much power put into weapons early. Might make sense to maybe make early fallings a little easier, giving other sources of added damage. I just don't... Well, I mean, as it stands right now, like, having 3 sockets on your gems wouldn't really do anything at low levels, for the most part. You don't really even have enough supports to do anything with that. I think I missed some things in chat. Can you explain how the bleed bar on the boss help work? Sometimes it's extended a lot, but sometimes it's just a small bar. So what you're seeing is the blood loss mechanic. That is, that's not the bleed, but that is how much they have bled. It's basically a tool for tracking how much total bleed damage you've done to them so that you can then pop it with Blood Hunt, or it'll contribute to things like Herald of Blood's damage. You only see it if you have Blood Hunt or Herald of Blood or something like that equipped. But that's how that works. You'll notice if you use Blood Hunt to stab them, that bar will go away because that's the like overall amount they've bled. Really fairly powerful in the campaign, but also playing a build that was honestly buffed with this patch, despite everyone getting nerfed, and I'm familiar with it. You're playing a crossbow merc or some sort of warrior or something. Some nice buffs around there for sure. Curious to just see what your thoughts of the Huntress so far are. I've had a very powerful, in the context of the nerfed overall player power this patch, leveling experience. I've had moments of struggle. Trail of Chaos always sucks. I struggled a little bit at the end of Act 2 because I had pretty bad gear, was under-leveled, but fixed it pretty easily. I have the benefit of having early hands-on experience and a lot of time spent thinking out and looking at the skills and understanding the interactions between them and the various support gems. I'm still discovering a lot of stuff, but it makes a huge difference. She, more than any other class, and when I say Huntress, I'm generally talking about spears. Spears, more than any other playstyle, do reward your, like, knowledge of interactions. I don't disagree with a lot of the, like, people saying, like, I'm having a bad time on Reddit, and I disagree with the way they're presenting that a lot of the time. Like, so-and-so should be sacked. But I don't disagree with that stuff, and like, their experiences are their truth, right? But I have to say, some of the gameplay clips that have been posted on there, I want to, when I see someone like that normally, like, I want to be like, hey, would you like some advice or help? I can walk you through. We can take a look at your build and what you're doing and how you're playing here, and we can get you having a lot more fun. We can get you having a lot more fun. But the problem is they're like putting this clip and being like, see how trash this game is? Pathetic. And then the gameplay is the gameplay is them like just throwing explosive spear and kiting around slowly. And just throwing explosive spear and kiting. And I'm like, huh? Like, there's like zero effort on their part. I'm like, okay. And I mean, ultimately, if that's like they want to be able to do that and feel very powerful, then I get that. The game might not be providing that. I think the game should provide that in some ways. But you do kind of have to play the game that you're playing. You know what I mean? I don't expect everyone to be like really good at the game and understand all the different things, but I don't know, like it feels staged almost. Ziggy toxic. I mean, that's the thing, like normally I would be just like, hey, I want to help you have more fun. I want to like listen. I'll take time out of my day to help you. But when it's presented like alongside some really kind of toxic language towards a developer or something, I'm like, oh my god, makes it hard to empathize with their position. Oh, Why no spear talent points? Do you mean the spear passives? The spear passive cluster is really good. I might rework the earlier leveling trees in the follow along guide to pick that up earlier. Just because I think it's probably more impactful to get that earlier than it is to get the bleed stuff earlier. And given that the bleed scaling only really starts to get very strong around Act 3 compared to Stomp. My bleed's probably doing more damage than Stomp now overall, or it's 50-50ish. Anyway.
So,
Enough distraction, let's play.
at the eve of the end, the demon of Atzoatl has finally come for me.
For a smart fella.
Flame.
Right, boom.
Survival requires
Nowhere
brutal
safe.
choices.
Yeah, we're powerful.
You are blind
I reapply my curse.
to the greater good.
Whoa! God, that hurts. Mate, what the heck? Quite the machine gun you got going on there, eh? Whoops. I think he's phased, right? I just have to wait. Pretty sure he's phased. Yeah, he doesn't seem to be taking any damage.
I bear the burden for our future. I can't give up.
Is Ziggy's second day streaming?
Save my people.
Yeah.
You know why we're
Take it easy on me. It's only my second day.
It cannot be stopped.
It's day 2 of the league, yeah.
I will succeed! Burn to ash, demon of Atzoatl. How foolish! I've had enough of you! Do you truly... What? How? Get up! Get up!
Gonna recast. Change my hotkeys a bit, so I'm fumbling slightly.
I will burn you alive! I've had enough of you!
Oh, I'm okay.
Now you're within my grasp. I plan for every
That was
contingency.
slightly awkward though. I did overblast my mana slightly. Woo! Can I afford another mark? It does last.
Let's see you survive this. You
Really need some mana leech. Leech is really effective for me as well, so getting some mana leech would be like problem solved. I have life leech and it's
It's
insanely
not
strong right now.
over yet. Do you truly think you can match me? Existence is merely energy.
Oh, butt laser, butt laser, butt laser! I went with it. Oh god. Oops. That's 2 for the butt laser. Butt laser 2, Ziggy 0. I died to the butt laser in another. What was it? Endgame or not? Grenada or something. Oops. How can a machine bleed? How can rocks bleed? How can skeletons bleed? Statues bleed? I hope there's like going back between things, yeah. I wonder if I can get myself some mana leech going, because I'd love to see just how effective that would be right now. What have we got? I do have the slow charge trickle, and I can manage it a little better. But I wonder if we can't just find like a ring or something would be pretty amazing. Literally no rings in there. I don't have a ton of gold, so chances are low. Where's Elva? I guess she's doing story stuff right now, huh? Elva? She's might be down the stairs. Oh well. We'll just do it the old-fashioned way. Disengage. Disengage is awesome, but it does need some fixes. A lot of people are having trouble not so much with parry, but the disengage part of it. It doesn't track the parry debuffed enemies. It doesn't like bias towards them. It just goes towards the closest one. So like I think they could maybe help that by like increasing the AoE of the slash a little bit, or giving a slight biasing towards the parry debuffed enemies, just to make it a bit easier to use. You can get pretty good with it with a bit of practice. You don't like target the enemies, you target kind of behind them. So like if there's enemies over here that have the parry debuff, and there's another enemy here that's a bit closer to you that doesn't have it, you target behind them like this. So you go like this.
Has finally come.
But it can still, even then, I still miss sometimes because of that.
From the air.
This ends now.
And those blades are starting to look hefty now.
Sacrifice is the only path to survival.
Bok. I love that. I haven't tried Hamo crystals yet. I haven't done anything with that.
The best laid plans.
I was being tortured? That's right. We're trying to save her. No gambling until we save her. How's Blade going on the Amazon? Really well. Really well.
I can't give up.
It's not as if I'm deathless or anything. Yeah, the campaign's still difficult. It's challenging. The game is challenging, but
It happened.
I feel very
It
powerful.
cannot be stopped.
No, I will succeed. The destruction at Atsuater will be repaid 1,000-fold.
Ooh, ouch. That was a bad position.
There is no escape. The end of the world is nigh. One death is nothing for the greater good. Inconceivable. You will pay for this.
Oh no! Why? Okay, I'm gonna pay attention to the bot laser. I'm too busy looking like... I was looking at my incision mechanic being like, why does it get to 10 and then reset? I was like, it shouldn't, because it shouldn't be able to do a bleed. I actually am very curious about that. I might test it on the first phase. Oh god. Why? Oh, maybe... Oh, you know what? It's probably my pet's consuming the incision. Oh, huh. They would be. It's getting 10 incision stacks and then the pet whacks them. Shit. That's not ideal. I don't want them consuming it. I want to consume it. I don't know a solution for that, because I need Bloodlust on Spearfield. I don't think there's another gem that does that, that stops them from doing bleeds. I would prefer... I would love it if there was just an order to be like, literally don't even attack. Actually, we do kind of want them because they apply shock. It's probably just like fine for now, but
At the eve of the
I might want to consider that long term. It means this mechanic's not going to work unless I get like an enemy, an ally that doesn't do any fizz damage, which is probably none of them.
Death from below.
You are blind to the greater good.
Slightly above half, I think.
This ends now.
That'll do it. I'm using Bloodlust on Spearfield. So the mechanic that I'm messing with is the idea of using Spearfield to stack incision stacks, but not trigger bleed by putting Bloodlust on it.
You know why we're
So we can
here.
maintain
It
10 incision
happened.
kind of
It cannot
permanently
be stopped.
for giant bleeds and also 20% increased fizz damage taken.
The destruction at Atsuater will
Okay, I'm watching the bot. I'm watching the bot. Ow. Okay, watch the hands as well.
The world is nigh. I cannot allow you to interfere. Face the might of Eval. Full power. Inconceivable. You will pay for this.
Damn, that spearfield damage is looking good, eh?
Nothing will stand in my way.
Oh, no, no. Whatever.
Now you're within
He's
my
doing it?
grasp.
Alright, left.
Do you truly think you can match me? You think you can stand in my way? One death is nothing for the greater good. The destruction of Axolotl will be repaid 1,000-fold. Let's see you survive this. I've had enough of you. Self-destruction! This is not over yet. I cannot let my efforts be in vain. The destruction of Axolotl will be repaid 1,000-fold. One death is nothing for the greater good.
Should I pop the bleed yet? I'm going for delayed gratification on it. Maximum delayed gratification. Not yet. Hold. Okay, now.
How foolish!
Wait. Hold on, I gotta build stacks. Hello. I'm gonna miss my chance.
Now
No, I'm gonna miss the
you're
chance!
within my
No, I got it.
No!
Slightly late.
Do not fail me. Not now.
Yeah, there's an incision support too, which we could consider using. The incision rake, like Spearfield stuff is looking really good though.
All that I sacrificed.
Your people cannot be saved.
I didn't die. He didn't even do the bot
History
laser
is
this time.
already written.
I was watching the
You
whole
can
time.
stay here and die,
Being careful about
or come with us and help save the future.
it. Rage,
The legacy
blood in
of
the
the Val
eyes,
must be
bloodlust at the moment.
protected.
It's
I
working really well.
do know of a way to contain the beast.
Let's
And
just
a
start
null.
talking
The
then.
heck?
My friend here isn't exactly the peacemaking type.
Pretty rare, right? What are they? What are they? I have no idea what an null's worth.
If only I had
They
more
look super
time.
rare.
There is an
So will you?
I suppose, but I will come
It's
to...
settled then.
Is there something I'm missing? I thought it was any incision stack increased magnitude and the amount of stacks didn't matter. There's a node that does 20% increased damage, physical damage taken per incision. So the problem is this needs to be on them while the bleed is happening, like after the bleed has been applied. Because that's increased damage taken, which happens afterwards. So you want to like put a bleed on them and then put 10 incision stacks on them for this to be 20% increased phys taken. It's a pretty significant multiplier. It's basically like another support gem worth of damage there. The ones you're thinking of these magnitude if the enemy has any amount of incision on them, which that's easy to do. That's not a problem. Got it, Ames. Can do, can do. Into the time portal, go back. All right, let's go. Boop, boop. You go through your skill rotation for the boss fight? Yeah. The way that stands now is we apply Bloodhound's Mark. That stays on until they get stunned. So as soon as they get stunned, you reapply it. Super easy. It causes armor break thanks to the single out pass just support gem. Really, really good mark. Really, really good support. Like this is insane. I love it. And then we do a little bit of spearfield action, and then we rake. You can go big ones, hit and run style if you want, and lean more on the bleed early on. Kind of like halfway through Act 3. About halfway through Act 3, I felt like the bleed started really like taking over damage wise. Pre that, you basically just spam rake. So like for clearing, And easy bosses, you can pretty much just spam Rake. Any tougher bosses, you can drop a little bit of spear fields. I have supplemented with some shockwave totem, which you can just throw down opportunistically for a bit of extra damage and effects and stuff. I'm probably going to rotate out shockwave totem now. I don't think it's necessarily super worth it anymore. Is he talking to us? Sure, yeah, I'm talking to all of you. What's the spear field for? They don't do much damage. They actually can do tons of damage. But the spear field I'm primarily using for several powerful utility effects. So one, it's really good at applying rage. So that gives up to 30% more damage to all of your damage. And each hit gives you several stacks of rage, but each time an enemy walks through a spear, it gives you another stack of rage. Like, watch this, ready? So I put it down, I get 3 stacks, 6, and as they walk through them, these guys are kind of slow. We get more and more stacks. Works a bit better with, like, enemies that aren't zombies. But this is, like, really good for maintaining rage. When you're actually fighting, the rage stacks don't decay as well. So, like, really good for maintaining rage. I also use it to hobble. So I've got blood in the eyes. So if the enemy is bleeding, which I can't really show you on these guys, they'll die too easy. Hustlord, thanks very much for the sub, mate. Also, I think I missed Gally and Konani and Redmere. Thank you very much for the subs earlier. Sorry, I was a bit distracted at the time. Appreciate yous. So if they're bleeding, we can get some hobble on them with the spear field as well. And the other thing they're doing is applying incisions as well. But honestly, Spearfield could be main skill potential. Like, it actually can be very strong. It's much stronger on bigger targets or targets that move around a lot. But you can build knockback with it, and I kind of want to like test that a little bit. Maybe you might need some knockback distance or something to make it work. Like, I wonder here if I just use, I'll put a bleed on him just so he has it, and then I'll see. Like, I don't think I really get enough knockback on him. Yeah, it kind of like slightly jiggles him. But I kind of wonder if you could, like, knock them into other spears or something. Could be worth testing. But, like, this is just Spearfield, right? Like, I haven't even got it set up for damage. It's set up for utility. And it deals damage, right? Look at the Spearfield damage, right? Pretty good. Especially when they end up, like, running through them like that. So when he's stunned, we reapply our curse. And when they're low, we can eventually finish up with a blood hunt. I'm using it with combination, which makes it a bit trickier to use because you need combos. You can just not use combo finisher though. But it's 40% more damage, so I kind of like it.
Well done. Please come inside.
Rake gems are Bloodlust, Stomping Grounds, and Martial Tempo. Am I still using Martial Tempo? I think I am.
Spirit watch over this
yeah. Still kind of worth using Martial Tempo, but later on if we want to do a more bleed focused setup, we might find ourselves swapping out of Martial Tempo.
Go well.
Possibly.
Looks to be a decent sort, that one.
Oh, we don't have the ID anymore. Have to go rescue the guy again.
We have that
No.
Welcome. If I don't got it, later.
He's trouble, he is.
Do 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 do.
But reckon it's the harmless kind. Goodbye.
And you have so much HP? I mean, I don't think I have like crazy amount. Just you try to get someone gear and some strength is helpful as well.
Hey.
Are they seriously worth like? I thought, and I was like, we're like super rare. Are they really worth only like an exalt or two? Huh? Or is the economy just kind of whack right now? Because it's like early days. Are literally any of Doriani's things parryable? Some bosses just don't have many parryable things. I think first phase probably has a few parryable attacks. I don't know about the robot. I didn't actually think the test. Rake is not a Bloodlust. Spearfield is? Spearfield has Bloodlust on it, yeah. You use Brutality. Sorry, did I say Bloodlust? Sorry, Brutality. You use Stomping Ground, Brutality, March Tempo. Apologies, that's kind of a big deal. You don't want to put Bloodlust on Rake because it disables bleed. You put Bloodlust on something else to benefit from the bleed of Rake. Like, for example, Spearfield or Shockwave Totem, or very early in the game, Whirling Strike. Apologies. Have you expanded the passive tree at all since last guide update? Probably have, as I did some after stream yesterday, but I'm going to do some changes now. So I'm thinking about rejigging the passive tree from here. Like, I think this is not worth it this early on. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think getting the bleed magnitude early is really good, but you probably want, like, when I make a guide like this, I want to make, like, you know, things as comfy as possible for people. So, like, I'd rather delay getting this and just get raw damage early on. So I think we probably do that. So that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we'll go 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, I'll just do that whole spear tree there. Say that's kind of like your goal that you're shooting towards at the end of here. And then for Act 3, I think we do the same thing. And Act 3, you will also get the crit, so at that point, it's also worth getting the crit damage. Plus this, so it's crit damage and then that, basically. Except, last time we got the knockback. Do I have the knockback in Act 2? See, I think this is alright, but I kind of wonder if maybe we don't go that route. Also, I'm wondering if in the interests of making things comfier for more people, getting death recovery earlier. I felt like I only needed it at the end of Act 3, but it might be a good thing to get, like, in Act 2, maybe. So that accounts for the extra points pretty well. 38. I should make a note somewhere of, like, how many points you actually have by the end of each act, roughly. So I'm going to drop this. I think the knockback is cool, but when you have the bleed, when you have aggravate here, you don't really need it. It's kind of an option for non-crit setups, maybe. So that makes it easy to get those. So maybe then at this point we do this. It's arguable as to how worth it this one is. I wonder if we delay. Oh, we'll do this. Versatile arms is quite good. It's lots of accuracy, speed, and some strength and dex, which is always good to have. Oh, and this and that for sure. The stun recovery. Maybe it felt like Grath was using Lacerate. I heard that Grath was using Lacerate. I was like browsing through his vid, and he said he was using Lacerate on that. I can only imagine it's for Stomping Grounds, to apply bleed to Stomping Grounds. Because, like, what other purpose does it serve on Rake? Because it already bleeds. Was I missing something obvious? Considering doing a bleed build like this with all the new supports, but using a crossbow as a Huntress, I think that'd be doable with the knowledge you have to this point. I don't really know. I think probably there's enough Fizz stuff in there that you could mess with, though. And the support gem supports are there, and you got your Herald of Ash, Herald of Blood in that. And things like Incision could be built up with, like, the shotgun skills and things. Oh no, because the shotguns combine into one attack, don't they? That's pretty key for bleed. So you could actually use, like, the shotgun skills to bleed. You know, maybe. That's a tentative maybe on that one. A tentative maybe. He was using Lacerate to get bleed on Stomp? Okay. I guess if your Stomp's doing, like, if you've got enough strength and your Stomp's doing more damage than your regular attacks, it's probably a bigger bleed. So that kind of makes sense. I don't know if I rate it over using, I assume, Brutality or something, though, right? Like, I don't know about that, but he's obviously tested and found a fun. Croth kind of knows what he's doing. It might also kind of depend on how much strength you have, I think. You need 11 more skill points to match your current Act 3 POB. Oh, Legends. Thanks. That's helpful. That means I should expand this out a bit to the next kind of step, which I have a few options for what I think I want this to be. So right now we've only really gotten stun recovery for defenses. So I think this might be a good point to, well, we drop this here. So that actually means 14 points to get. Like, I think we drop Staunching at this point. I I want to get maybe some protection for ailment. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to get Falcon Dive first. I'm thinking about maybe getting 1,000 cuts. I like this with the spear field action. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then I like maybe the block here. Or there's some over here too. Evasion scaling. Not that one. I kind of like parry debuff magnitude, but I don't think I'm going to include that in like kind of a, you know, what's effectively a beginner's leveling guide. I don't think I actually like some of the parry nodes, but I don't know that I would recommend them for people. So I think that being the case, we have a few options. We either start coming up here to get maybe some of this. I want to get in and get some of these guys at some point. Like that 60% accuracy at close range is kind of juicy, right? I kind of want that. I'm thinking that maybe... Is this... Wait, these block shapes are flat. Or are they scaling? It's 12% increase. They're actually scaling, aren't they? So it's like 10% of your base. Like, so if our base is 29, it's like 10% of that, right? So we get like 3. This build doesn't use frenzy charges, so might as well equip a regular shield. I mean, a buckler is a regular shield. There's no downside to it. Like, you don't have to change to another shield if you don't want to use parry. You just keep using a buckler. It's still it's not like they don't have block. And in fact, if you're scaling evasion, a buckler is better, right? You can, if you're not using parry, you can say, okay, I'll just use the best shield I find. That's fine. You can do that. However, I will say I'm not going to stop using parry. And just because I'm not generating frenzy charges, parry isn't frenzy charges. Disengage is frenzy charge. You can parry and get great benefit from it without doing anything with frenzy charges. Don't forget that parry is 50% more damage while I have the parry debuff. You parry and then apply, I think it's 50% more on the hit, so it should be the bleed calculation. So you parry and then apply your bleed, and you got a much bigger bleed going on, right? So you can, so think this, you got like 20% increased damage taken from here, you got 20% increased damage taken from the shock, you got things like parry for the 50% more damage, you got some stacking stuff going on there. Your max roll build had 5 more points than your in-game builds, so you were under-leveled. I said 11 before, that was wrong. Oh, so wait, the Act 3 one is too many points. Is that what you're saying? If that's the case... How many points do we need? There's no way to see, I'm just on screen. How many points I've spent, is there? Tell me running. Does disengage consume the 50%? Yes, but you could just not disengage, you just hit them instead, right? I just like keeping disengage because it's, you know, a really awesome mobility skill. So parry, rake, disengage. Yeah, you can do that, yep. That's right. Or you can go like parry, dodge roll, rake, then disengage. So that you have a bit of distance scaling on your rake as well. Can we all agree the second Descendancy is bot? What do you mean? This one. Critical Strike. It's amazing. You must be talking about something else. Looks like 56 points in game. Okay, so we want to cull a few from here then. Maybe the crit damage drops off for the moment. It's 56. 58's okay then. It shows like what the next 2 points are going to be. Alright, so that's probably a good spot to leave it for Act 3 then. Let me save that, but I'm also going to maybe update the gems too. How do you generate frenzy charges without parry? I don't need to. I'm not playing a project like a spear throw build. Only spear throw and the big snake Omawara Shinderu. Only those skills actually use frenzy charges. Make Stomping Ground Brutality, Bloodlust Rage. I like that. That's pretty good. Stomping Ground Brutality, Blood in the Eyes, Bloodlust, Rage. I think that we take Blood in the Eyes off the totem and put it on Spearfield for earlier act. It's much more effective on there. Does that free up an option for Shockwave Totem? We're already using Brutality. There's some totem things, right? Sacrifice one? Sacrifice one. Yeah, we can do like execute as an option. How do I generate charges without parry though? Oh, for your build. Sniper's Mark for single target. You probably want to get some frenzy investment. I particularly recommend this one. It's a chance to generate max frenzy charges is quite nice. And there's some support gems you can mess with to like help boost those as well. Although I think, yeah, I think it's Profusion for a chance to generate an extra frenzy charge. You put that on Sniper's Mark. And then for like clearing, you use Combat Command, which is a spirit gem that causes you to gain a frenzy whenever you pin, electrocute, or freeze. And then you have many options for what you do with that. You can put electrocute on Stormlance. You can use a cold skill like Glacial Lance to freeze things, or Fangs of Frost. That's what I used. You just like tap a trash monster and get a frenzy charge. You can use get some pin build up going from a few places I haven't really investigated yet. Does Stomp trigger Rake's bleed proc? Only if you get some like global chance to bleed, or if you put the Lacerate gem on it, which is apparently what Garatha was doing. So that is an option. I feel like Totem is pointless at this stage. I spend more time placing it than life expectancy. Yeah, I think we're going to drop Totem by the end of Act 3. I kind of like having it here. I think it's like, it's not a super useful skill, but it is the sort of thing that like when you're struggling, it gives you a very useful tool. You can throw down some Spearfields and a Shockwave Totem. Like, let's say you're clearing through the Dreadnought in end of Act 2. You get like a nasty pack across the bridge. You stomp a Shockwave Totem down, throw some Spearfield down to deal with those guys instead of having to get in there. Which is, I think, really good for making the build a bit more accessible. I try to think about that a lot. So I'm just wondering if there's like... There is actually a support that makes you place it faster. So that might be good for this, but I think that's a tier 2 support, unfortunately. Dee-doo-doo-doo. Ruthless. Not. Yeah, I don't see any options here. I think this has all the new options. So just execute or something maybe is not even necessarily that worth it. You could do increased duration, but if it's just dying, that doesn't help too much. Jagged Ground erupts when hit by this slam. You can actually put Jagged Ground down with it, right? Support slam skills. Guaranteeing them a chance to create patches of Jagged Ground. Wait, does Jagged Ground on Shockwave Totem work quite nicely? I don't have a gem to test. Wish you could buy gems on the exchange. Explain why you took the incision nodes when using rank. It provides big damage scaling through Spearfield. Been using execute with Blood of the Hunt. Oh, Blood Hunt, yeah. Jagged Ground is one of the recommended for Shockwave. Yeah, I think maybe Jagged Ground on there then. Seems pretty good. I want to test it, but I'll put it in there tentatively for now. So Shockwave Totem is not Bloodlust, it's Jagged Ground. What was the other one we had earlier? Back to... It was Bloodlust earlier, but we're going to change that now. So Shockwave Totem can get We have access to tier 2 supports now, so you can do like Ancestral Urgency to like nearly double the placement speed. So that's an option there to make it a little bit easier to use, maybe. There's an node that increases bleeding power on jagged grounds on the left side though, so maybe as an anointment. Interesting. I'll make a note of that. Where's my notes? Notes. Precision testing, bleed mechanic. Node on left side for jagged ground bleed scaling. Thanks. But you can kind of, I'm putting totem like right down the bottom now because you can kind of drop it. Thunder Asleep, Tame Beast, Loyalty. I want to find a second gem for them, but Magnified Effect Execute. Did I change that? I'm just using Magnified Effect now. Where did Execute go? I don't know where Execute went. Execute? Question mark? Oh, it's on Shockwave Totem. It's honestly probably better on Herald of Blood. I think I'm gonna stop using Shockwave Totem myself now. Unless actually I might keep it to test the jagged ground stuff. So, we go up to... You get one guaranteed Jeweler's Orb by this point. And with the buff drop rates, it seems likely that you're gonna get another one or two by this point too. So I'll give options. Rake's the first one you do, and we already did that in Act 2. Oh wait, we do that first at Act 3. Master Tempo Brutality Stomping Ground. Yep. Bloodhound's Mark stays that. Blood Hunt is lower priority. Spearfield is top priority. Spearfield is Blood in the Eyes. And... Question mark, where are you? Bloodlust. I'm like worried the like random gem levels are gonna confuse people. What I might do is I'll set any gem that you level to 20 and just say that's the one you level. But any gems you keep low level, I'll set them to like a low level. So I've set disengage to 1. Technically you can level it, but it just saves mana to not. Alright, that looks good. And then Blood Hunt. Get some interesting gems. And I don't know that I want to recommend Combo Finisher. I think that's maybe like a little too tricky. Maybe I'm being a bit dismissive of people's skill. Heavy Swing. Exploit Weakness. And Combo Finisher. But that said, I do maybe want to figure out just how much damage it's actually dealing as a hit. Because, like, all of these supports might not be really worth it. It's nice to have it be a big punchy finisher, but there might be some more utility I can do with it. I don't know what, though. It almost seems like something you just put no support gems on and do, like, similar damage, ultimately. Since it's a set thing. Thoughts on Heavy Swing for Rake instead of Martial Tempo? Once you start transitioning to more of a bleed style, that is potentially an option, but it's not going to feel as good, especially for clearing, so you might not want to do that. But it is an option. I think I like it more for Blood Hunt. How do you do heavy stuns as Spear? As a bleed build, you do it with Bloodhound's Mark. It causes heavy stun build up from blood loss. It's insanely effective. I'm actually wondering if it could work in days somehow to make it even more effective. Probably unnecessary, but it might be a bit OP for like perma-stunning bosses. Potentially an option. Act 3. Let's add another Act 3 update. Act 3 updated, finished, and tweaked all passive trees. and gems. All steps with new knowledge. Change log done. Do. I haven't fully done the gem cutting order, but that's okay. I'm building a tactician at the moment. They have a node that makes projectile damage deal pin build up. Yeah, insane. That seems really good to me. I'm going to utilize that with combat frenzy so I can constantly throw explosive spear with the increased AoE, like 543 damage. Hell yeah, that sounds awesome. That sounds awesome. Do keep in mind that, like, for bosses at least, you'll probably still want to use like Sniper's Mark or something to help, but because there's like, I imagine pin being a light stun effect now probably triggers the kind of like resiliency effect for a while, so you can't build up super easily right after consuming it, but I could be wrong. Okay, I gotta take a short break. I'll be back in a moment. I'll see you very soon, and then we're on to Cruel. Hello, welcome back, folks. Welcome back. I'm just wondering how he's maintaining dex for skills when every node is plus strength. So for any build guide, we can't like anticipate how much dex or strength you'll need at any point based on your gear, because it depends on the gear that you find and what attributes you find on gear. You have to organically adjust your dexterity and strength as needed. For this setup, using this, and I could probably add this in the notes actually, you want to get as much strength as you can with just enough dexterity to equip things, at least initially. Gearing notes, stack strength. Oh, I've actually got this. Just get enough dex to equip gear in gems. It's written there in the notes. I have a tame beast note here. Physical damage auras, shock ground or shock on hit. Healing, resistance auras, anything else that seems useful. There's so many things to test with beast that it's hard to say. I'll say my beast is a shock on hit plus fizz damage aura. It's amazing. Any ideas on how to fix crossbows with click to move? It gets stuck looking at mobs. You know, I don't, but because I haven't played click to move at all since launch. I've been playing only WSD. I thought I might go back to click to move on some setups, but no, I've actually been doing it. You know, multiple difficulties sucks, but I do have to say there is like something cozy about coming home to Act 1 again when you reset. I always felt that way in D2 as well. Like that returning to Act 1 is like, I like that. Something about that. It's definitely not worth having multiple difficulties for. I'll tell you what, it's way better to not have that, but I do kind of like that aspect. I would love to, you know, I wanted to adjust the notes to like emphasize getting mana leech more. Do I have a stat pro? I've already done it. I've done it, but I want to like maybe emphasize a little further. Getting mana leech is going to be hugely convenient. If you have mana problems and can't get mana leech, besides upgrading your mana flask, just take it easy on raking and let bleed do its work while you spear field 4 bosses. Like, there was a big difference between me spamming and me, like, bleeding tactically in that Doriani fight. And, like, the DPS difference was, like, the DPS loss from not spamming was not that much, honestly. After Rake, what skill did you add third support to next? That's a good idea. I could include, like, a jorbing policy. Jeweler's Orb priority. Rake into Spearfield. And then what else do I have it on? Oh, and then Bloodhunt is like much lower priority. So Bloodhunt after that. But Spearfield's the main one. Thank you, good suggestion. Keep them coming. Any questions you have, good, because they just make the guide better. All right. Yeah, I'd love to get some. What have I got currency-wise? Not a ton. I could YOLO Regal this thing, but I think I want to try and see if I get a little lucky here. We do have access to the currency exchange now for, like, exchanging currency, ironically. Oh, I kind of need to do respecking with that gold. Slight drop in difficulty and clear familiarity is real nice. Which, you're referring to? Oh, yeah, have you folks felt the, like, patch change at all?
What have we got? Take a look.
Sorry, I was just...
Fizz damage, rarity. It's not bad. How's my fire res? Not great. My resist is pretty trash in general. I need some upgrades in that regard. Honestly, this one's probably good enough to Regal. And maybe I'll get lucky. Regalize it. Life per enemy killed. Not too helpful. Is this one good enough to keep, or do I try and replace it? 15 dex is pretty good. But I think we might try an upgrade. New spear tiers are getting a couple ahead now. So we might want to consider trying to get some of these going at some point. How much higher are those? I think we wait for the next tier, most likely. It's worth looking at some of these. 15% movement speed, not quite. Those gloves are kind of nice. I need the resist desperately, though. Chest armors. 35 spirit. Not too shabby. Can't afford any out, though. What was the question? Why can't I see the updates? Are you talking about the build thing? It can take a few minutes to go live after I click save. When's post 3 update hitting? Post act 3? I just did a secondary act 3 update with some fairly dramatic improvements, both to the earlier sections and the later section. Yeah, that feels good. Wish more jewelry dropped in the campaign. I kind of love how jewelry feels very invaluable, though. That was one thing. I don't really hold Diablo 2's gear system sacrosanct like some people do. I think it had many problems. But something I did like was that jewelry always felt really valuable. Like, it felt so exciting to get. Like, getting a rare ring, I was like, oh, it felt so weighty and juicy. And PoE 2 has recaptured that. I don't think PoE 1 ever really had that. Maybe very early on. PoE 2 I thought has captured that. Accuracy rings are kind of nice, but we really need...
No rest for the wicked, eh?
We really need resistances. He's got like a nasty spear thing. The patchwork vest is the pure evasion one. We're like at the point where we maybe should be checking blue ones. Gonna need to start fixilizing the tree, I think. Get my spear nodes for now. We can skip Devourer, but where's my max roll guide? How to level? I want to. Oh. All right, I don't have the. Hold on. How to level? One moment. Unironically consulting my own guide here. What do I want? I want efficient leveling guide for. I need a. Maybe I do need a jump too cruel heading.
Salt in the wound.
You guys just like having an endless battle in the background. Could you stop? Act 1, Crawl, Mudburrow. Devourer's Uncut Skill plus Uncut Spirit. The Uncut Spirit gem might be worth getting. It's level 11 and... Herald of Blood is level 10. You know, that's barely worth it. I think we skip it. Should use pause? Probably should use pause, yes. I'll keep my leveling guide handy. Especially if Ziggy forgets to change trees. Wait, what did I do? Companion nodes on the far right leading up to the companion damage applies to you is strong. Someone said it doubled their damage. Well, I mean, it would only double their damage if the amount of increase they get from that is double what they already have, right? In theory. But it's pretty good. It's like 20, 40, 60, it's like 60 or 80% increased damage. I don't know if there's some other companion ones, because yeah, so each of these is 20%, which 20% damage nodes is good, but then it's like minus this node. Is there some other companion damage that is quite juicy? Yeah, these ones, there's 20% there as well, so there's a few more 20%. Accuracy for you, accuracy. And then some decks. So you could get like those for another 20%ers. What else? What about these ones? Another 20% there. There's a few 20% scattered around. Yeah, you can definitely make it worth it, I think. Just kind of get those 20% nodes, even if you don't get the rest.
Straight to it then. The hunt begins.
Got a decent crossbow in Act 2, so I'm going to give the bleed setup a go. Yeah, let me know how it goes. I'm pretty keen on that. I really want to do more messing around with crossbows, actually. Yeah, checkpoint. I like that music. Sick tunes. Doesn't camel pop off with the tunes, though. Is it you? Must be you, right?
Strike fast. Don't lose focus. Don't give it a chance to
Very
recover.
nice.
Spirits rest. What a good really. Some said to see these.
We already had this conversation. Get this waypoint.
Aye, it yet lives.
What happened if they're been?
I'll wait here. The old methods will
You can unironically use Rake as a travel skill with dodge roll cancelling. It's actually faster than running at 15% movement speed. What? Oh no. I don't want to live like this. Sounds like good for my mana though. Hilarious. They didn't check animation cancelling on Rake, and you can do some pretty degenerate things with it like this. Like you can, I just don't want to do it, but you can like Rake and then animation cancel like right after you apply the bleed. Like you don't get your full stomping grounds, but if you want to be like really fast, it is good for like hit and run on bosses though. Like things are really sketchy or you change your mind halfway through. It doesn't have any lock in at all. It's crazy.
Bring it on.
Incision stacks go away when the starts bleeding. How do you benefit from the bleed magnitude? The bleed magnitude is applied when that bleed is created, so the hit that consumes it also gets that magnitude bonus. The increased damage taken needs to be applied afterwards, so that's what we have Spearfield for. So we, in theory, we like do that. We apply a bleed, and then we build incision stacks. So we've got 10 there, and then we go into another Rake. The only thing that's kind of like messing with it slightly is my pet is consuming the incision, but it still works quite well. Just like sometimes the pet kind of like blocks me a little bit. Blocks my bleed. Our side movement. It's actually like surprisingly smooth, but it's just too much pressing. I don't want to do that. It's degenerate. Oh my god, stop it right now. So, do you use Rake then Spearfield or Spearfield first? Both. Like, it benefits from each other. Whichever you do first kind of doesn't matter on ultimately. Probably in boss fights you Spearfield first. But for like rare monsters or something, I'm probably going to Rake first unless they're scary.
I fought well enough.
My boots are okay for now, actually. Recovery rate, that's the same tier, right? Gargantuan?
Yeah, fancy seeing you here. There it is. Let's get a move on or else.
So juicy. Why is Global Chat open every time I open game? What happened there? Oh, was there a spirit? Huh? I thought we already did the spirit. Is there another one? Question mark? I'm not sure if there's a... Yeah, there it is. I'm getting some joy out of just spear throw with bleed. I can't do it myself. Mathematically, it does make some sense, but I can't imagine. You know, I have a respect for you for doing it though, for going for it. One of the Reddit videos, I swear though, I was looking at my phone so I couldn't quite tell, but it looked like they were using default attack crossbow on some bosses in their, as their example complaint post of like the game. And I'm like,
I'm
oh
hearing
god.
voices now.
Oh god. Like, yes, technically it's more DPS than like a skill where you don't take advantage of any mechanics, but like, to be clear, when people say that like default attacks are more DPS than like other skills, other single target skills, that's only like if you just look at them one-to-one, right? The thing is, other skills generally can take advantage of other mechanics, and you should, by at least like 2 or 3, have other mechanics to take advantage of. Usually better to spear field first, because it gets increased damage after being up for 0.5 seconds. Wait, what? Did I miss that one? Is this a part of Spearfield, or are you talking about something else? Oh, you're right. Spears that have existed for 0.5 seconds deal 300% more damage. I literally had no idea about that. That's interesting. I guess that's to like tamp down on the or like it's to encourage using it as an actual like hazard, not just as like a regular attack, which is probably good. It's surprising then how good the damage is as a regular attack. It works quite well. Where's the actual row? Can't even tell where it is. There it is. Okay, I'm totally going the wrong way here though. Right? Have I? Maybe not. You can level capture gen, it's on top. Yeah, do you need a spirit or a regular? I swear it was a regular. I did one last night, and I was like, huh, it's a regular. Still gem. Give me. But yes, you can level up your captured beasts. It has like an unusual looking thing in the menu. You might have to go to all gems. I don't think it's on the suggested gems. Taught crossbow. Check the mitts. 20% cold res. Fire is currently my highest. Otherwise, they've got crit damage. These ones armor. Yeah. Maybe a spare regal could be worth there. Oh yeah, we got a gem cutters. Mate, you're going on Reek. What was Spearfield? Spearfield is the hazard recreation, though. I do quite like that. I mean, Rake's one is very good, but this one's kind of fun. It's only 2% for one. Gem cutters though. This is probably more impactful per gem cutter. Oh, I've actually got a good one already. Get out of here. Here's our checkpoint.
The spheres align.
Reckon that's the last of them.
When you use a regular uncut, you were really bummed about that. Oh, you've
Something a wound.
Oh, I'm glad you learned that you can cut those things then. Who's this? Hesperia the Arcane Tempest. Oh, I got it over. I guess I'll fight and activated the boss. Uh-oh. Whoops. Maybe I can just leave. I have my first Rogue Exile. Yeah, I'm so excited. It's Hesperia the Arcane Tempest. I'm like, why is the boss bar? Is it bugged? I thought like the boss bar for the actual boss was bugged.
Thunder call.
That's a chunky bleed on her. Oh, that's an even chunkier bleed. I haven't even cursed her or anything yet. Where is she? I don't know where she is. She keeps teleporting around.
Into the
Stop
inferno.
cheesing! Stop cheesing! I have to make it like a real PvP encounter, right? Stop you're cheesing!
Gathering storm.
Stop camping! Bloody noob tubers. Where are you?
Fire's embrace.
She's stunned, baby. She's stunned. Damn, the bleed looking fun on those. Ho ho ho, the loot! Oh my god! The loot! That looks amazing. That was pretty cool. Kind of wish I hadn't activated the boss at the same time so I could like actually look at her a bit more. See what she does. I'm very excited about the Rogue Exiles. I love these like fake PvP encounters. Boom! Feeling strong. Oh my god, the loot explosions. Look at the loot! Oh my god. So fun. Holy heck. Wow, I do not have space for all this. Okay, what are you? Don't need you. Check some of these things. Was she wearing all energy shield gear? Nice detail. I didn't think they'd go to that level of detail. She's actually wearing all ES gear. That's really cool. She's actually wearing spellcaster gear. Like, she dropped a pearl ring. I don't know why she was wearing an emerald ring, but you know, that happens. Sometimes you can't find anything better. She's still leveling, to be fair. But she dropped a staff. She dropped all ES gear. That's really cool. Oh my god. That's so much loot to get in the campaign, right? Amazing. I want to check those sandals. Awesome. Very sick. Did I get the quest? I did not. Should the guide have updated yet? It should have, but sometimes it's taking a little while. I don't know why. It is saved. Let me see what's going down here. Last time I made a mistake with like the passive trees. It looks like the passive tree is updated. I think it has updated. But it did take, like yesterday it updated for some people before it updated for me, so it might not be necessarily updated for you just yet. Yeah, no, the notes aren't fully updated though. So like I think the passive tree changes went through, but not everything else. I did do several saves over time, so it looks like it is updating, but not fully done yet. Sorry, don't know. Probably the server getting a lot of traffic or something. She has better gear than... Whoa, chat's moving so fast. She has better gear than the people complaining on Reddit, allegedly. Oh no. Oh no. I think they take random people who are playing, then snapshot their gear and implement their character as AI to fight a random person. They have gotten some kind of new like data tools and stuff like that, and a new data person recently, which they've been kind of bragging about. So actually, that could be true. I mean, it could be simpler, just like a checkbox like only drops ES gear, but that's pretty cool though. It'd be fun to trick new players into thinking those are actual PvP encounters. Yeah, I mean, you've got games like Tarkov and Dark Souls and stuff like that where there's invasions and stuff. But I actually worry that people would believe it and then they would like not want to play the game as a result. So I don't want to trick them with that one. I'm too worried they'll believe it.
Here I would have.
Must take a proper smith to
She had a lightning damage to attacks cast speed ring, but sometimes that happens, eh? 8 in all attributes. Our amulet's quite good. I doubt we're going to be replacing that one. She hadn't even augmented her thing. Augments are so common. What a noob. No wonder I killed her. Oh god. Oh, no wonder I killed her.
Renly's done a fine.
Alright, we got some more sport gems. What do I need? There were some things I wanted to test. I wanted to test what Jagged Ground looked like, so we might just whack that sucker on there. Just for testing's sake. But what else do we actually care about? Do I have Shocking Leap yet? I don't think I do. I can finally get that. Kind of like the idea of blind on there. What's it, 4 seconds? Blind does lower their evasion, so it's more crit. What else can I put on the companion as well? That's also an interesting thing. Like meat shield to keep it alive longer, or just last gasp seem like good options. But there's probably some utility. Is there anything that stops them from bleeding? Aggravate bleeding when pinning. Chance to inflict bleed. Unfortunately, besides Bloodlust, I don't think there's any way I can stop them from inflicting bleed. Hits from supported skills inflict incision. Base bleed chance instead applies to poison for supported skills. Oh, that could work. I just convert it to poison so it doesn't do it. Okay, hold on. That could be a solution. Companion beast is triggering incision solution. Malady support. Convert bleed to poison. I think that will work. Base bleed chance. Oh, you know, I don't know if that actually works because it's base bleed chance instead applies to poison. Like, that actually sounds like it might... Incision might not be considered base bleed chance, right? So I don't know about that one. May not work. If you're on YouTube, chat commands don't work. You just check in the description. Oh, actually, I don't know if the how to level... I think the how to level guide is in the description. Let me know if it's not. Okay. So not that then. That was an idea though, but that might be something to test later at least. Anything else useful for you, my friend? Oh, isn't there like a mana leech? That could be handy. What would I put that on though to actually help? Not in any of the main skills, that's for sure. I think I like getting blind, shock ground, and maybe some mana leech somewhere. Where is the leech? Or maybe oh, mana's gonna show everything, isn't it? Soul thief. Disengage actually chunks pretty hard, but I don't really hit with it all that often. I don't really know. We put incision support on the companion. It doesn't stop them from inflicting the bleed though. It's not a bad idea though, just to have them do incisions, but I guess then if they consume it, they might apply another one. We're not up to tier 3 yet anyway. Thanks, I had to clear cookies to force it to update. Oh, good to know actually. I can suggest that for the future if it causes problems. I can't use Bloodlust because I already have to use Bloodlust on Spearfield. So the idea is Spearfield generates a ton of incisions, and then we use Bloodlust to make sure that it doesn't consume them, because otherwise it would just constantly create and consume them, which is not much use in that. We want those incisions to stick around for our rake bleeds. That's kind of the idea there. Alright, for now, let's just get Disengage, Shocking Leap going, or actually Ingenuity first. Yeah, let's get that one going. I think I have another one, do I? No, but I have a few of these. We need more dexterity. Uh-oh. Looks like I'm going to need to make a rune tab. I guess my dump tab will be for runes, huh? Wait. I thought they didn't. I thought they made a rune affinity. Have they not done that? I guess not. Unfortunate. I haven't done that yet. Bummer. Oops, I need that. $14 int and lightning damage. Not much use to us. Stash, stash. Rune. Gem tab. Quest. Alright, let's go. Enough distraction. Travel to the Grell Wood. Yeah, so I saw that there was some issues with Spectres. It seems like some of the Spectres, they just haven't had their damage, like, set to player levels, right? So, like, think about this, right? Monsters deal an amount of damage that's relevant to our 1000 life. So, obviously, they do, like, no damage. But monsters have hit points that are relevant to the damage we deal, which is substantially more than that. So they had to kind of like refactor every skill on them. And given how many skills and how many enemies there are, for sure many of them are going to be like not tuned properly, right? So I imagine that's what's going on, yeah?
Unconscious, but he's breathing.
I've just seen some clips of like specters doing no damage, so I assume it's something to do with that. We had, so this will be Beastie Boy, this, so it's either, it's probably down here. It's like the build guide is updated on my end. Excellent. Thank you. Good to hear.
Bring it on. Bleed to dry.
A lot of the Farad inspectors will go AFK, not move. AI problems too, yep. I would have expected that. Like, this was all very, I feel like it was always going to be a massive crapshoot as to, like, just trying to find specters that work. Unfortunately, with the way that you capture them, that's a little bit frustrating because you need to, like, you might only have one gem and then you're like, chuck it on a minion and or capturing a specter and then you're like, doesn't do anything. You gotta find another gem. Pretty annoying. Hopefully they get some, like, quick follow-up patches out to, like, polish up any specters that are having issues. In general, minions aren't doing any damage anymore. Do you just think just like global minion swerving over someone? Gazzy was looking kind of defeated before he left for some sleep. His minions were getting wrecked by white mobs in tier 1 maps. Bummer. Well, they did, like, within 24 hours, do that emergency hotfix, lowering health across the board for campaign and are nerfing grenades and Burl somewhat substantially. Hopefully they do something somewhat rapidly like that for minions too. Bala may have found a good minion. Yeah, so there are going to be good ones because I heard an example of a tame beast that was using, I think it was Lightning Storm or something, and apparently was just killing everything. Like the damage was way overtuned and they're just walking around like auto bomber, just murdering everything. So apparently there's some pretty strong ones. What has he got here? What's Baylor got? I can't see. Pixels. Are they doing these? What?
Look at him go, though. Look at him go, though.
No idea what they are. Cold? No?
They're doing it. They're dealing damage.
My eyes. I could not play this build. Bloody burning crowd of pixels. Oh. Have you seen the party of 2 with 3 companions, all with invincibility aura? They're invincible, actually. Oh god. Oh god. See, they probably tuned the like invincibility auras and stuff to have like enough of a cooldown that they're like, this is maybe okay. But I wonder if they even considered party play with that, with like overlapping auras. Like how would they fix that? They'd have to add like some sort of like global cooldown if like anyone that's been infected by an invincibility aura can't be affected by another one for X seconds or something. That does sound concerning. They are alive Val guards. The pixels. Good heavens. The bitrate cannot handle it.
Strange magic's taken hold of these roots.
The grin. Stay safe if you can.
What's your thoughts on full strength modes on the passive tree? You get as many as you can, and just enough dexterity to equip your gear, pretty much.
If the old magic still thrives.
Look out below!
But how do you respawn? Respawn at checkpoint here is generally how you can respawn. And that resets the zone and respawns monsters as well. It's good for farming. There's a few little tricks you can do with it as well.
Dead.
Ouch. we should probably approach that little situation a little bit cautiously. I actually get so many organs. Do not need to pick up more organs. Soldiering sabatons? Don't mind if I do. Anyway, for a faster incision application, my monkey brain just wants to rake, double proc on spearfield support. Yeah, you could use the support, I think, and the node to apply 10 on the passive tree. It's honestly really fast.
Steals the soul.
Oh, I got another one. It's Hesperia again. I didn't even realize. It's pretty obvious with the giant health bar, but and yet my brain still didn't click. I'm just not like used to it, I guess. Mate's just getting murdered. Oh, poor Hesperia. She came back for more. Bet she regrets that decision. Look, she probably had to go RMT all this gear since I killed her like 5 minutes ago. Poor Hesperia. Damn, they are just printing loot out for us, right? I wonder how many zones are encountering. Oh, a ring. That's not bad. That's not bad. Resist accuracy. The prefixes are kind of a bit trash, but just excited about the attributes, and the resistances are amazing. I think we trade this one. I have the leech on the spear for now. Pretty good. 10 int, 12 life. Sick loot. Thank you, Hesperia. Cha-ching. You rooted her. She respawned at your checkpoint. She spent real money for that gear. I feel like RMT is the overlap between the Venn diagram. Did she have a ruined item? They can actually have ruined items. That's a very cute detail. Oh my god, I'm so excited about that. Look, she's got she has a mana rune in her item, a mind rune. Anyway, what was I saying? The Venn diagram for people who RMT and people who don't know how to play the game properly is probably a circle, right? At least on the buying side. That's so neat. Pre-runed gear is pretty cool small thing. Yeah, it's just such a cute little detail, right? It's not like we can really extract all that much value from it or anything. We can't pull the rune out, but it's just like such a cool little detail. You're doing the rock thing. Leap! Damn, that like straight into the next stun. This is so good. Oh my god. So juicy. Oh my god, I love it. I'm in love. Oh, wait, I didn't even see the belt. What, the belt? Oh, the belt she dropped. Oh my god, it's amazing. That's a beautiful belt. Man, I'm gonna exalt that belt. Holy crap. She's gearing me up. Is she actually just my friend? Is she bringing me presents? Yo. Have you seen the new unique spear Sky Silver? No, I haven't actually looked at them all yet. I feel like I should maybe boot up the PoEDB page for spears and just have a look at them all. At this point, maybe. I don't usually like to spoil them that way. I prefer people linking them to me as they find them. That's more fun. But maybe I'll make an exception for the spears and bucklers.
Calls to mind me Uncle Tarek in his later years.
Stream sniping to deliver me gear. That's like a thing in games like Rust and stuff, right? Where like people will like stream snipe their streamer and like go, oh no, I died, and then give them a bunch of loot. Splinter of Lorata, hardwood spear. This is the level 1 line. Level 1 was a resource. Little bit of fizz, melee strike range, any number of poisons from this weapon. Oh, cute little poison spear. I like that. That's, yeah, it's like a little gnarled branch thorn thing. Any number of poisons from this weapon can affect a target at the same time. Always poison on hit with this weapon. Fun! Yeah, that probably feels really fun to play with. It's just like a shame that after that point you can't like continue that build. it's not gonna last too long, unfortunately. Cute. That's pretty cool. Hey, Light and Passion, how you doing, mate? It's like your rival in the Pokemon games. I noticed in the modern Pokemon games, the rivals are so friendly. That's not what I remember from my childhood. I feel like they were real dicks in the originals. But I've played some of the more recent ones somewhat recently, and and they're like so friendly. And I think like one of them gave me a potion or something, or a healing spell, or whatever they're called. Next one. What are we cutting a gem for it? Let's get... We can't get Holy Descent yet. Definitely don't want that. I wonder, could you do... you don't really need Mana Leech while clearing that. It's more for bosses. I was just wondering if you could like Mana Leech on Herald of Blood. You probably could. Oh, I haven't tested the totem yet. Oops. Forgot about that. Let's go... Might get Parry Blind going. Parry Blind. And... Why do we only have two? Oh, it's because I'm using a low-level shield. That's actually based on the shield. Actually doing a mid-game build with that spear currently. Stack Thorns damage and the support that gives Thorns damage to your next 4 strike attacks. Very creative and clever. And there's so many like potential interactions now between like uniques and supports and stuff in this game. I feel like it's crazy. Sky Sliver, Winged Spear, level 16. No physical damage. I did see that there was some bases. Lightning damage 2 or 122. What is that? Excuse me. Read that text. That's not how that's normally written. 2 or 122. Excuse me? Rolls only the minimum or maximum damage value of each damage type. Hey, if you could get Fizz somehow or bleed from lightning or something, you could do some chunky bleeds with that, huh? Or ignites maybe? Hilarious. Increased attack speed, increased chance to shock. 50-50, eh? You either do damage or you don't. Oh god, that's like meme potential with people's, you know, recent complaints about the campaign. It's like, you only have a 50-50 chance of dealing damage. It's like typical GGG design. Yes, yes. That does sound like something they would design. A 50-50 chance to deal damage or not. That's a very cute spear. Still campaign? Yeah, I'm in crawl now. You either one shot or you don't. That's another way of looking at it. Presumably you want the lightning damage as lucky node with that? Yeah, so does that mean that you have like a 75% chance of rolling the high end with that? Is that how that would work then? I imagine that's how that would work, right? Rudy. I thought lightning damage already worked that way. Lightning damage has a really wide range. That's typical for lightning damage, where it's like 1 to 122. But that was 1 or 122, right? It's only it only deals 1 damage or 122, or like 2 and 122. So it's either or. So it's literally only possibly those 2 exact numbers, which is hilarious. I have seen Tyranny's Grip. If you haven't seen it, it's the A Knight's Tale one with a fist at the end. It's got knockback and splash, but you can't use projectiles. Coursing Spear is our next tier of spear. They are level 48, yeah? Wait, what? It's weird how you can't see the level requirement on unidentified items. Like for the base, at least. I'm guessing that's because like the modifiers technically would change it. Oh, hello. You could be usable, potentially. Current one's pretty bloody good, though. It's going to be hard to beat, unless I regal into it. Flat fizz. Plus projectiles. Probably not going to do it.
Salt in the wound.
Yeah, nice. Again, printing some support gems for me. Appreciate that. Oh, we got a new one. Kara the Curse Weaver has Sanguine Diviner equipped. Oh, my first unique one! Rogue Exiles are so exciting. Crawl's so exciting. It's actually really cool that, like, you get to crawl and all of a sudden it's just Rogue Exiles everywhere. I'm in an Exiles everywhere event. Maybe I've gotten lucky, but I've had like 3 in 4 or 5 zones. Sanguine Diviner, eh? What do you do? You curse me. Mate. She walked on my spear fields. While bleeding, she walked on my spear fields. Poor lady. Another loot delivery from a Rogue Exile. Thank you. I'll be back for my loot in a second. Amazing. What's your defenses? I'm constantly juggling health potions. I haven't really invested in defense outside of just gearing to try and, you know, have a little bit, but honestly, even that, my resists are terrible. Negative cold res. I don't have, like, up-to-date gear, so my evasion's really low. I have, like, a bit of block. All I've done is, and honestly, this is one of the biggest things. Okay, I've done the 2 most important things. I have got a good life loss for my level. Well, I need an upgrade soon, but... And I got some form of stun mitigation. You get those 2 things, and playstyle kind of carries the rest. Good dodge roll and movement is essential, but, you know, if you might need to do more if you don't want to have to, like, rely on good dodge roll and movement, you know? Sanguine Diviner, Bone Blast, wand here. Life per enemy killed, chance to inflict bleeding on hit, spell mana cost converted to life cost, increased spell damage. I think this is, like, actually a low level one, but it's scaled up because of the Bone Blast, eh? It's not worth anything. Could be kind of a fun one. What's the roll, though? It's got, like, a top roll, and the damage, though, that might... Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Do you not? Right, there. I don't know if I might need that leech one. Triple damage cutie pie there. 20% movement speed with cold res. And I've got reduced freeze duration, 20% movement speed on the current one. The cold res one might be a good idea. Lightning, very high accuracy, fire res, mana per kill, evasion. It's not a bad little ring. That accuracy is pretty high. It would be good if I was playing an early leveling setup. Increased stun thresholds, minion life. Can go in there. I might want to swap to that just because of the very low gold res I have, especially with Ogham coming up. Alright. Give me that. Oh yeah, did I get... Oh, I need dexterity for levels, don't I? Oh, cool, I got some. Rank. And... Spear field first, I think. Looks good. Support gem. Raise shield. No, parry. I got parry blind already, so we'll get disengage. Shockingly. Looking good, looking good. I really need a chest upgrade if I can get one. See what's in here for us. Fire resist, armor base. Scale mail I could try and craft. What's this one?
That's a good one.
We might want to consider getting a shield upgrade too. These resists are needed, but yeah.
Stick to the cairns.
Stick to the cairns. Stick to the cairns. Essences. Fire modifier, lightning modifier, or attack modifier. Let's go lightning modifier. Do I have a regal? I do, good. A little bit of tiny bit of cold resistance. Just a teensy little bit of cold resist. Do I not have any? Where's my socketing, man? Damn, apparently I've not, maybe I've been slacking on picking up things to salvage, eh? Damn. Unfortunate. This is... I can't do that gem-wise, can I? Or are we okay? Did it de-equip my gems? It did. Okay. I can't use that right now. Do you have leech? I have life leech, but not mana leech yet. Life leech is really, really good here. Like, I had 10% life leech and it was actually insane. I dropped down to 5 and it still seems pretty good. So that is a defensive mechanic I missed though. Yeah, you're right. Life leech is quite good. Alright, what am I doing? Oh yeah, that's right. There was too much loot. I had to come back. Any pointers in scaling bleed starting out, having a really hard time early on? Early on, you're more of a hit-based build with like just a little bit of supplemental bleed. So you just kind of focus on scaling like your melee damage. And you can have really easy leveling with Rake plus Stomping Ground and Brutality. That 3 gem setup can carry very hard. Mana Leech. Mana Leech. I did really want some Mana Leech. Unfortunately, 43 int requirements. Actually, only 1 node off, so I could feasibly use those. Maybe I'll get some somewhere else, but that's kind of cool. 20% movement speed. Alright, where are we going? A new build, and it's good. However, the last boss in Act 2, any advice on killing it? I did struggle a little bit at that point too. It's pretty common around the end of Act 2 to have like kind of a little bit of gearing problems. I feel like something about the pacing of the zones there can lead to that. So check your lightning resistance, try and get that going a bit. Check your gem setup. See if you can kind of do anything. Check the like updated build guide because I've been making some improvements. You might be able to you know, swap some little gem changes or passive changes or something. If your tree's fairly different, don't stress too much. Excuse me. What the heck?
I'll take that.
Rogue Exile's got a 40% HP nerf. That checks out for Superior. I think Act 2 boss can be a real gear check for a lot of people. It is, yeah. Act 2 gear boss is a tough one. There's a bit of hurdle. Not unusual. It's pretty acceptable to do another run of the Dreadnought area and farm another level and get some upgrades if you're really struggling. Flask upgrades, making sure you have like the ability to sustain mana and life flasks to get you through the fight is pretty helpful.
Rend your soul. These spirits are mine.
Bleed out.
My beloved Asinia.
My beloved.
Rend your soul. Your meaningless life ends now. Cut down. The Eternals will
Love the
never
stun part of this.
surrender.
So good. Pretty glad they designed Bloodhound Mark as a thing.
The spirits yearn. Your meaningless life ends now. You're my beloved.
Gotta remember to build my combo preemptively.
We as
It's a little late on that one.
Older still, eternal.
Eternal. Heads up everyone, Serpent Strike crashes the game when using it with a Frenzy Charge. Oh. Ooh. Wonder if that's everyone or just maybe some people issue. That skill is all about using Frenzy Charges. Hopefully that gets fixed soon then. Crashes are generally top priority.
Your wound.
Is the change on totem and spear field support needed, or is it just more optimal? More damage, more optimal, yeah. And it's not hard generally to swap some gems around, right? That's something you can often do just for free. That can make you like 20% stronger. You're, like struggling on a boss. A couple little gem swaps can cost you a few seconds and not much else, and make a big difference sometimes. Any thoughts how you'd build the other Ascendancy? I mean, not overly. I did have like a little bit of a brief look at it before. Oops. I am in danger. Hold on. Why am I not like leeching, or am I just decaying or something? Let's go. Empty my inventory and heal. Heal. Thoughts on building the other Ascendancy? Like I tried the blood pustules thing. It seems kind of lame that it only works on like clearing though. Yeah, it's kind of the rings and amulets, and I can't remember what the last part was. That looked interesting, but the rings and amulets you need kind of good gear for to make it really worthwhile, right? It's a little tough. Bum, 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 bum. Do we do you first?
Using tame.
Oh yeah, so to level up Tame Beast, we go to all gems. With just a regular, it doesn't actually take a spirit gem despite being a spirit gem now. It's because, I guess because it's originally a non-spirit gem, you can use this. So, don't know like how it scales exactly, but presumably it gets like a life multiplier and stuff, so. Can I see its life? Max life, 352. Let's see, and what's its damage? Can I see its damage? Oh, probably not in the town, maybe. 352? Don't know if this updates properly. 422, yeah, cool, does, nice. So we're maybe going to use those. I'm wondering if I want to go to back to this leech ring. See how my recovery feels with that one. And I want to get this sucker going too, but we need in for that. Do. Why'd you pick Chimera as your companion? it's like a cat beast, not actually a Chimera. But why I picked that one was because it has a increased physical damage aura, or more physical damage aura, and shocks enemies on hit. It's quite amazing. Bleed.
You're to the stead, buried.
Nice. As you were talking about not having socket currency? Yes, I know, I did leave a couple socketed things behind, but my inventory was full. Oh wait, did I disenchant some socketed items, did I? Oh. The bench is all the way out of the way if they weren't so far apart. It's not my fault, really, it's the developer's fault. Town-based life sustainment. That was the original vision with the well. I'm glad I kind of walked that back. What about level up based life sustain meta? That's where it's at. The clutch level up whenever you're about to die. That's my favorite. We got 75% damage pretty active pretty often, huh? Just not in boss fights when you really want it, I suppose. Been searching for a pet for a hot minute? Yeah, you just want to use like Wind Dancer or something in the meantime while you, oops, I missed it. While you keep an eye out for a beast. I wouldn't like farm zones or anything. I would just like, you know, keep the gem handy. And, try and grab one when you do see one. Just grab like the first good aura or effect. And then you get another gem later to try and get another one. So like, you know, get a resistance aura? Sure, use that for leveling. I got pretty lucky in that I did. It was kind of like my third or fourth beast attempt, honestly. I could have failed a couple. But I got pretty lucky in that I did end up getting this like shock fizz one, which is, I think, pretty good. There's possibly even better options though.
You sensed it too, did you? The spirit is near.
Oh no, I'm gonna have to pause. I've been chronically delaying my ad break. Alright, let's do it. We'll do that after. There, I'm probably gonna change this. I might drop the knockback. I like the knockback, but just point investment wise, that might not really be worth it. Given that we're generally aggravating pretty comfortably anyway. I can't believe Amy interrupted the baby, Tully baby pyramid. Oh, welcome back, folks. Hey, Dark Agent, ahoy, mate. Ahoy, good to see you, buddy. Thank you. I gotta stockpile more gold and get some respecs going. All right, let's go.
No wound.
Yeah, give me that. Give me them sockets. Beautiful explosions. So juicy.
You're to the stair.
Here we go. Hello, very good to see you. How you doing?
Don't let up.
Doing well. Thanks for the sub.
Time to finish this.
Finally not so busy, can watch the stream. Congratulations on Pilar. Thank you very much. Now you, what are you doing?
Strike before it slips away.
Hunted by the fabled stag.
Strike before it slips away.
Thank you, little guy. Probably a bit of shield blocking or something going on.
Got my fingers crossed.
I'm frozen.
You're wearing it down. Don't let up.
What do you mean we're wearing it down? Didn't we already kill that thing? How's the music still going? What are you talking about, dude? We already killed the thing, didn't we? Huh? Is there another one? Oh, he's just clearing some ads. Okay. Alright, bro. Don't give it a chance! My first Rogue Exile was tag touched? Oh no. Oh dear. That was a slog. That was a tough one, was it? I've reported almost all the endgame changes feel great so far. Ooh, that's phenomenal news. I'm very excited to explore that. Yeah. Game's feeding me gems now. I love that. I love that for me. Support gem. I can do momentum for damage. I'm not really using that for damage on this one. Worked better on the other elemental setup. Increased evasion rating when using supported things. What else can we do? Is there any like other ground effects? Later on we can get... Oh, we can get Holy Descent now. I thought it was tier 3. Oh god, I'll get Holy Descent then. Of course. Holy Descent's awesome. It's actually boosted does AoE too, which should affect the Holy Descent, I think.
Death from above. Time to reap the rewards.
Hey, boo boo, how you doing, mate? Thanks for the 9 months sub. Loving the build content. Thanks so much, mate. Good to hear. Oh dear, include. Oh dear, indeed. I did not catch that one at the time. I found out through another stream there are waypoints like the old campsites in the jungle zone that have guaranteed rare monkey spawns. You can reset and farm for mod combos. Oh, wait. Are you sure it's not a named... Yeah, no, there's no named ones I know of there. That could be a seed-based thing. There shouldn't be any set rares like that, but maybe there is. I mean, there has been set magic monsters, so that's very intriguing. Could be worth investigating then if you're struggling to find a beast. Thanks to whoever shared that one, and thank you for passing it through. That's rather interesting.
Never leave this place. Just die already. Rot. Your soul is... How dare you disturb me?
Recurse. Spear fields. We want to get like one big rake every now and then from a distance so you get the big bleed. A few more spear fields. Are evading for a moment. Hit it with another big bleed there. Some more spear fields to scale it. She's been stunned, so we reapply the curse. And she's getting pretty low, so we finish her off with a pop. It's satisfying when you time it right though. No luck.
Even your witchcraft couldn't save you.
There are some named rares that are like guaranteed, but you in theory you could farm those, but you can't actually tame them. You can't tame them. I tried like the weird grub queen thing in one of the zones, but it didn't work. The troubled camps do have a set rares. Oh yeah, you're right. I remember there's quite often you get ambushed by like 2 rares in one of those troubled camps.
Praise the first ones.
Does this base you're using do anything interesting? Yep, it's got a allies deal extra physical damage aura. It's something like 10 to 15% more damage. And it's got a shock on hit guaranteed. So I haven't like looked recently, but every time I've checked, it's shock guaranteed every hit, which is nuts. Best beast mods you've been writing? That's just all I've really done so far on this character. But there's so many things to explore and figure out. Some people were stacking cannot die auras in a party, and apparently it was kind of OP. It was like permanent invulnerability. Oh my god. Ouch. Oh, I forgot the curse. Oops. That would be a nice thing now, wouldn't it? Can you not sit on the ice, please? I mean, rock the maze. Considering how much I've been embarrassing the recent bosses, this one's so much harder, right? He's a pretty nasty guy. Oh, damn! The spear fields were like stacked on the wall there. That was crazy. See that burst? Holy heck. Oh my god. I'm like one point off of my combo and Blood Hunt. No! I probably should take combo off Blood Hunt. I think it's a bad idea. Oh no. Oh, Tully's listening, isn't she? Thank you for the picture, Tully. It's amazing. Tully drew a picture of me. It's beautiful. Thank you. I love it. I'm gonna use that ever. Alright, Lachlan. Let's do this thing, mate. Have to use to price check? Exiled Exchange 2, it's called. Oh, I was going to take combo off it, but I haven't yet. That's bad. We don't like that one.
Bleed out!
Ow. It hurts. Yeah, it does look like all damage, right? I don't know what it is. This is the hardest one so far, Wrinkle.
Rest now.
Show the picture? I didn't show the picture. Yeah. Yo, look at me. I love what's going on here. I feel like there's a rope with like a bag. What am I carrying? It's probably acorns. She's been watching Totoro a lot. It's probably a bag of acorns. Thanks, Dolly. So cool. All of this. Into the hunting grounds. Just finished Act 5. Honestly love this compared to the original patch. It's good to hear you're having a great time, mate. It's awesome. It has a head and arms. She drew something before. It was a bird, I think. And she was like... She drew a bit and she was like, tail? I was like, whoa, you actually... like... She actually kind of like put things in the right place. She like did a head and she did tail. And I was like opposite ends of the blob that she had done. Like obviously it's just kind of like she doesn't have dexterity. She's only 2, so she just kind of goes like this. But she kind of did them in the right ends. And I was like, oh wow. Didn't know you kind of could think like that yet when it comes to drawing. How do you disable tutorials? There's a thing in the options menu, but there's always some that show up anyway. They're a little bit stubborn.
I don't know. It's Stace. This C. So if we add stay safe if you can.
Salvage bench. Bam, 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 bam. Nice. Still none of those yet. Okay, what are we up to? Hunting grounds. It's only Ariadne and Bramblegast in there. We don't care about that. I'm also enjoying more than 0.1, but that's mostly because I feel like I know what I'm doing much more and aren't stumbling through the campaign as much. Yeah, that is kind of the more expected thing to have happen, right? I mean, there is literally every single league ever in Path of Exile. There has been this kind of like... this experience of people, at least some people being like, oh wow, I feel like this is harder than I remember, or I feel like we're getting less stuff than before, or like map sustain is hard. Like, did they nerf it? They obviously did nerf a bunch of stuff here, so that's like aggravated that, but that's always like there, and then that's been aggravated massively by the nerf they did do. So it's surprising that it's been to the point that like people's experience from launch and 0.1 haven't overridden any nerfs. Because we as a community or as a whole are like way more knowledgeable, but I guess a lot of established knowledge regarding builds specifically, and no one's had build guides to follow, right? So that's probably had an impact too, I suppose. Yes, okay, we need to change Blood Hunt combo finisher. It is, in theory, a thing you can do, but I'm not fully convinced on that one. I'll put execute on there. What's the low life threshold? 35%. Oh. Excuse me, what happened to shopping ground? Spoilers create a shock ground when they critically hit. Oh, they changed it! They changed it! It has to crit now. Oh, okay, well, to be fair, that's somewhat reasonable. It was kind of surprising the other hoops you have to jump through to create shock ground that you could just do it on leap like that. Now it's on critical hit though. I wonder, can you create 2 ground effects with the same leap with like say Thunderous Leap? Because that's more likely to crit things than disengages. Trying to see if I can create some shocking grounds. Problem is I have like cooldowns as well, so.
I've been itching for a good hunt.
Ooh, who needs WASD, right? Fun. have so many effects applying to enemies. They're all like green, they're all red, they got all stuff like weird gooby stuff on them. Oh my god, that hurt.
From the earth.
No, I probably shouldn't have done that. Now I'm out of mana. It was funny though. It was funny. I'll race you. Dude, spear felt so like chunky. Come on then, over here. Nice.
No beast alive.
So this is the same thing I found at the start. I've already had this unique this playthrough. Come on.
Well made.
I don't want a chance to be bled. Not at this level. Not for that amount of life. Now I needed some int if I want to equip these leech gloves that I picked up. They're not super amazing, but I could swap them and get that mana leech, which would be nice. Is there any fancy nodes with intelligence? There's like the mana flask one there, but I don't really want to spend 2 points on it. Probably better off just respecking a point somewhere. I'm gonna go up this way later anyway, I suspect. There is that int on heart stopping up there. Normally like plus 1% crit, you'd be like, yeah. I actually wonder if it's probably not even worth getting, right? If we're adding like 50% base crit from accuracy, it's like pretty minimal. Right. I'll get an int node there now. And I'll keep getting the spear cluster otherwise. Is this your monster? Do you need to farm up a new one? This guy? They keep respawning whenever they die. It's pretty much getting one-shot by bosses nowadays, but doesn't really even matter. They respawn pretty quickly. How does overriding bleed work? The strongest bleed is the one that's dealing its damage. And if it expires, the next strongest bleed that's still going is the one that takes over. Unless you consume bleed, you consume all of them. You can tame 2 beasts. You can like you can unequip your beast and tame a new one, so that you can have like a library of beasts to swap between. You can't have 2 beasts active, I don't believe. I think the keystone even doesn't allow that, but I haven't tested it. I don't know if anyone has. I think the keystone is about having a rower and a tamed beast together. But I could be wrong. Does the keystone allow you to have a second beast? Someone's probably tested. How do you swap out beasts? Just unequip the gem, cut a new tame beast gem, and tame a new one. I should keep an eye out for any other really good ones. I haven't really been looking. Explodes nearby corpses. That's one you could have, I suppose. A little rower explodes corpses. It's good that we got a shock beast then, since shocking leap is not as easy to use anymore. It's not free like it was. No, it's 2 companions. That party had 3 beasts with 2 people. Yeah, that's right, you mentioned that. We don't need to go to free farm. Cool. Alright then, yeah. I mean, 2 beasts is tempting then. Like, you could find, you know, 2 auras and maybe 2 other utilitous effects across two different beasts, so 4 total useful effects. Could be pretty good. They're highly competitive, I think, with other spirit skills. Their downside is only really just that they can die, but you can also add the support gem to kind of like help with that. I don't know if like some passive investment or something could be worth it, but I suppose it's also an option. And magma barrier is like a thing, eh? It's quite substantial, I noticed.
I'll take
Regal and a chaos? Good heavens. That's a pretty high IPD roll on that one. It's only gonna work if we, man, I don't know. It's pretty hard. I have a lot of regals, I guess I'll YOLO it. Nope. That'd be fizz. It'll be a little while before I can upgrade this one. Sorry, I'm not exactly hurting for damage. What defensive layers do you think this build will have? Evasion, block, pretty good leech likely. Lots of like slowing of enemies, blind probably, maim. I might see if there's any way to work in like pin or anything. That might be a bit much maybe.
no wound.
And then I guess also kind of the ability to like hit and run too with when bleeds do their thing. You use Last Grass, they'll stay alive during the first 4 seconds of the revive cooldown. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So then they're basically like up all the time, right? So, that's probably, that might be the next one I get for them. Just the gem level schlepper. I haven't done anything with weapon swaps yet. I probably should consider it. I have this duration shield, so I could do something with that. In theory, I could put the mark on there, but it kind of lasts anyway. You don't really need to do that. Our Scarf gives them 4 seconds of life after they die. Respawn starts straight away. I didn't know that it did that. That's cool. The gem seems even better than I thought it would be. Blood Hunt. Blood Hunt. Hold on, I love this. Ready?
Blood Hunt dashes to an enemy and stabs. Blood Hunt dashes to an enemy and stabs them. Blood Hunt dashes to an enemy and stabs them.
That makes me happy. Blood Hunt dashes to an enemy and fucking stabs them. Excuse my language. Oh no, I'm telling from the samples. I never swear. Is there a reverse knockback? I don't believe so. Reverse knockback has always been a little problematic, so it would be somewhat surprising. With the reduced respawn time in those nodes, it makes it so the revive timer is only like 1 second. Pretty good uptime. I'm happy with, like, you know, a slight downtime. I think it's fine.
Una will thank me for this now.
Oh yeah, I got int. I never equipped the gloves that I did that for though. So we do lose a little bit of resist for that, which is slightly iffy, but and the mana leech will be nice to try. Nice to test out. Una will be happy with that. I'll put that to good use. Actually, oh, I never got the checkpoints though. Amateur hour over here. I don't have it, do I? You. I don't think you can jump these walls. Totally should be able to, right? Is there an advantage to have a shield on your back? Only if you use it for weapon swapping. Also, there's a cosmetic advantage. I think it looks kind of cute. But that shield has increased duration on it. So if I bound something to my weapon swap, I could, in theory, have it gain increased duration. So, like, the totem has, like, 12-second duration, right? So if I bind totem to weapon swap, oh, it requires a melee weapon, so I need to put a melee weapon in there first. It's not... Wait, you can do that now, can't you? How do you do that? Can't you now, like, say, oh, you know, I want this weapon to be active in that slot too? So like my spear is active in both? How do I do that? I thought that was a change they made, right? Can you level up the beasts like normal gems? Yep. And with normal gems too. It's not in yet? Aw, bummer. I really like that change. I want that change. Change is awesome. I really want that change for crossbows and stuff there, especially. Here's Empire's Grass still does have reverse knockback. Wait, there's Empire's Grass is in PoE too. Surprise. Cool. Bunch of old uniques are in. Yeah, I mean they just added like 100, right? It's pretty easy to not know them all. Swift Spear. What level are you guys? Damage rolls. Cool. Sure. Maybe it's over to the left. Hopefully this one. Should be coming soon. They had to delay it for a later patch. Ah, bummer. Good. I'm glad it's still coming then. Like increasing the mana cost on this, but it's not increasing that radius or anything, so maybe not. I think disengage is cheap enough. Don't mind leveling it so much. Have I leveled the totem yet? Really... Oh yeah, I keep forgetting to test it. Totem? Where are you? Yeah, Dagger Ground's like a no-brainer on there, isn't it? Just like an extra hit, so why wouldn't you? I think at this point we just drop the totem, honestly, but it's kind of a nice little thing to have for a while there. My tactician can pretty much constantly keep up my frenzy charges because the projectile damage builds pin. Excellent. Even at level 50, I was like keeping up frenzy charges pretty much constantly, just with electrocute on Stormlance, so it's definitely doable. They did nerf it from 2-ish seconds to 4-ish seconds, but with the extra frenzy charge generation stuff, it should even out pretty well, I imagine. Once you crack the game and start one-shotting trash mobs, the game starts getting really fun. I mean, the idea that they're going for, and I'm not saying it's the right approach, obviously it's not, because so many people are unhappy. They obviously need to strike some middle ground, but the idea is that there will be that satisfying sense of progression where like it is really hard and scary at first, and then you do crack, then you do have like an aha moment and something clicks, you put some skills together in a way, you get a support gem that does a thing and upgrade some gear, and then you're like, oh my god, I'm not scared anymore. That's the idea, man. That's what they're going for. And when the game came into 0.1, people kind of praised it for that, like how scary everything was, like slowly picking their way through the Grellwood while getting charged by werewolves was like praised, right? But now, over the last 4 months, expectations have shifted to the fast endgame gameplay that the game had, and it's changed a lot, I think. Yeah, I think they've gone too far with like nerfing or making Act 1 harder.
My turn. From the earth.
Yeah, baby.
Delay your death. You cowards! Fight or the guillotine.
I don't think I've ever been hit by that. Oh my god, that was brutal. I was a little distracted. All right, guillotine. That's too busy setting up my spear fields, being like, hey, he's gonna walk on these and he's gonna die. My lord.
No escape. Not this time.
You had your chance to kill me. Now it's my turn.
Time is I will rip your damn throat out.
You can put knock back on your beast to like push them around in your spear fields. That's like, I thought. Because he kind of like just pushed him over and he like got knocked back. I was like, you can actually do that.
Your time is up.
Oh my lord, I'm getting chopped. Executioner's executing me. Oh, I like that there's been a couple little surprises in Crawl with some of these guys murdering me. Lachlan and the Executioner seems the heavy hitters with my my fixation on optimizing my damage is getting me killed. Highly entertaining.
You had your chance to kill me. Now it's my turn.
I'll rip your damn throat out. Justice will be served. Take their head.
Indeed, Executioner slaps. Oh, that's a one. That's a slam. I'm not getting guillotined again. Once is funny. Two is... two is the problem.
Justice will be served. I'll rip your damn throat out. Get down here! The guillotine drops.
Guillotine. Oh, baby.
I'll rip your damn throat out.
Oh, yeah, chunk.
Get down here!
Boom.
It's you who should have hanged.
Not a lot of bleed damage considering all the passive investment. I mean, bleed's about half my damage at this point. But that seems to be the nature of bleed and I guess most dot setups in PoE 2 is that you're still kind of a hit damage build. I don't know that there's any pure dot builds unless there's like a spell, some spells and stuff. I guess like some of the chaos spells and things that are just only dots. Burning flame walls and etc. Those sorts of things. Is there any way to get more skill slots? Unsaid rings is the only way. But yeah, I hear ya. Actually, despite how many skill slots we have, it's can feel a little short, can't it? There's a lot of skills we want to use. The problem is spirit skills and stuff like that. I feel like they should have their own separate slots or something. Because spirits already have their own restriction. I don't know. It's all part of the idea, but I feel like my spirit slots eat into my active skills in a way that's not very fun.
Bleed out.
I don't even know if like having a limited number of equipable skills is like necessary at all. I'm trying to think of if it is necessary. I guess to make you have some decisions so that you're not just having every utility skill available at all times. You do have like the somewhat a limit of buttons you can press. So. This guy is not going to take any damage until that molten shell goes down. Yeah, we're talking. And molten shell's back up. Energy shield plus molten shell. He's bleeding, thankfully, so the bleed should finish him off. Oh, bleed one off. Ow. Rude. Mana leech is looking amazing though. Not having any more mana problems, I think. Alright, you guys are quite enough of that, I think. Parry and skills, spear skills don't take up the skill slots. They are extra. Yeah, granted skills don't take up the skill slots at all, thankfully. That would be really bad. Does it matter in any way which item a skill is socketed in? They don't really get socketed in items anymore. Not really a thing. Some items grant skills, but yeah, they're not socketed in things.
Return to nothing.
If you mean weapon swap setups, then, well, it matters as much as whatever modifiers are on your weapon swaps. Or weapon swap skill trees. Do you think Rake will hold up as a good endgame, Claire? I don't think it's going to be, like, competitive with, like, you know, chaining, forking, projectile shenanigans, but, as far as, like, a melee cleave-style skill go, with the built-in movement, it should be pretty good, yeah. And you've got, Hero of Blood to, like, boost that up a bit as well. But we'll see as we go. We'll experiment and see if we want to change things up at all. And we'll have to evaluate whether Stomping Ground wants to be a permanent fixture or not. That remains to be seen. Ooh. What the heck I do? Nice to jump back in here. Level 50, I am level 49. Slightly under's okay. But they are being a little spicy though. You can still get him from the low ground. It recommends this unyielding thing, but I feel like I never get hit when I'm disengaging, so they even do anything. %, of damage taken while using supported skills is recouped as life per quarter. Second of attack time of supported skill. Uh-huh. Did I get blind on parry in the end? I did, yeah, cool. I'll try it and I'll see if I notice it healing me at all, maybe. You know if mark skills snapshot like cursors? I think everything does, basically, as far as weapon shot swaps and things like that are concerned. I've just been sent an important disclosure, what is it? Piece of information. It's not poo on Tully's clothes. She's just been scratching her bum with her chocolate cake spoon. Good to know. Good to know. Sounds good. Sounds good. I'm glad. Thanks for clearing that up. Insufficient mana doesn't prevent use. Da-da-da-da-da. Life Thief. It's possibly even better, honestly. Rally. Consume an endurance charge. Maim on hit. Maim on hit's like kind of okay there. We already kind of maim pretty effectively anyway. I haven't put cadence anywhere. I don't know that I have anywhere that cadence makes too much sense. It'd probably be... yeah, not really. Days when fully breaking armor. Oh yeah, whoa. Can we put that on Bloodhound's Mark? I think it has to be an attack or something, doesn't it? Wait. Days when fully breaking armor. Oh, wait. Excuse me? Does that actually work? That sounds good. Cold Tornadoes and Arts, I just deleted Dorian into Barrages. Yeah, so I saw that Barrage was interacting with it in maybe a slightly funky way. I saw some giga projectile tornadoes going on. Apparently, some clips that I saw from Nathal and a few other people using it, like deleting bosses with tornadoes. So tornadoes looking really good, which I definitely heard lots of people say, tornadoes terrible yesterday, so I was like, I don't know if it's going to be terrible. I figured it would be like really good for clear speed endgame. I didn't think it would have the single target it seems to be getting, except in like closed arenas and stuff, but looks like it's got some potential. You tried Crimson Assault? I think like with this approach of us kind of raking a lot in earlier acts, Crimson Assault would be pretty decent, but I'm like I'm not fully sold on using it. I like the longer duration bleeds. It lets you do more hit and run. Gives you time to do a spear field or two whilst still bleeding them. Whereas with the Crimson Salt, you don't get that. And these nodes here for the aggravate are good anyway. Like, these small nodes are pretty good. Magnitude with crit. So that's 45 magnitude with crits. And then 30% crit chance. So, like, those are just good nodes anyway. Momentum, more damage you move. Disengage. I don't think it's going to do too much, though. I think that's supposed to be stopping Tornado hitting so often doesn't appear to be working. Oh. Right. It might not... I wouldn't expect it to limit multiple projectiles from barrages, but from scattershot it should limit them. But that might not be working, which means it's shotgunning. Oh yeah, I was going to test this thing. Oh, jeez. It has to be the curse that stuns them, which I think that I'm gonna have to find a rare or something. I see heavy belt. I'm like, ooh, strength. Oh, right. Not this time. That was weird. That was some strange animation there. I'm in danger. What happened to my leech being so effective earlier? I swear my leech was popping off earlier. Maybe it was just like 10% really was doing it, and then now I'm down to 5, it's like barely doing anything. Crimson Salt seems like it'd be better for a build that doesn't focus on bleed but still gets good bleed DPS. Yeah, it's like a... just pretending it's like a multiplier for your hit damage. Yeah. I think that was true in PoE 1 builds, wasn't it? Junara, thanks for the 23-month sub, mate.
There's
Appreciate
the
it.
Tyrant in all his rotten glory.
Confused by interaction between incision and bleed, since incision sucks to consume when the target bleeds, but having incision increases bleed magnitude. You want to reapply the incisions after the bleed, so that the increased damage taken affects the bleed. Sources of increased damage taken, like shock and that incision node, they affect the bleed as it's occurring, but they don't affect the original bleed calculation, because the bleed calculation is everything before armor. Armor is like this void where it doesn't affect anything on bleed. Everything before bleed, everything before armor, so that's like your more multis and increased damage and flat damage and all that, is all bundled together and creates the bleed number. Then armor is ignored, and then everything after armor is increased damage taken effects. That scales the actual bleeding. So yeah, that means what you want to do is you want to... Ideally, you want to have incisions, and then you rake, so you get a big bleed, and then you apply more incisions. And that's kind of like how you get some nice damage, hopefully. You got dazed? I don't think you got dazed, but again, it might not have been us who stunned him, right? Might have been us who stunned him instead of the curse, the mark. I don't know if the mark ever gets attributed as stunning them. The fact that the support gem works, though, suggests that it should. The movement of his attack got him on the spear field and he stunned himself again. I want to see that daze work, but I'm thinking it's probably just never really going to work. Maybe I can do it here and just let the bleed only stun him. The problem is he doesn't move that much, so he's not really bleeding. I don't know what that like sudden trigger of stun is. I don't know where that's coming from. Single target ideas for my explosive
Whatever it
spear
was,
tactician.
it's dead now.
Storm lance alongside of it. So you whack down 3 storm lances and 2 explosives and have them all go. Maybe with some frenzies for the boosted up damage. Bloodhound's Mark causes heavy stun based on blood loss. Yeah, it does say that it like causes it, right? So I think what's happening though is it's probably getting close to stun, and then wait, does Bloodhounds have like a does it have like a, what is it called? Primed for stun effect going on? Suffer heavy stun from blood loss. If they suffer enough blood loss while marked, the mark is consumed and they'll release an explosion of blood when killed or heavy stunned. Mark duration doesn't tick while the blah blah blah. Mark target releases a blood explosion on death if they have at least 5% heavy stun. Mark target received heavy stun equal to 300%. Doesn't say anything about primed for stun or anything. I'm just wondering because there's like the bar gets to like 70% and then just goes chunk and they stun. And I don't know what's causing that. Gemtech says it explodes after 5% of heavy stun buildup. Well, yeah, that just means the explosion is now like able to be activated. That doesn't mean it activates though. Unless like I've misread things. Releases a blood explosion when heavy stunned, but it doesn't say it like triggers the heavy stun early, which just seems to be what's happening.
It doesn't work.
It's possible that it has like an undocumented primed for stun style of effect going on.
You found, I think.
Aye, these tired ears could use a tune or two.
Do I gamble exalts on that spear? No, that's a bad idea.
Stay safe, if you can.
Critical, lightning res. Everyone's got dexterity on there. I'm slightly reliant on. What'd you end up with? Yeah.
It seems shadows.
2 lines down the explosion? Mark target receives heavy stun build up equal to 300%. Mark target releases a blood explosion on death if they had at least 5% heavy stun from blood loss. I'm not seeing it. Don't know what you're talking about. Are you reading these as separate lines? Mark target releases a blood explosion on death is the keyword there. It doesn't say it explodes after 5% heavy stun build up, because that's definitely not how that works. That would be exploding constantly. I'm planning on buying the Smiling Knight for this build. Do you think it's good? I haven't looked at that one, I don't think. I had a note on some uniques. Oh, Smiling Knight was the aggravate on crit. Yeah, that one actually looked pretty good. I was like, that even seems maybe endgame viable. What's my crit getting like now? 31%. Need some more crit damage. Can you dual wield spears? You cannot. Imagine how awkward that'd be. I don't think there's any reason to do rapid assaults. Gonna need this. Got a pretty good collection of regals going. Maybe I should just regal this at this point. We'll use this. Tangle Tongue. 26. Forks critical hits. 10% of skill mana costs converted to life costs. Would I use it for leveling? Sure. You go on Amazon, you got the accuracy, the crit note around there, and you were doing some like spear throws or something. I guess that'd be alright. It doesn't seem like it would. Some Iron Runes it'll last a while, but it's got pretty big high. It's got pretty high crit, hasn't it? Read the Forks crits description. Oh, this is a different thing. I thought it just meant that like critical hits fork. With hits with this weapon roll against their critical hit chance twice. Oh wait, this is a whole different thing. What the? Someone went a little wild with this. When determining if they're a critical hit, if either roll succeeds, the hit will be a critical hit, and thus critical damage bonus will apply as normal. If both rolls succeed, the hit will be a critical hit and critical damage bonus will apply twice. If a modifier makes your critical hit chance lucky, that luck will apply individually to both of those rolls. So double crit, basically. A chance for a double crit. That's pretty fun. I thought it was like fork on crit. Okay, that's a different thing. Would you use it? Sure, I'd use it for a while at least, until the damage dropped off. Okay, we have and socket. No, you can only have one, can't you? Yeah. Let's go the gloves, maybe. And resist-wise, I'm gonna need gold res for sure. Gold. I have 3. I could upgrade it to a greater one. Seems reasonable. Maybe before I can't use it, level requirement or something. 2% extra. That's not what fork means. That is an unusual thing to call it, but I guess I kind of understand the logic there. I think we're here, right? Warframe double crits? Yeah. Warframe, what else? Grim Dawn. There's like the multi-crit system as well. Question for you in the guide. You put the uncut support gem combo finisher for Blood Hunt, but I saw that you're using another one. I just took it out. It is good, but it's harder to use, so I might remove it from the guide because I don't want like people to be like, I can't actually do this. This is too hard. Like if I'm finding it a little bit too clumsy, then I should probably change it for other people too. There may be better gems. For now, I'm just putting Execute in there because that's honestly pretty fine. As you want to use it like right at the end of the health bar anyway, just to finish them off. And it might even be better, honestly, since you only really ever want to use it then. It does mean that phased bosses, it doesn't get that bonus, but yeah. Thanks for the note, I forgot I did that. Greater Rune being a 2% increase feels like a scam. Yeah, going from 12 to 14% is a little bit anticlimactic. I thought it was going to be like 10, 15, 20. This was like 10, 12, 14. Ugh. Instant recovery. Nah. What's in this room? Gold. And a socket. A singular shard. Oh, that's dead end. So Beast giving you increased physical damage aura and shocks enemies on hit. Guaranteed too. It only takes one hit and they do it. Yes. Dead end. Happened to eat the rest of this chocolate cake in a day. I'm only accepting well done as feedback. I'm not even mad. I'm impressed. You got it in the fridge and ate the whole chocolate cake? I might have some chocolate cake soon. Probably should have some lunch of some description first. Ams, would you be able to nuke a small bowl of the tuna pasta for me? Trying to start error in your leveling guide. Where do you want me to leave the feedback on Max Roll? Chat. Unless, like... I can't think of a reason why chat's not reasonable for that. Tell me. I'll update it right now. Oh, unless you mean this, like, the grenade leveling guide. I might have to do that later, but I'll make a note. I appreciate you pointing out errors. Amy just declared her intention to eat the whole cake. If you want some, might they need to be quicker than soon? Yes. Yes, indeed. Soon may not be an option. I do like that knockback for the spear field. Oof. I can use this for some healing. The bloody minions of rare monsters are so tanky. I swear they're tankier than the rares. Is it dazed? Because that was definitely from the thing. I don't see daze on there. Does daze have an icon? It might only be an effect on them. I didn't look at the actual monster. We also have a feedback channel in Discord. That's true. If you're there, you could drop it in there for sure. The update also Herald of Blood support gem, because also in the guide you put in execute. That's a bit confusing. Execute was what I used in there for a while. Did I leave it in there and put it somewhere else? I did, didn't I? Yeah, you're right. Thank you. Good call. It's not even that good on Herald of Blood anyway. Saving. Guide leveling error is Act 2 Mastodon Badlands says to kill monsters there until you obtain Sun Relic and then enter the Bone Pit. But the Sun Relic only drops from the Bone Pits. It can drop from either. Are you sure it only drops from there? I'm pretty sure it can drop from either. Both of them. Keth's relic can drop from Keth and actually I'm not sure about Keth, but I'm pretty sure on the Boneyards it can drop from both of them.
Feeding it's a fool's game.
Let me see something here. Let me consult my notes. Are there any references to the... It's the Kabbat... It's the Sun... Is it the Sun? It is the Sun Clan Relic. Sun Clan Relic. And where it drops. It's the non-Keth one. I farmed the Mastodon Zone fully 3 times and didn't get it. Went to Bone Pits and got it in 5 minutes. Bone Pits, Bone Pits, Bone Pits. You went to Bone Pits. Sun Clan Relic. Kabbalah Clans Relics. So that one. Yep. Yeah. I think. I thought it was either. I'm pretty sure it can drop in both, but I should at least say either of them. Did I in the guide write either of them? Do. I appreciate you checking in on this though, for sure. I want this to be the comprehensive, giga accurate leveling thing. So I like the check. Sun Clan Relic, but I should have it in Bone Pits too. Kill monsters until you can obtain the Sun Clan Relic, because otherwise people will run into that issue where like maybe they like clear the zone and then they think they have to reset instead of just knowing that they can go into Bone Pits and do it. Kill monsters here or in the Bone Pits, maybe I'll say. I'm fairly certain it can drop in both. It's unlucky that you didn't get it in 3 tries though. I thought it was kind of effectively guaranteed, honestly. Never had it drop in the Badlands, only in the Pits. Let me have a look at resources. Ooh. What? I think I have it. I think I have this in my notes anyway, so it should have come up. Theft of Ivory, Ancient Vows, optional Sun Clan Relic. Havoc does have Sun Clan Relic on both. And I am fairly sure about that, but it could use some more testing. And I'm seeing like half people say I've had it drop in both. I'm saying some people say I've only ever got it in the other place. Yeah, I think I can improve the wording though for sure. Honestly appreciate you seeing it, you guys. Thanks, mate. I'll plan on keeping them updated and relevant and everything to the best of my abilities, eh? Let me make a note to fix that, eh? Maxwell guide updates to do. Excuse me. What the heck? Obsidian's being a little buggy. Where is leveling guide? We have an actual section for this. Leveling guide. Add reference to Sun Clan relic for both zones to avoid confusion. Also, I'll look for even further verification. Further verify can drop in either. On that note, what do I have for Keth? Kabbalah Clan relic only in Keth. I feel like Kabbalah Clan relic only can drop in Keth. I don't think it can drop in Lost City, but I don't know. I've just always had it drop in Keth, I guess. It only drops in one. Yeah, literally 50-50 in chat. Heal effect on the minion is strong. It's got, yeah, I tested one pre-launch and it was like it was the equivalent of like a well-rolled flask. It was pretty good. And it cancels enemy regen too, which is cool. I'll be back. Need a short break. Then boss fight time. Thanks for the note on that one as well. It's a good improvement to make either way. I don't know if Obsidian is like a very like big profit money thing to do sponsors for. I'll shill it for free. It's just good software, and it's, you know, it's basically free to use, so. Hello, hello, welcome back. Combat Frenzy feels impossible to use without a good way to electrocute things. The good alternative, if you don't have access to Pin, is to use something like Glacial Lance or Fangs of Frost to freeze trash mobs. It rarely helps on boss fights regardless of what you're doing. Like, it's only going to be a frenzy charge every now and then, even if you had like good Pin or something. That's what Sniper's Marth is for, right? Alright. Geonord time. Time for the Geodude fight.
Bleed to dry. Husband, this interloper has the power.
Interloper.
Kill her, and you shall have.
Do you ever get food from
everything I
Domino's? Not too often these days.
I'll remove your head myself.
Go on then. Come and get it.
Easy prey. You will pay for that.
Probably had a fair bit of Domino's growing up, but yeah, not so much these days.
First one's eye. You'll pay with your life. Oriana, open the cage.
Oh, that's what.
Release the beast. Give me what you promised.
I think not. I expect so much more.
My beast. Poor guy.
Quick, to do the job. I'll find someone who can. Goodbye, husband.
You manipulative whore. How dare you abandon me after all I've given you? Killing frost.
You can actually parry
I
that
will
ability.
take out your heart and savor each bite.
Stunned. Time to bully. Damn. That spear field damage is looking amazing. Dang. Almost one cycle didn't. Close.
Tortured under the moon. The pack suffered but endured.
That was some big damage.
Hound now in tune. No tales were told. None new, none old. And the endless hunger grew ever stronger.
Boom.
Move on and battle hard.
So good. So juicy. Good try, Geodude. Good try. I was 1 point away from this one, which would have been a huge node for that fight. Damage.
Allow me to clear your mind.
Oh, you got a unique
Only
charm.
for a moment.
Consecrated ground on use when you start bleeding. Hey!
The madness. It consumed my being. Oriana,
Geodude
used
slammed
it
poetry.
against me. Where has she taken the beast? I found messages from the desert.
The pet's leveled, but I haven't
From
no
Vesti.
investment further than that.
Yes. Find her. Kill her.
There is a gem I'll put in there to help with the
But
dying issue.
first,
Just need another
please,
fortune.
stop the madness. As you wish.
Fixed a bug which was causing elemental twisters to gain 50% of damage as extra of the corresponding type on twister to gain 50% for each projectile fired. So one of the projectiles is gaining 50, another 100, another 150. Wait, what? That's hilarious. Oh my god. That's like such a reasonable nerf, but you just know people are gonna be mad, right? Because like, it's like take away one of two viable builds. Hopefully it's still good. If not, hopefully it gets some compensatory buffs, perhaps. That's a pretty wild one though. I thought there was something going on with projectiles, but I didn't think it was something like that. Crazy.
If you find a pint out there, don't bring
And my first unique strongbox? Yeah, I've had two now. I had the bug, which was really buggy, funnily enough. The jeweled beetle, which was fun. And yesterday after stream, when I was getting some footage for my little vlog. I got there's like a Trial of Chaos themed one or something like that, and there's like a bunch of waves of enemies you have to kill, and then it drops a bunch of corrupted items, including a corrupted unique weapon.
Greetings.
Mine was garbage, as one would expect. Is it worth buying into early access? Oh mate, like, I 100% think so, but early access is always, you need to know you're getting an unfinished game. It's truly unfinished. It's one of the like higher quality unfinished games, but you know, someone's gonna razz me for saying that because some people are unhappy with the recent patch because it made things harder and a bit more grindier and less pleasant in the early campaign. Although I'd say those sorts of changes affect players that have been playing a bunch already. They probably don't really affect a lot of new players that much because you are going in with like no expectations, so you're just gonna kind of like adapt to what the game is, more likely. But I think so. But, you know, it's never necessarily a wrong idea to wait until the game is 1.0 and feature complete, right? Like, you might want to... You might be going, I really want to play a sword character. I love swords. Oh my lord, I only want to play swords. And then you'll be like, huh, this game doesn't have swords. Seems like a strange thing. It just so happens that the class kind of associated with swords as its identity is just not in the game yet, so...
What have you learned?
You know. It's got some like incredible boss fights and visual effects and sound and music, and it's got so much like features and content, but it is still like half of what they want to do. Do you know if infusion creates an explosion at the end of Twister's life? I don't know how it interacts with the Twister actually. Yeah, not sure. So I'm adapting your Maxwell Merc leveling guide to a totem tactician grenadier, and it's super strong and fun right now. That's awesome to hear, mate. I love that. I really like tactician. Seems very fun. I might have to do something with them later. Tactician looks very cool. Level 13 needs dex and levels. Swift Spear is our next one. Feel like the only chance I really managed to get an upgrade, it's the faster base, which is nice, is if I go for an Alk or I get... I don't think I have an essence that's relevant here. I have enough transmutes to just kind of YOLO and see. Oops. Oh, that's fine. Are swords or axes? No swords or axes. There are spears and maces and quarterstaves for melee. And there are a variety of spellcaster weapons, and for ranged there are spears, because they're also ranged, and crossbows and bows. And spellcaster weapons are all kind of like a mix. There's like two-handed ones, one-handed ones, off-handed ones, shields of various types. Infamous Uber, thanks for the 82-month sub, mate. Very much appreciated. Fantasy game with no dragons or swords. I do like when, I do like that they kind of don't go the, see, I don't know. I love the generic fantasy. I love generic fantasy. I also love like super typical gothic, like horror as well. But at the same time, I also, something that's I think always been really charming about Path of Exile is how it does feel quite unique, and it would feel out of place for them to have like a, you know, a European style dragon or something, but there are plenty of like things from Maori culture or Pacific Island culture that could work as like a dragon style thing, so it's not to say that they can't be dragons. There's what are they called? I don't remember the name. There's basically a thing that's like a water dragon. I'm trying to remember what they're called. Bonus points for anyone who knows kind of like some. I think it's Maori myth culture creatures like that. Yeah, there's a lot. Chat's going really fast for me. Okay, like you guys are going brr, 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 brr. So I try to keep up and answer stuff. I'm definitely missing things. In mind, Europeans and Americans never been in NZ. Everything in PoE looks alien, which is really cool, right? Like, even I'm only just across the pond, and it's like unique enough that it's I think really interesting. The Tunifar, yeah, that's the one. The Tunifar. Thank you. That's what I was trying to think of. Which is, you know, their kind of dragon thing, if I can find her. I don't know what they'll do with a Tunifar, but, you know. I don't know what's the most, like... What's an accurate depiction of a Tunifar, though. Google Images is useless, man. There's so much AI-generated stuff in there. I don't even know what's real.
Lead to try.
Well, they have so many people in chat now that are watching. Thanks, Wolf. Does it mean Sea Serpent does it? Perfect. I know what you're talking about from the River Monsters TV series, but I don't recall the name. Yeah, Thunderfall was the one I was thinking of. Good chance they do something with that, right? Like, that's a cool thing to do. And next act, we know, is going to be, like, boats, water, island. So, perfect place to have Thunderfall. Large supernatural beings live in deep pools and rivers, dark caves of the sea. Yeah, if you posted a question, I missed it earlier because chat was moving fast. Just repost. I'll try and catch you. Thanks, Wolf. Appreciate that, mate. Act 4 is gonna be Kin's March. Wait, the one where you can remember how we had a hands-on play at like ExileCon where you could like take the boat to different islands. Was that the King's March based one? Surely it is, right? Because King's March is like a port, so that was the one, right? I'm pretty sure that's the next one.
That's him up there.
That was Act 4, yeah. Alright, Wrathbreaker's another one of those bosses that can one-shot us, so... Trying to roam up to the top now. Oh, that spearfield's looking juicy. Mate, if Stomp starts dropping off, and I might endgame do a Spearfield build. I think Rake will be like, Rake and Stomp probably be clear skill, but Spearfield for single target seems like it has strong potential.
They're everywhere.
I don't know what to do. Come and get me, coward. What are you gonna do? You're just gonna sit there and eat my Spearfield? Is that what you're gonna do? Poor little doggos. I don't know what to do. Show a current tree. Oh, my tree is a crangled mess from the planet tree. See, I do the experimenting here, and then I try and fix it, and then what I learn, I incorporate into the planner. So mine's a mess, but I do like the knockback for Spearfield. I don't know that it's worth the point investment over just getting like the spear cluster for leveling, so that's why I've kind of changed the tree like that. But if we do Spearfield at endgame, the knockback might be worth it. I'm thinking we might need some other knockback distance for it to really shine. You could anoint Force Wave. That's pretty good. Stun, build up, knockback, and strength. Is it anointable? Oh, it's not anointable. Wait. Huh? Have they just not done the tooltips? Oh, you might not be able to see him until endgame or something. I can't see where to get it. Thanks, Snapchat. How you doing, mate? Why no momentum on Rake? if you wanted to scale the bleed a little higher, I guess you could go that route. The problem is you're not always necessarily actually moving, and martial tempo is better with stomping ground. Martial tempo is like, I think, your leveling gem. I could see potentially changing at endgame, but honestly, who doesn't like attacking fast? What about taking Crimson Assault? I probably should test it just to see how it feels, but I think the nodes next to it are really good anyway. And the downside of Crimson Assault is pretty distinct, because like you literally can't do like the incision stacking stuff if you got Crimson Assault, because you just don't have time to build incisions while the bleed's still going. Is Rayclast Australis and New Zealand Oriath? It looks really close when you compare. There's probably some inspiration going on there. The forsaken continent of Rayclast is Australia, off the coast of Oriath and New Zealand or something. I don't know. It's a bit. There's no like direct parallels, but you know, there's probably possibly. I didn't write that stuff though, so I couldn't tell you for sure. No, I don't want that one. 24 strength. I got a really good belt from the Rogue Exile. I want more Rogue Exile encounters. Those are fun, man.
Who goes
Give me more of those.
I only hope I have browse as long as you wish.
Oh no, give me that. Do. Let's consult the Ziggy D leveling guide to find out when move speed 25 boots. Level 50, which I believe is not yet. Yeah. We are 50, but the shop is only selling item level 48, 47, wait, 52? Okay, they can do some, so they could be. It'll be more consistent when we get a few levels, I think.
Blessings.
Do I want to change my tree a smidge? I could drop the knockback for a while. I don't hate it though. And strength over there is quite nice. I think I'll probably cut through there. I was debating about whether I want to come up this way and get the dex accuracy attack speed, or whether I want to come out this way, get the crit. I like that it's got attributes as well. Plus, if we want to get acrobatics down the line, that's right there, so it kind of makes sense to position that way. If we do the Spearfield stuff, the hazards things are right here. There's increased damage per trigger, 15% chance to rearm. So that one's just 15% multi, it's pretty good. Now, I feel like there's another cluster over here. Reduced armor and evasion rating. Nah, there's a 5% rearm, but that's probably not worth going anyway for. I imagine that's all. Sorry, not momentum. Escape velocity. 2 points off your path for movement speed and evasion. Oh, you're talking about a passive. Yeah, I thought momentum you were talking about like a support gen. It's like travel distance damage or something, right? Oh, you just mean this little guy here? Yeah, I mean, you can take that. The reason why I haven't taken it, if you like want to know the reasoning behind that, is I don't have good evasion gear, so it wouldn't give me much at all. My evasion gear is, this is ES, this is low level, this is hybrid and low level, this is like my best and it's bad, so my shield is 26. Yeah, it's all pretty bad. My gear is just not that good, really. Does incision scale bleed damage, or is it chance to inflict bleed? By default, it's just chance to inflict bleed, but there are nodes that give bleed magnitude, and there's also increased damage taken based on incision too. So it can scale. You guys, when you say level with whirlwind, do you mean whirling slash? Yeah, sorry. Whirling slash creates whirlwinds, so I sometimes use the names interchangeably. Is that in here? Level with explosive spear and whirlwind. Technically accurate, but whirling slash is a bit less confusing. There you go. Supplement with spear field for damage. It's very good with range support. Prioritize fizz gear for bleed. Upgrade flasks regularly. Just as it never hurts to remind, you know. Never hurts to remind about that. Same as Spearfield. No, yeah, I reevaluate Spearfield is much better now. Spearfield will also be quite helpful in Seconds 2. I did use another boss in the end. Okay. Slight update. Thank you. I like how quick and easy it is to update that planner. But using Last Rider on Rake be better than Brutality? I don't think so. Gratho thinks so. But it probably depends on how much strength you stack. Like right now, what am I at? 106, so it's 100 to 150 bleed versus a bit lower from the spear, or maybe it might be better to look at the actual numbers here. But the Rake has the 100% more magnitude of bleed, so... Although, I do wonder if 100% more magnitude of bleed inflicted on Rake applies to Stomping Ground, because it's not tied to a specific, like, part of the attack. It just says generically. So this 100% might actually apply to Stomping Ground's bleed procs too. In which case, that does make it mean that the bleeds from Stomping Ground are, if you have enough strength, stronger than the slash. I also just... the other thing, though, is, like, then you lose Brutality, so that's 25% more that you don't have. So I don't know. Still can't shift to see skill impact or emotions required? Oh, right, emotions. I was like, what are you talking about? All right, the distilled emotions. Yeah, I looked earlier too and I couldn't see any. I don't know, I questioned Growther's decision on the Lacerate gem. But when you say level... Oh, yep. Thanks, Ames.
It's shut. Lisa.
I don't think it's like enough of a difference to really stress over them. If you do use Lacerate in there, then go for it. It's probably not going to be a big difference. Rake with Stomp hits 4 times. Why would you also... Wait. Why would you want the Stomp also bleeding so most of the damage will be wasted? Yeah, like, I feel like the hit damage is just better to scale earlier on at least. Post Act 3, your bleed becomes more substantial, but the bleed from the just regular slash is enough. You can just focus on scaling that with Brutality. Have that be higher, and I don't know. Yeah, I don't get Lacerate though. Rake also has 117% attack damage. True, and it's just the 150. There's no further multiplier on Stomping Ground, right? Such 100% actually. So you're right. Pretty sure Rake's Slash would come out ahead, unless again it depends on how much strength you have. Maybe Growther stacks strength a bit more aggressively. I got a beast with a resistor that gives all res. Nice, that's great for leveling. I definitely could do with 20 all res. 1 res is terrible.
Bleed out. Foul thing.
Flask upgrades. We start searching for Transcendent Life Flasks in this act. Try and get those guys sorted. Mana Flask 2, but given my mana leech, it seems like that's not necessary. So the priority is the life one. Charges when you kill an enemy is not really like all that good anyhow, so I don't know. Hey, Devil King, how's the build going? Amazingly. Really good. Why not stack full strength to scale the Stomp? Because I think Bleed's pulling ahead now anyway.
Smacks are rough in this place. What are the Faradin playing at?
I should actually test like not having it, but I think just having the hits and the like the effects associated with that, included leech, it makes leech better. I think just having the hits is better than like having another damage support on Bleed. Oh, ooh, Chaos Barrage. Frozen Chaos Barrage action. Gem drops. Interesting. The Chaos Barrage.
Fortune favors the bold.
Unique hat. This is Deed Bell. Deed Bell. Has that been a thing already? I think it was, right? I feel like I remember the art. Warcries explode corpses, dealing 10% of their life as physical damage. Warcry skills increased area effect, Warcry speed, and 10 strength and armor. Honestly, I'm tempted. Nah. It's not really gonna help me. Too. The aggravate proc's much better with Stomp. That's true, yeah. See, even if the damage falls off on Stomp, we don't focus on it much anymore. The other effects of it, just having a bunch of on-hit effects. Incision, aggravate, leech, life down hit, mana leech. All that stuff is good. Potentially knockback if you're invested in that. Like the knockback works really well with it because it goes pulse, so it's 2 knockbacks, and then the rake slash, and then another pulse after it. It goes do slash do. It's interesting that it doesn't like do more pulses when you do a long distance one, eh? Take the same amount of steps, you just kind of like teleport forwards. Just checking out the guide, JT Goose. Hope it helps you, mate. Hey, Michael. How do you expect clearing to be in maps? I think it will be decent, but not amazing, by virtue of it not being projectiles and not having any way to chain beyond the reach of our Herald of Blood explosions. But Herald of Blood will do a lot for that, though. I don't know if there's any other things we can take advantage of. We might end up wanting to get some area scaling for clearing, which is not something I've felt necessary at all during the campaign. But when it comes to like map clearing, we might change our mind on that. The fact that you move around really offsets a lot of the fact that you don't have a ton of AoE. Widow's Reign, Knight Armor. Life, Chaos Res, Ailment Threshold. Life that would be lost by taking damage is instead reserved until you take no damage. I like that mechanic. That's a cool one. I had that in PoE 1 somewhat recently, and it was fairly strong, I believe. What companion is that? It is a cat, but the base beast doesn't really matter here. In fact, it's a pretty mediocre base beast, even though it looks cool.
It's a death trap.
But it's got a physical aura and it shocks on hit, so the modifier that it has are great.
Leave to dry.
It's just sat there on the burning ground. Don't stand in the fire, dude. Cat's never played an MMO, I guess. I have a gem for it now as well. Pause. Let's give it to it now. So we'll do Last Gasp. So the cooldown, I don't think it says, does it? Reviving. Delay. What make the revive after a short delay? Doesn't actually say how much that is. Strange. Wrong box. Yep. There's a weapon strong box with no modifiers that did anything. Seems about right. Probably a good idea to get the crit damage now. Is there any... Oh, I need dexterity though, so let's do some of our traveling. Does that let me do things? Do I have a higher one? Oh, yeah, I've got a 13 here. Still not enough dexterity. Damn, I need another 7. Ouch. What's the main difference between yours and Garatha's setup? Is yours not relying on strength stacking? Not at this point, no. I mean, you still stack strength because strength is good and it's still more damage and it gives you more life, but I'm not like, it's not a big focus. And I'm not using Lacerate on. I don't know what Garath has done since I looked at the stuff before, but I'm not using Lacerate on this. Going for the royal bleed damage a bit more. And I think I'm leaning into Spearfield more. I don't think he is doing what I'm doing with Spearfield. So I've got incision scaling that I'm messing with at the moment, which is looking pretty promising. The idea is that we can stack 10 incisions using Spearfield, which does a lot of damage too. And that causes them to take 20% increased damage and the extra bleed magnitude. Essence of Haste. Ooh. Shall I gamba? Aw. Boo. My Essence of Haste. He's going for a greater Essence of Haste. Don't even know if you can get it at this level. But I haven't looked too closely what Grath is doing like right now and how it's playing and stuff like that to evaluate. We're kind of like doing our own thing, and we'll see. You know, it'll be interesting to see what differences we end up with. I'm thinking Spearfield is very promising. I can see it honestly becoming a single target.
Bleed out.
How do I claim the item for the Twitch Dropper event? You like look at the top of your Twitch profile thing. There's like a little icon for it, and you can link to your Path of Exile account to claim it. If there was a skill that stood out to me most during the reveal, it's quite a cool skill. Quite a cool skill. It you do a lot of utility with it. It can do a lot of damage. It's really satisfying when it does kind of like work well. It does. It's like, I like skills that are like hyper effective against some enemies, where they just like you feel like you have a big advantage, like you're cheating a bit. You fight like a large enemy who likes to walk around a lot, and you're like, oh my god. I love and life.
Fire and iron. That insane? Shut your mouth, traitor! Burn, burn, burn! Die, die, die!
Oops. I got stuck there. It's a good thing she exploded at that point.
Burn, oppressors!
The stun's getting real good.
Slow down! Burn, burn, burn!
She's coming.
Didge. Could check boots, but nah.
1,000 praise.
Forgot how to get the reforged bench. It's the big lava guy in the foundry off of the sunken city, whatever it's called. You gotta go do the stompy lava boy. What's with the health bars now? There's a few things going on. You can see their blood loss, and I've got exposed weaknesses from my ascendancy. It's on reveal weakness, open weakness. They take 50%, you deal 50% more damage to them when you do anything to them in that portion of their life. I actually can afford to get one of these guys going. I should probably get precision online, actually. So I don't think break posture is working, right? Supports attack, causing them to daze enemies. And this is like an attack, and it does attack damage. So in theory it should work, but I don't see it ever dazing the enemies. It's kind of unfortunate. But not a big deal. I'll test it more soon. Make a note to test so I don't forget. Oh, that's the leveling guide. Test days on mark. And for now, let's get a few things we can do with Herald of Blood ultimately. But I think that it might be nice to just get clarity going. No, not clarity. Precision. Precision. 10 spirit. I've got some spare. I mean, it's a nice thing though, isn't it? 2% flat crit, a few hundred extra accuracy. Nice, nice. I don't have the accuracy cluster down here yet, do I? The attack speed. It's starting to be worth it though. Mark's also a spell. Mark's a spell, but it has an effect that deals attack damage. So I would have thought that, but maybe it might not be the, I think it might be because like it's not the attack portion of it that's causing the stun. And it might also be that the stun doesn't really attribute to the skill anyway because it's caused by your bleed. All that skill is doing is making the stun build up. Making bleed apply stun build up. So it's putting a modifier on the monster that's saying bleed causes stun build up. I think that's probably what's going on there. Did you just change passives? I could swear you had 1,000 cuts and Inevitable Rupture. I did change them, yeah, because I think early on you just want to focus more on the hit damage. So I just optimized the tree a bit to make it stronger for leveling. If you've got the other way around, it's fine. Don't stress. You don't have to change. You can if you want, but you can save your gold and just keep it because, like, I have the nodes anyway. I just changed the order in which we get things basically. Yeah, Smiling Knight looks interesting. What are the two supports on Mark? The big one is Single Out, which does armor break. It's so good. Single Out causes any fizz damage dealt to them to deal armor break, which is pretty amazing. And then the other one is Break Posture, but I don't think it works. I want to test it a bit more though, just to make sure.
Finally, some shade.
Maybe if I turn off my beast.
Like a stuck pig I am.
Problem is, it just dies.
Bleed!
Why isn't it stunned? Huh? Its heavy stun bar was full, but it didn't get stunned, it just died. Do you have to hit it again to trigger it? Like, does the heavy stun bar fill up, but it only can be stunned on a hit? Is that how that works? Huh? What is their accent? Kind of Northumbrian. The actor who plays her. Oh, there's a thing. The actor who played her commented on my YouTube video showcasing the Huntress. It's pretty cool. So he did the Ranger as well.
Like this.
A front against nature.
Sondar, the Stormbinder, has a Leah cast equipped. I don't know if that's a good item to wear, mate, but I keep getting ES guys. Good that. Oh, this one's like a monk. Cool.
End this foolishness.
His spinning, whirling, whatever it is, was pretty bad when he's slowed, eh? It's pretty hilarious. I love the Rogue Exiles edition. It helps that I've been murdering them. Leah cast. Life, mana, allies in your presence deal increased damage. Dexterity, reduce damage. Reduce damage. Is your companion from the Tame Beast skill? That's the one. Leah cast. It's not a it seems so wrong that it's not a festival mask anymore. I always loved the Leah cast festival mask.
If you
It sounds so fancy.
take
like,
your time.
Makes me happy. What did one way all the way over here? Imagine living on this thing. So unpleasant.
Take care.
At least the salvage bench is close. Shall I salvage the deed bell? I shall.
Browse as long as you like. Blessings.
Blessings. Salvage the Leah cast. It looks awesome though. It'd be a good skin transfer. I suspect. Augment. Augment. Look. Just augment first, please. Accuracy mana regen. That's maybe worth a regal. Charges gained. More recovery on low life. Nah. It's not a bad little belt base. Our one's pretty good. Yeah. Fire, lightning, resist, mana leech. Well, Ellie, I'd be pretty happy with that, but no.
Stay inside.
Loot sorting. Oh yeah, this. Oh my god, 100 life. I always forget like how much higher life is on jewelry in this game. It always catches me off guard when I see triple digits. Ooh. That's not a bad little amulet. My current one is still pretty good though. I only lose precision if I drop the Amber amulet. I do lose the +1 all melee skills, otherwise strength and attributes versus tons of int. That's a good amulet though. Sellable. Okay, I need some scrolls, please.
Stay inside.
Another 13. I think I'll need either of those. Let's chuck a regal in here. Want to roll mana? Nah. Alright, back we go. Will the cast affect companions? Yeah, it's allies, and your companions are definitely your allies. No giant move speed roll, sadly.
The hunt is on.
Excuse me, what?
Get back.
What's that backflip? Show us your spear. I've heard good things about it. Good heavens. My broad spear. Is that what you'd like to see? I wasted too many exalts on this, but it's pretty hard to beat for now. The projectile skills doesn't do anything for me. It would be pretty amazing if you were doing a throw build. But it's just got good fizz, ultimately. Bit of accuracy and leech is pretty good too. All we really care about is that high fizz for the most part. What's the spirit cost of it? Doesn't show up on the gem. The spirit cost of a tame beast is entirely dependent on the beast you get. It's a percentage reservation, and it scales based on the nature of what you get. I don't know exactly how, but presumably a stronger, bigger, fancier monster takes more spirit. I've seen like ranging from like 30 to mid 40s. I assume it probably ranges from like 30 to 50 or something. Because there's a node that makes companion damage increase your damage. No, unfortunately that doesn't work that way. That's just specifically the affix companion damage, like that quote unquote. So it's only really for anything that applies percentage increased companion damage, which just increased damage to your allies. It is not going to do. What do you think of the Lich? I have zero thoughts on the Lich, except cool, Lich. I like that they did a phylactery. I feel like the phylactery should have been a mandatory passive. I should have made it. Like not have, like, I don't know, be a little more powerful and be mandatory or something. Because like a Lich should have a phylactery, right? Annual assault. Go into Trader's Passage. I don't have a stash here. Come back down. It's based on the monster's hidden effectiveness stat. Yeah, but what's that based on? Is it like, is it affected by their modifiers? Is it just affected by the beast itself? If it doesn't scale, if it's not based on the modifiers, then you'd just want like the shittiest little mob with the best auras, right? I haven't tested Hamo crystals. Hamo crystals are a little weird and unusual. Not sure what we might want to do with those guys yet. You could use Ancestral Call for clearing with Rake. I feel like damage is good enough. Could be a thing, I suppose. Does 2 additional rakes. If it spreads it in different directions, it could be good. I want more gems on like parry, but this shield is not going to happen unless I get a new one.
Browse as long as you like.
There's no parry shields in here. Rude. Rude.
Sands guide you.
Check the spears. Sea glass spear, 9 to 14 fizz. That roll is slightly low, but it's enough of a base upgrade that it could work. 2k for a gambler.
Like the scorpion.
Crit chance is not crazy. Good. Gambler Regal. Oh, okay, that'll do. Why does this sea glass spear need int? Huh? That's not a thing that they normally do. Just randomly, I guess, like to make things a bit more diverse. Normally they're strength dex, but then this one's like, I'm not smart enough to poke things with this pointy stick. This pointy stick requires a degree. Like 65 int! The hell? How am I going to equip this? Maybe I should have kept the Lear cast or whatever it was. Something got in, didn't it? Huh? Higher crit base? Oh, higher crit base. Okay. I mean, don't know if that helps me much, but interesting though. I think that's cool though. I think it's cool to have like some unusual bases in there. I think that's fun. There was a spear sword with lightning damage. I don't know if that's still a thing. Random bases like pure lightning start around this point. I like that sort of thing. Even though I complain about not having it. I'm only complaining because I can't equip it.
My word, I shall put this to
I actually like it, but yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do about that because it's good damage, but it is it even better damage? Like it's actually, well, I've got I don't have quality or socket on there yet, so it will be higher. As well as higher crit. Not that much higher, so yeah, honestly, if it's too hard to get the int, I might not bother. Now, where are we going? Oh yeah, back through my portal. Spear with lightning damage if you want to RP as Zeus. It's just, unfortunately, it's just bad though, right? Like, I want those to be good. They should roll increased elemental damage, and increased elemental damage should be local, like increased physical.
Soften the wound.
Maybe. Or like, I don't know, maybe just for those spears at the end. Because you just can't. Like, there is no like pure LE currently, the way things are set up. Slice, you might break it off if you aren't smart. True. This spear would be good until maps, much better than mine in mid-access. Yeah, I could keep using this one. But you know, if you can upgrade. We don't need to fight Barbala. So I'm pretty sure, yeah, that's Barbala, the papers. Regal. Nice. Viper said they kept percent fizz on the elemental weapons because they also roll flat fizz. Yeah, I mean... okay, but... they maybe should also have access to some other thing that they can do to be actually usable.
Bleed!
And I don't know, it'd be cute to have like a base that doesn't, like, couldn't roll fizz. To have like a implicit modifier that says, you know, cannot roll physical modifiers. Be kind of neat. Should convert instead. I can see why they probably wouldn't want to do that. That's kind of the realm of like something that a unique would do, not just a plain item. Got to exchange vendor yet. How much is Chaos Orbs to Exalt? Not checked. Whoa. What if they didn't? Blitz Rumble. See ya, buddy. Boink. Is Leave just for mobility, or does it combo with anything? It has some utility effects on it, like Consecrated Ground, and it can also do Shocked Ground. Oh yeah, my beast. But it's also just for mobility as well, since it lets you leap over gaps and leap over monsters, and it's kind of like, until you get good movement speed, it's also a little faster.
Too late to stop the bloodshed.
The most degenerate movement speed thing you can do is rake, dodge, roll, animation, cancel. The dash happens pretty early in the rake, so you can kind of like rake, dodge roll, rake, dodge roll, rake, dodge roll, like this. And especially if there's any monsters, you really leap forwards like that too. But it does eat your mana. And I think if you have like 15, if you have like 20 move speed, it's probably faster than moving and walking. Probably shouldn't be the case, because that'll be how races get around, potentially. I imagine shield charge is probably still faster. So disappointed they renamed it the advanced and expert items? Wait, you're disappointed about that? That is a unexpected take. Tell me why. Did you like that? I know the devs thought that was like hyper lame, mate. Come now, you equip a low level rake so it doesn't use mana. True. They made it easy to know what's good and what's not. Oh yeah, it's like a little simpler, right? You don't have as many names to remember. But scientists have shown that a monkey can remember that many crossbow names. Are you dumber than a monkey? How big is a monkey?
Give these demons no quarter! Bleed out!
It's probably. And monkeys are pretty clever with some particular tasks. Like, you ever seen the videos of the monkeys doing like dot 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 on the computer screen? Man, they're good at that. They're insane at that. Pattern recognition and recall. Damn. To counter my own point, filters exist reason. Yeah, that's true. I appreciate someone who counters their own point, by the way. Good on you. Love that. Good style. Good look. I strongly suggest you try the Dance of Death mode if you aren't. Yeah, I've got aggravate on crit anyway, so we're basically always aggravated, so I don't really see the point of lowering the duration, and it means I can't do anything with like incision or spear field or anything. So I don't know about that one. Might be nice for like lower passive point leveling, I suppose, so you can put some passive points in raw damage instead. Or survivability, I suppose. Oh, you're talking about the one with no shield, right? Is that what you're talking about? Dance with Death? Sorry, yeah, I thought you were talking about, yeah, the bleed one, sorry. Dance with Death is the no shield one. I mean, to be fair, my buckle is not all that good right now, so... Still. It might be... Let's go for funsies for a minute. Just for funsies for a minute. Just to see how fast I feel. You can get Omega Brap. Oh. Pretty rude. Pretty rude, dude.
You are unworthy!
I was about to parry. I was pressing the button.
I shall dethrone you, Sekima! I shall dethrone the Murderketh will fall!
I love parry, so... I really don't feel that much faster, honestly. Yeah, I guess I can kind of see it on the chain ranking there. But about like a movement speed buff? I mean, technically it does, I guess. Actually, I think the buckles probably don't have a move speed penalty. So maybe not. Yeah, okay, I see it. Now parry your own point. 50% more damage to your own point.
We shall finish this, but not today.
Make haste. He must not escape.
Jump! Imagine just jump straight on the beast. I'll get the beast while it's still small. Raw.
Quickly.
Now you could walk in there like that.
He conjures the very sands against us.
Makes my leapings ever so slightly faster.
We must battle sorcery with sorcery. Let us return to the caravan and
they added parries like an actual timing based thing. Thankfully, it is not, because I am terrible at timing based parries. I mean, you can apply good timing in order to, you know, be more effective, but you don't have to. You just hold down like the block / parry button, and then when an attack hits you, it goes. Phoom. The skill is mostly in just knowing what things you can and can't parry, and when it is appropriate to do so, which is tricky. It's tricky. You see a lot of people trying to parry like big packs of enemies and just getting swarmed and dying and stuff like that.
My wares are
not really like what you want to do with it most of the time. You like parry the edge monster of a pack, you can, but it's very good. I like it. I usually hate parrying games. Parry's amazing. Dee-doo-doo. And it's got, after you parry an enemy, they're debuffed for a moment. That allows you to do 50% more damage to them, which is pretty cool.
Care for a story?
Who is gonna, you gonna respec my node, my dude? It's alright, like I can see leveling with it, honestly. I already struggle with resist enough though. And I need more dexterity. Is that enough? Nope, not enough yet. I need 2 more dex. E. Anything I have that's particularly amazing? Not really. Tempted to gamble for a shield, but I do need to take a short break. I'll be back in a moment. See you soon. Hello, welcome back. I can go quick run through my tree with just some sort of thoughts. You can find the passive trees in the planner, but this stuff's still pretty good. I'm like sad that these nodes don't feel a bit more worthwhile to me. Yeah. Maybe if we got the like flask node from the Ascendancy, maybe that one would feel a bit better, which would mean Blur would feel a bit better, but they're a bit, yeah. Like, cat-like agility's pretty good. I don't like this stun threshold on full life being conditional like that. Yeah, they're all a bit meh feeling. The knockback here is like potentially one to drop, but I kind of want to experiment with it for spear fields, and it does feel pretty good. Like, you kind of push around monsters, you group them up a bit, you push your way through them. Spear field knocks them into other spears. Like, it feels kind of good, so I'm kind of liking it. There's a bit of magnitude in there, but it's just it's a bit far, right? It's just a little bit far. So it's one to potentially drop. As far as I know, the effects of Incision wouldn't include the magnitude from with Incision. Yeah. And around Act 3, you can, even if you're like, you know, got a decent-ish life pool, you can start to get a bit stunned, but just getting Death Recovery makes so much difference. Helps that prevent that initial stun, and then the stun recovery is quite nice as well. But there might be some other good options for stun too. What are these like? Stun build up. Stun threshold. I don't actually see any other really good ones for stun that's not based on parrying. Yeah. I'll rate that. That's pretty good. You probably want to like get Maiming Strike and the Spear Cluster first before you start getting this stuff. We may not need this 10 incision one, I'm thinking. What's our chance to incise? 20, 40, 60%, and then 10% for 10. It's probably the 10 that's triggering most of the time. If we use the gem later, we won't need those extra nodes, maybe. Is there any here? No. This is great. This is also an option, Crimson Assault. But these are good though, like, I don't know. More passives is good though. There's a lot of things I want to get stuff on. I like this shield cluster here, looks pretty good. We need to get the crit damage in here. I think that marked for sickness is possibly worth it. Effective mark, skills is stun build up, I suppose. The duration is whatever. And then take increased damage, reduced accuracy rating. And then you can get Culling Strike for just 1 extra point at that point, so. But we'll see how much we're struggling for points. Consider fast-acting toxins or wasting. Yeah, I was looking at fast-acting toxins coming up here and getting that faster bleed. Seems like it could be a good idea. This might be a question for Path of Building down the line, maybe. I'm thinking. I'm potentially going to consider getting this, because this is 10, 20, 30, 50% faster debuff expiry. You get like 50% freeze duration boots. I imagine that's separate, so it probably goes down to like half and then half again, rather than down to 0, but it's basically nothing at that point, so could be nice to pick up. I kind of like the parry debuff magnitude. Where is that though? Maybe down here? This one, yeah, parry debuff magnitude. These might be pretty good, given that it is actually a pretty big scale. I'm probably going to get some block scaling. Ascendancy at Amazon. Still in Rake? Yeah, for sure. Return to speak to Asala. On it. Block cluster above the spear cluster. Yeah, this one here. Yeah. Yeah, both that and the block one on the left. But there's a few other things as well, like up here. Long-term potentially acrobatics once we have good gear. These crit nodes. Maybe not that one though. This and this together. Pretty nice for accuracy scaling for crit. And then if you get a good armor, you can get the body armor one as well. And then if you're here, this actually looks pretty appealing to come in here and get this 60% accuracy at close range. When we use Rake, we're always at close range, so that's pretty good. And then you can get these like dex attack speed ones here for zippy clearing, potentially. We're spending a lot of points. There's a lot of points to spend. So, I don't know. It's like maybe the knockback will be one to drop, but also I'm interested in testing this knockback cluster with Anointing Force Weave, maybe? Was it Force Weave? Yeah, this one. Knockback distance. See how good that is with Spearfield.
Welcome.
Okay, let's go to Keth. Is the Crimson Assault notable worth it if you focus on bleed and proc at every hit? Crimson... You mean this one? Like, it is good, but the drawback of going down to 1 second bleed is significant. It means that you can't really, like, do anything else while a bleed is occurring. You just attack end-to-end. So you become like a regular attack build, just kind of using bleed as a damage multiplier. And that's fine. You can totally go that route. We might go that route. Like, if I find Spearfield to be really good, then I might actually go that route. But the thing is, these clusters are good, and this is pretty consistent aggravation anyway. Like, with Stomping Grounds, we hit 4 times every slash. So 4 times 20%. Yeah, well, we can half it based on our current crit chance. So we got 2. So it probably takes us like 2 to 3 slashes to aggravate. But Spearfield does it really fast. I path the bleed nearby rage nodes, lay siege, and polymathy. Stomping Ground hits hard. Yeah, there is something to be said for coming down around this way. I don't know about going. Well, there is like some nice area of effect over here that could be good. So there's something to be said for coming around this way. Accuracy against bleeding enemies, bleed faster. Yeah. Well, it's kind of alright, but it's a bit more of a stretch as well. You got like this over here, so you could do some stuff there. And I do like polymathy.
Water in a place like this. Easy job.
Your build guide, the knockback side isn't there? Yes, because I don't necessarily recommend it for leveling. If you got it because you were following an earlier version, it's fine. I used it, it's fine. I just redesigned the tree a bit to be, I think, a bit higher damage for people. And because I realized we kind of doubled up, you know, we had knockback and aggravate, and you only really need one of those. And aggravate's the better one.
Take this.
Crit chance to be a lot higher in endgame? Yeah, exactly. Would you recommend Bleed Huntress or Early Huntress as a starter? I would recommend Bleed as a starter probably a bit more, but I think both can be done quite well. Bleed is probably a bit more straightforward to play. Like, mechanically, numerically behind the scenes, pretty complicated, but physical active playing is, like, simpler, I think. Elementals have got a bit more combos to pull off. I played Elemental to 55 pre-launch, and it was very good, and we didn't have as many, I didn't have access to as many support gems, and some of the skills weren't working, so should be pretty good. I was like very close to going that route. Oh! And like I might literally make another spear character after and play that, so we'll see. If I don't get tempted by something else. So, who knows how that goes.
Another hunt, another trophy.
It's a little interesting. I don't know why Blood Boil and Ritualist doesn't have anything for single target though. It's kind of sad. Spear League. Anyone found a decent place to hunt for beasts? Someone was suggesting that you could try and farm rare monkeys from the embattled encampments via the checkpoint resets. I don't know if they respawn if you reset after killing them, but you might be able to like reset without killing them, maybe? I don't know. Is there a way to make Blood Hunt spammable? I mean, you can just hold button, but to trigger? No, because they have to bleed. Like, and it's not really like just about applying the bleeds, it's about having the bleeds have done significant damage. It's like the best you could do is probably do like, maybe you could do Crimson Assault, 1 second bleeds, and then do like a slash followed by an immediate poke. So you could do like 2-button combo build. Like this maybe? That could be a thing, I suppose.
Another monstrosity what needs killing.
Oops, on the curse. Here we go. She was like underneath me, I couldn't get her.
Mind the snakes.
Excuse me? I couldn't like break them, what the hell? That's unusual. Slither. Could go for an amulet, but my amulet's good anyway, so we'll just go downstairs. Will Rake get nerfed? I don't see Rake getting nerfed. I do see Stomping Around getting nerfed. I could see it being like 50 to 100% of strength scaling and still being very good, so there's a fair bit of room for nerf there. Especially because I'm pretty sure it applies your regular attack damage as well, so even if it didn't do any strength scaling, it'd probably still be pretty alright. Just as in a way to add extra hits to your attack, right? Like, that's a good thing to have. Just so happens that Rake does like 3 steps quickly back to back, which is pretty good. There's a Divine in Act 3. Yo, congratulations, big drop. It's good for getting yourself a real juicy or a couple or like a full set of nice starter endgame gear.
To the victor go the spoils.
Yoink, yoinkity yoink. Freeze build up, offering life. Max energy shield. Minion chaos res. Oh yeah, passives. Nice. Nice. That gets me some dexterity now. Maybe I will get... Yeah, I'm gonna get these. Let's get the crit going. Craft. No. Levels. Woo woo woo. Blood Hunt.
Blood Hunt dashes to an enemy and stabs them. Rake dashes to a target enemy and performs a wide sweep. Rake
That's not as good.
Rake
Doesn't you can't really compete with and stabs them. It's so good. It's so good. Dashes to an enemy and stabs them. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, it does. Charge when you kill an enemy versus that one. Recovery rate. Yeah. Yeah, hitting a gearing plateau in crawl. It can happen when I tend to notice that happening if you're if you've got items that like were really good at a low level. So I don't know, like you've got like it's like a tri-res shield, but it's, you know, it's like 9, 11, and 7 resistance. So you feel kind of locked into those. And it is actually kind of a little bit tricky to change out of them, especially with the resist. So you kind of need to like upgrade standard of gear often with that. Oh, there's 2 of them. Well, I can't follow both. The hell? How can there be 2 of them? Guessing the other one will fail then.
Stay on it.
Bleed.
How much strength should you minimally have? As much as you can get while still being able to equip your gear for dexterity. Not really. Just remember, like, strength is the only life nodes in the game, so you kind of want them. That said, we can kind of do some dexterity scaling in this build, so at some point we might decide that we want to go more of the dexterity scaling route to make that crit nice and high. Not attack speed. Shroud Walker and Trail of Lightning. Pain Sucker.
Don't give it a chance to recover. Strike through.
I like the whisper music. That was not a very good one, Dylan. Sorry to say, mate. See if the other one failed. Probably not exploding, right? Oh, it's still going. My strongbox, though. The game's pulling me in all these different directions. Oh, damage. Oh my god. My poor resistances. Oh man, I'm so slowed right now. What the hell? Whoa. All damage chills. There's chill, but there's another one going on as well. Chill and another thing. So slow, oh my god. Chilled and maimed. Ugh. They didn't drop anything. Look at these bait things. Also, this guy's got more health than the red. The hell? Look at that guy. Crazy. So it's not a strength stacking build? I mean, not really. You can use strength for leveling. You could try and go for a strength stacking build. But if I was going to do a strength stacking stomp rake build, I'd probably do it as a warrior of some type, right? Like a titan or something. You know, go real lean into that. That'd be a good way to go. You could do it, yeah. You could go strength stack. But that's not our plan. It's just strength just good, and it does give lots of damage for leveling.
From the earth.
Yes, while leveling, you get as much strength as you can and just enough dexterity to put your gear. Long term, we'll see. Can't answer that question yet. We shall see. Currency. Well, this is better than the Wisps. You know, strong boxes. Gun paying out. That's some good ones.
The hunt is on.
My strong box, though things never said last match. Oh god, strong boxes was so like hilariously bad, right? Like it was astonishing. Really, it's really astonishing. Mm-hmm. I found a new terrible combo of rare mods. Temporal Barbel plus Hinder. Do you know what though? Is it a beast?
The spirit needs no.
Whenever I see a terrible modifiers now, I'm like, what if I take it for myself? I'm not doing it. I'm resisting the temptation to kill those guys this time.
Bleed out.
Still got knee transmutations. Give me. Ooh. Happy Wompies. If you've got a scepter in your main hand and it's got things like allies in your presence gain extra damage and yada yada yada, does that snapshot just the same as other effects on a weapon swap setup? So if I like summon a minion with a weapon swap, and then it's got like allies in your presence, it doesn't have to be like actively equipped for that? It feels like you'd have to be actively equipped. 19 int. Is that enough to no. It's like an aura? Yeah, so it needs to be actively on, right? That's what I would think. You can't tame uniques, no. They have to be a rare monster and it has to be a beast. I've played the class before and enjoy making my own build choices. Things go pop. I'm glad. Yeah, it sounds like you're enjoying yourself, mate. Good to hear, good to hear. Huntress is getting a bit of a bad rap, which is a little hard to play. And her damage is, when you just kind of use the skills in a basic manner early on, fairly balanced. But there are plenty of strong things you can do though. If I get the 10 int, that brings me to 54. And then this one gives me enough. It's a pretty bad ring, but it's not like my current one's very good anyway. It could be done. Spear stab. Spear stab takes your spear and stabs with it. Estimated main hand critical strike chance 37.4. As that crit scaling is starting to happen. Ooh. You can hear the Talio's places to be, yes! I find that little bit to be very funny. Hopefully it's not annoying. She does. Love to have a run up and down the way. Thoroughly enjoys it. I do plan on building a separate studio at some point, but honestly I will miss some of that. Oh no, that was pretty bad. I got stuck in there under the Stompy boys and stomped on repeatedly. No. Update to guide? I have been updating the guide actively and regularly. I do big updates at the end of every act. Well, actually, I just realized I'm in Act 2, huh? I was supposed to do it at the end of every act, but the crawl's like a little fast, isn't it? So, and there's not really like as many breakpoints in crawl, so maybe I'll just do an end of crawl update, I think. Yeah, I think I'll do an end of crawl update. It's like I feel crawl feels like one act to me. Or I guess I'll do Act 1 and 2 combined or something maybe if you want to see one. Essence of the Infinite, that one's attributes, I like that one.
This is what I get for fraying, yeah?
That knockdown on Bloodhunt was very satisfying. What? Hybrid life. I don't know that one. How's he liking the update? That's a loaded question. You may not realize it, but it's a loaded question. It's a trap. It's a bait question. I have been enjoying myself. Unfortunately, some people will take that as like an affront, like an assault on them personally. My build is strong. I like the class. I like the class's playstyle. The core combat of the gameplay of the campaign is fun to me. I enjoy the struggle. I honestly feel like many of my boss fights have been too fast. But there's some big controversial takes eventually. I think the adjustment from Endgame 0.1 or Path of Exile 1's recently to, oh my god, to new campaign with some nerfs on top is stuff. I get it, I totally get it.
She didn't want me.
Elegant great hat.
This is it.
None I ask.
Aye, as you wish.
The spears don't destroy the urns. How much is GG paying you to enjoy yourself? Fade shield, sword spear. Cool. Cool. Pretty sick. That's 52, so that's, there's like these bases are kind of the same spot because they're kind of weird bases. This is a higher base fizz than eh? That's kind of what we want. Do I gamble an elk? It's probably not a great idea, but I'm gonna do it. Oof. Try Ellie life gain on hit. Huh. Wrong build. I did like, there was one post on Reddit that I quite liked. That was pulling out one of the most upvoted threads from just after launch. It was like, please GGG don't nerf the campaign, and everyone agreeing. Or like don't make it easier, it was, sorry. Like, please GGG don't make it easier. We love this like slow tactical struggle. That was rather interesting in light of current discussions. Not really calling it a gotcha, because, you know, different people exist. But it is entertaining though, nonetheless.
Browse as long as you like. Warm nights.
They pay me in exposure. Like, they kind of pay me in exclusive YouTube content, which pays for my time off, effectively. Pays my editors. My editors get paid well. My editors are eating well from these recent videos. It's good. I love doing it though, regardless. I'm not really having mana problems on bosses anyway, eh? What was this one though? Recovery rate? Oh yeah. Transcendent mana, charge on enemy, increased amount. That one's probably worth doing. Stash this one. Got my run of mana flasks. Boop, boop, boop. Herald, no, hello, no Herald of Blood? I've got Herald of Blood, yeah. At least I should do. Wait, where is it? There it is. There's Herald of Blood. It's there. Herald of Blood. It bothers me that you can't see your current amounts, because I want to know if it's actually upgrading. Not that there's anything I'd really spend it on, but... Explosion. It doesn't actually... Oh, look here. 1.5 base. 49% chance to aggravate. 41 to 62. Aggravate goes up. The explosion and that don't go up, but the fizz damage does. Do. Sadly, I won't be able to use row mount on this build, eh? No melee rower building. Too bad. When strike against rare and unique enemies have been in your presence for at least 34 seconds. You deal 1% more hit damage to rare and unique enemies for every 2 seconds they've been in your presence, up to 53. Option's an alright option, but I think we'll get our Herald of Blood upgrade. Not high impact, but still a good thing to do. Blood Hunt.
Blood Hunt dashes
and stabs them. I got my first level 3 support. First level 3 support, so maybe doing an update at the end of this act might be good if we get a couple of them. What do you do for a day job, my friend? I do this, day, night, and weekend job. Amy with the uppercut there. Yes. I do a few things. I make YouTube videos. I stream on Twitch TV, and I write content for Maxroll. And that all together, a combination of advertising revenue, generous subscribers and tips, people who drop biddies in chat, super subs on YouTube, the occasional sponsor. That pays my living for myself and my family. Will no Dance with Death be worth it for the build you're running? That Dance with Death? Oh, is this one? You could use this if you just want to go like hyper clear speed. I don't really plan on using it. I like having a shield. Parry is really good boosting for single target if you use it opportunistically. And you know, you get lots of evasion, you can get resists and block. Block as a defensive layer on top of evasion is like amazing, so. Hey Ziggy, I know you're pretty nice to devs during chats, which I can understand. Yeah, I like being nice to people in general. And yeah, people just sometimes feel like, I think, that if I'm not crapping my pants and shouting, that I'm not like critiquing or asking tough questions, quote unquote, but let me see what else your comment is. But do you think it's worth asking them why the vision includes making the campaign so painful? It was rough in 0.1 as well, which, let's be honest, is tutorial in order to get to maps where they own your soul. Two of my friends that had never played PoE quit in Act 2 because the campaign is such a slog. Why not ease players into the game instead of kicking them in the balls? I agree with you. I think, like, I don't think the increasing the difficulty of Act 1 and 2 is very like necessary or probably beneficial overall. I see why they're doing it. They want this like sense of like fear and trepidation and that real challenge early on that then you overcome and you have that moment that clicks, because it makes for a really rewarding moment. And people are like, I am seeing people actively experiencing that now. Like people are coming back like, oh, okay, so I changed this and this and now like I'm like really having fun. As like you kind of like paid the unfun tax to have more fun now, but it doesn't work for everyone. And like you said, some people quit. So I think probably on the balance of things, it seems like they have erred on the side of making things a bit too difficult. It's interesting, we were just talking about the fact that there was like a thread on Reddit 4 months ago, just after launch, saying, please GGG, don't make the campaign too easy. Don't make it easier. We love this. We love what you've done here. And the campaign was like praised for that, like that horror, that challenge. But perhaps they've strayed a little too far. Perhaps people's expectations have shifted over the last 4 months due to playing Endgame and playing, you know, not having like done fresh starts since then, playing Path of Exile 1, etc. Maybe people have more difficult, frustrating lives this month compared to 4 months ago, and they don't want to be frustrated in their video gaming either. Since their life is, you know, already a bit frustrating enough right now. So it's like, so there's a few things going on there. I agree with that. In my Q&A, I asked about like, I didn't ask specifically about like difficulty of encounters in the campaign, because at the time that wasn't considered an issue. No one was talking about that. But I did ask them like why so many of the zones are so big and if they plan on reducing some of them. For example, because like for me, the campaign slog part is that some zones are a bit too big and you have to do much backtracking. That to me like is the thing that mainly grates on me. And if anything fatigues me from like multiple campaign runs, it's just like empty, like running and backtracking. It's much better with checkpoints now, but it's still too much. A lot of the zones could be standard, be half the size. But anything else? I don't know, where else with this conversation? I don't know, we could literally talk about this stuff all day. And we can. For new players, I can understand the steep learning curve being an issue, even if I personally enjoy the early struggle, it feels rewarding later. Yeah, I do too, but again, not everyone does, and maybe there's some shifted expectations or enjoyment there. Ever noticed that geo thing? Yeah, I was just looking at that too. Caltrops. Projectiles from supported skills trigger caltrops when they reach the end of their flight. That's cute. What's this on right now? Just the spear throw. Cute. Less movement speed penalty by using supported skills. Salvo. Fight and rend directions. Alright, incision. Oh yeah, cool, we can get incision now. Maybe I should test that one then. Mobility and Quill Burst. Retaliate with thorns. Only attack skills, supported skills trigger Quill Burst, which deals thorn damage in an area around the target struck. Quill Burst can only be triggered on hit after you've retaliated with thorns damage. I get that last part. Deal thorns damage in an area. Cannot hit targets this was triggered from. Okay. Element of focus, overcharge, retaliate, clash. Deals 40% more melee damage against enemies with a higher percentage of their life remaining than you, but deal 20% less melee against enemies with a lower percent. That sounds like a pretty bad gem. Let's do like a low life build or something. Heft. Heft is a banger of a gem. It's possibly 4th gem for Rake maybe. Axe Fizz is kind of nice for things like Bleed. Culling Strike. You can just whack Culling Strike on Shockwave Totem potentially. It's a thing. Facts build days equal to physical damage belt. Blah, blah, blah. That could be a Spear Field gem. Couldn't it? If we didn't want to do the Bloodlust thing. Incision can also go on there. Supported skills cannot extract Impale. So Impale looks pretty interesting. 30% of pre-mitigation hit as impaling as its magnitude. Subsequent attack hits against impaled targets will extract it, dealing that damage. You can stack like a ton of them, but it only does like the best one each time, right? So it's kind of about doing big hits. Wouldn't make sense here. Hemo crystals is something we could test. I don't think we'd do it on Bloodhound's Mark. Supported skills aggravate bleeding enemies on hitting heavy stunned enemies. Don't need that. More magnitude of bleed with supported skills. 25% less damage with hits. I actually don't know how... Okay, it is more versus increased magnitude. I don't really know how mathematically that works out with the less damage from the hit. And it's probably not something I'm going to do just yet anyway. That could be a thing to do like in endgame, if we find ourselves leaning more into the bleed scaling. Can you petition to get this support window UI improved? I'm sure they want to do so. I don't think it needs a petition. I think Devastate could work with Bloodhound's Mark. Dev. Silverfen, thanks for the 109-month sub, mate. Apparently not. It doesn't show up, so I'm guessing that's a no. C Red. Attacks have increased bleed duration. Enemies you inflict with bleeding have increased attack speed and increased movement speed. Yeah. For bleed duration, don't know about that one. Not exactly a good trade-off, is it? Possibly makes some sense in some sort of like the ones with builds with the keystone or something, I don't know. Deadly Herald. Supported skills deal 30% more damage. It's just a damage support for it, eh? Let me write some gems. Support carts. Excuse me. Nice capsing. Deadly Herald. Oh my god, caps lock, please. Hemo crystals on Herald of Blood. I think could be interesting. So Hemo crystals, support attack skills you use yourself to create damaging blah blah blah. Support skills consume bleeding on hit to create explosive blood-filled crystals, but cannot themselves inflict bleeding. So, if it hits a bleeding enemy, it creates a hemo crystal, which the crystals consume bleed, and then the hemo crystals themselves can deal damage based on the consumed bleed. So, the idea I think with Herald of Blood might be the idea that you can... Herald of Blood will kill things on hit and consume their bleeds, because the bleeds are just going to be wasted anyway. You turn them into little hemo crystals to help with like AoE clear. It feels good on Bloodhound's Mark. I only ever use it single target, so does it actually help in single target? Yeah, I know there's a lot of unchecked. I know there's a lot of non-recommended ones. I'm just looking at the recommended ones first. It's not that good on the Herald because it's the remaining expected bleed. It might be worth. I feel like it might be worth a test though. Chance for on kill effects supported by killing blows on bleeding. Yeah, you're gonna occur twice, so chance for on kill effects to happen twice. That could. So that's like caused by killing blows on bleeding enemies. I don't know if that has like a chance of kind of... Okay, so let's say like an enemy dies. Wait, this is Blood Hunt. Does this work on Herald of Blood? Tear. Rip. Oh, never mind. Yep, I don't really think I have a use for that one. There's like Rip and Tear, these new support gems. Which Rip does like... What is it? Creates remnants that boost your life regeneration. It's not life recovery. I'm probably going to be focused mostly on leech, so... I don't really know about boosting the life regen so much. Let's go with a little bit of a browse in here. There's so many new gems. Oh my god. It's crazy. I'm just gonna try and look at like some of them, but we're gonna miss them. Consume frenzies to break armor. Aftershocks for every quarter a second of attack time. Rip's the one. Yeah, blood remnants. That yeah, regen. Rupture. Aggravate bleed on hitting heavy stun enemies. Refraction. Supports banner skills. Quill burst. Successfully executing a perfect timing. Supported skills apply easy target on knockback. Sports melee skills. Supported skills and apply easy target when knocking back enemies, causing the next projectile attack to deal increased damage. Oh, okay. Cute though. Payload, overcharge. So my thought was Devastate on Bloodhound's Mark, then running Break Endurance on Bloodhunt to generate endurance charges. And then... So what does Devastate do though? Isn't it just like Armor Break or something? So supported skills fully break armor when inflicting heavy stun. That does sound like a combo, but we have like the easiest armor break of all time. We don't really need to. Bloodhound Marks single out breaks armor. Like, easy. So easy. So... we could try and like do some armor break stuff to like benefit more from that, which is why I was trying break posture, for example. Consume a frenzy charge to break armor equal to 50% of damage dealt. Yeah. You could do like armor explosion, I suppose, but or just break more armor to have it go faster, I suppose. Fully break armor when inflicting a heavy stun. Yeah, but we learned that break posture doesn't work, so that probably doesn't work either. Yeah, I'm considering the fast-acting toxins nodes. There's a lot of passives, though. Very keen to see delayed reaction on Spearfield. Oh, is that the rearm one? That might be a good one to do. Hazards created cannot be triggered by enemies unless triggered immediately on creation. Oh, huh? Hazards created by supported skills trigger at the end of their duration. Less duration, 15% more damage. Okay, I want to test that. Might mean my first gem might not be usable, but it could be really good for bossing, but maybe not so good otherwise. I'll just drop the Bloodlust temporarily for now. Put on Shockwave Totem for the moment. And I think we've determined that break posture doesn't work, so... Bloodhound's Mark. Life Thief. 8% regen. I'll be like 30 health back. Meister, how you doing, mate? Thanks for the 76-month sub. Appreciate it. Found any good companions? Yeah, I got a Fizz Aura one with Shock on Hit. It's amazing. Bludgeon. Knock back enemies on hit. Spotted skills have more accuracy rating. I do want to get a bullseye, even if I'm not using it for this. It's useful. I can use it for a few things. Just for that crit boost, eh? That's one I can just kind of slip in a few places, potentially. Alright, let's go. Let's do some things. Speak to Zaga?
Hello.
Huh? I don't think we actually need to do anything though. To the Boneyard. Maybe I should test for the relic drop here. You can easily produce frenzy charges with rake and pin support for combat frenzy. Yeah, if you're like not doing a bleed build and just using it more for movement and utility. So I think it's the... I think it's these enemies that drop the relic. Like factional enemies, but
Necromancers, eh? That'd explain all the bones.
So do they hit at all when you place them? I don't think they do, right? Or they do. They do seem to. They still seem to hit when you're placing. Hold on, what? I thought that's just explicitly what it doesn't do. Oh. Hazards created by supported skills cannot be triggered by enemies unless triggered immediately on creation. Oh, unless triggered. Okay. Hazard. So if it hits when you're doing it, it's when you're first casting it, it works, and then the ones that are planted there only explode after a duration. So what is that duration? Where is that duration listed? Spear duration is 6 seconds, but it doesn't seem to update. Is it because I'm paused? No. Oh. Okay, it looks like it's 2-ish seconds, which it makes sense. 70% down from 6. Which is like the initial hit, and then it's basically by the time you've like triggered the first one. Oh, that actually seemed pretty good. And like, it doesn't necessarily rely on them walking into it as much, but it also, I don't know. Enemies that do move around, it will probably be worse on, but enemies that don't move around, it might be a bit better. I don't know, like, exactly how much it's achieving, you know? If it's interesting, but it's not actually doing anything, maybe? Yeah. And it doesn't let you kind of set up and use it a bit more tactically either. With some AoE scaling so that the explosions kind of got a bit more overlap, because I think the spears always stay 1 spear per 0.2 meters. So I imagine that with AoE scaling, those AoEs are going to overlap and hit the target a bit more. Okay, that's interesting. I'll probably experiment more with that later. For now, I'm totally going to use, just keep using Bloodlust because that's awesome on there. It might be just a good tool to have in your back pocket for like certain bosses or something, maybe. Yeah, I haven't really like thought to try and replace my beast yet because my current one's just so good, but like that unique looking checkpoint. I'm a bit of a pickle with the ritual altar. I can only afford to take 1 or 2 items, both pretty decent early on. Mind if I whisper items to you? Sure, add Ziggity. How do you have 90 spirit? Chest base? Amulet. I'm not really doing anything special with it. Just whacked on precision support for now. Don't have enough slots to do anything else, really. Nor did I want to, like, take advantage of that particular drop too much to, like, throw off my leveling experience a bit. We've been made aware of how to level up a Tame Beast. It is the same as you level up any other gem. The only weird thing is that you do have to, like, go to the All Gems tab. But yes, I did accidentally find that. It's good. It's a good PSA to put out there, though. That you can level them up. And it's essentially important to do so if you care about their life and damage. Spicy enemies here. Oh, I was gonna farm for the Kabbalah clan relic, the relic drop, wasn't I? So this is bone pits. I think people are saying that more often people find it in bone pits. It might just be that there's more enemies that can drop it in this area. Ooh.
I'll take that.
Nice. I want to go back for testing. Another time. The item. Slam to Flat Fizz so close. Wait, I thought you said this was a ritual item, or is this another person? The wonderful Fizz. Brutal. That was going to be a pretty sick leveling spear. It's still pretty good though. It'll be hard to beat unless you get like a giant Flat Fizz roll somewhere. Another item. Thank you for that news. My companion was the base level. Very welcome. Good PSA undergrowth. Thank undergrowth for bringing it up. You know what profusion doesn't generate an extra frenzy charge when paired with disengage? I don't. It does sound like a bug. Unless there's like some quirk of the wording or something, but it sounds like a bug to me. Did I do something with Intim yet? I was getting that no, but I don't think I have it yet. I'm on the level. I know what's happened, but the whisper isn't working. I'm probably entering it wrong. Yeah, just that Ziggy D should work. Comes up with specified character does not exist. I think people have been able to do it without like the number. I don't even know if I know how to show my number. Maybe on the friendship panel. Where's the friendship panel? I've never had call to use it. I don't think I can even see my own number here. I don't know why. I'm gonna say the left one then. Choose the left one.
Stop my wound.
Are you supporting Rake right now? Stopping around brutality and martial tempo. It's a good setup. It may change at some point, but for now it's pretty good. Get better at the character name. Testing. Yep, that's it. Optimistic. Rapid assault with perfectly placed knife does work on aggravating a big bleed off of rank. Perfectly placed knife is this one, yeah. Aggravate bleeding on targets you crit with attacks. I don't see a special interaction here. Are you talking about something in particular?
Rapid assault performs 6 stabs in quick succession. The final strike hits a lot harder and leaves a spearhead stuck in the enemy, bleeding and slowing them. The spearhead can be detonated with a detonator skill like Thunderous Leap for an extra burst of damage. Rapid assault.
Here we go. What do you got? Buckler here with highish evasion, but not much else. Or a, frankly, quite amazing bow. I'd get the bow and see, drop it in a tab for an exalt or two and see if it sells. Unless if you're not playing bows, presumably. The buckler is kind of awful. I mean, if it's an upgrade for you, it's an upgrade for you. The bow, like, probably won't sell just because not many leveling rares do sell, but that is worth like an exalt or two. It's a pretty good one. You'd be pretty stoked to find that while leveling.
Reckon I'll add a few more bones to the pile.
Steve's just incidentally getting killed a lot by the spearfields. The back was hilarious. Oh my god. Get stunned. See you, buddy. You got your energy shield back. That's cheating. Out of here.
There, just what I was looking for.
And stabs them. Yes. It's stuck in my head now. Even just a cake for leveling a bow character in the future? Yeah, if there's any possibility of that. I've been using Rapid to gain rage super quickly. It's pretty good for that, but I will say Spearfield is particularly insane for generating rage. If you haven't tried it, it's worth a look. I'll just keep this one for now, I don't need it. check. Movement speed. No movement speed potential in those ones. And stabs them. Disengage does a backflip and stabs them. Okay, surely I can upgrade my chest. Surely.
Browse as long as you like.
That one's a maybe. Try and get the hybrid ones or something there, maybe. 15 move speed. Hello, not dead yet. Thanks for the 58-month sub, mate. Appreciate it, buddy. The Sanctum honor always shared between party members? You know, I actually have no idea the party mechanics of Sanctum, which is somewhat of an oversight. Because like maybe that should be in my ascendancy guide. Huh.
Thank you. Goodbye.
I did get attribute thing, but it's not really a great place to use it. And again, what else have I got? Could try and get a hat upgrade maybe. What else have we got? Defense modifier, mana, blah 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 blah. I could go for the resist I need the most of. Which upcoming boss is going to be lightning. Which is the one I don't have. Very good. 11 cold res, not really even good enough.
Take
nope.
As you wish.
20 life and strength. Might just do this one, honestly. Without the ability to put sockets on it, though, it's probably gonna not come out ahead. Hybrid life. Yeah, I don't know about that plan.
Do not wander.
Sanctum honor has always been shared. I had no idea that was a thing. There you go. It's a bit rough if you're standing next to each other and you both get slammed by the same attacker. Locknick, thanks for the sub, mate. Welcome, welcome.
Great.
Appreciate ya. What's gonna do? Oh yeah, see if I can gamble. Where is the gambler? Risu.
Yes.
Bye.
Drove.
Unlikely to get a spear upgrade. It's double socketed, but it did roll regen. Not ideal. It's kind of expensive. 19 and stun, under 19 stun. Give me another. 24 cold res, evasion. Okay, but no sockets again is a problem. How many of these guys do I have? I can put one socket on there. That might be acceptable. If I am okay without the dexterity. I might not be. Bloody dexterity. It keeps being a problem for me. The strength one could let me swap though. I could go that route. Is it even an upgrade for me? Oh, God. At this point I might as well just regal the chest I have. Stun threshold. Great. Fine, that's all that's what I wanted. I'm happy. Don't I look happy? You left the loot? Oh, from the boss or something? Wait, what? Get all these runes but no artificers? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can kind of like farm the vendors and stuff for them, but it's a little gold hungry. A little bit plebeian work. Still in first ascendancy with a friend, we have different honor amounts, but take honor damage no matter who gets hit. Yeah, that means someone's going to drop out. Like, if one person's got way more honor, they might be way more reckless. That does seem like a questionable way of doing that. Why did they do it that way? It's very odd. 121 life. No move speed, though. Salvage. Quality flask. Increased charges gained. Amount recovered, 1287. No. Salvage.
Do not wander.
Well, sorry state of affairs. Maybe I can find a buckler upgrade. I'm pretty overdue for that.
Cool winds. An outcast drove.
Fancy hat. Random buckler. Fire resistance. Go on then. Spend all the gold. Mm-hmm. Why do I keep getting stun threshold?
I will take this. Scylla.
Jesus. Oh, okay. There's no gear upgrades in my present, unfortunately. No present gear upgrades. Alright, I'm gonna take a short break for 3 minutes, and then we're gonna go into the Titan Valley. Over here. Be right back. Hello, hello, welcome back. I've been zooming through Axe using Whirlwind, Tornado, and using whatever element the enemy is weak to for elemental tornadoes. I love that you're tailoring it to the enemies you're fighting. That's cool. I think most people would just like try to get a ground effect and be happy, but I like that you're actually picking those. It makes a pretty big difference because often it's inverted fully. Like it's like they're like 30% resistant to one and they like 30% weak to another. So like I think you often get like a pretty wide spread on damage there. Makes a big difference. Just like resistances make a huge difference for the player, they make a large difference on the enemies too. You very quickly realize that when you're playing an elemental build and you run into a bloody elemental resistance or a rare that's got like any level of health. You're like, oh my god, just do no damage to it. That one comes up a lot in the Reddit clips. Why can't I kill this monster? It's like you're doing like no damage to it, that's fine. How do you know what they're weak to? If you look under their health bar, see how it says, if I mouse over this guy, if I can, let me kill the ads, if I can. So Copper Lash there has a red icon for frost, or cold. So they are weak to cold, they take more cold damage. They have an armor icon, which means that they're armored in some capacity, so they have more armor than average. And they have a gold fire icon, which means they're highly resistant to fire. There's like there's a silver icon as well, so the little ones here have silver. So they have silver, fire and cold, so that means they're somewhat resistant. So these guys are somewhat resistant to fire and cold, and then they're not weak to lightning, but they will take extra damage from lightning compared to the others. Because this one is something else there is resistant to the lightning. Is Brutality Gem bug? It's lowering my damage on my skill? No, that's not a bug. It's probably because you have elemental damage and it's removing the elemental damage. So your DPS will go down. But if you care about bleed, your bleed damage will go up. Read the downside on Brutality is important there. And Brutality is not always the right choice if you are leveling and you have a lot of mixed elemental damage. I never knew about the icons in PoE. Is it explained anywhere? I mean, they explained it prior to launch. I remember that being a specific thing. I don't know if that's explained in game somewhere. I'd love to be able to like pause while being able to look at the games. Can you? No, Move removes that. I'd love being able to pause while looking at the game screen and be able to mouse over that stuff would be really cool. That would be amazing. Nope. By the way, if you're like trying to use if you're playing spears and you're trying to generate frenzy charges so you can generate like elemental ground effects, just know that there may be some easier ways of doing it. I think I saw that Mathil was using like Frostbolt to make chilled ground. Like you just cast a Frostbolt, it puts chilled ground down. You don't have to like necessarily do anything too fancy there. I think it's like a lower level one. I mean, Glacial Spear also does chilled ground, so chilled ground's pretty easy to do regardless. But there might be options like that you can look into. You're supposed to be able to, hovering icons is one thing, they said pause as well, but I don't know how. Yeah, I think, I just think that maybe is not implemented. No, Stompy boys. Dang it. They are like, you can't kind of roll through between their legs and stuff like that. They have a really large kind of hitbox for blocking you, more so than other mobs. I keep running into them and having that happen. That happened to me earlier too. It's just a good thing to be aware of, is the skeletons are not as easy to slip around as they look like they would be. You look like you should be able to roll between their legs, right? But they don't have a gap there. How do I need to think about incision? Is it a bit redundant when you already have bleed on hit? It's we're not using it for the bleed chance in this particular setup. We use it to scale increased damage taken and the magnitude of bleeds. You generally, what we're going to do with this setup I'm using right now, you want to put some spear fields down, rake, then put more spear fields down to apply more incisions. In terms of maximizing your bleed damage, sometimes it's fine to just spam rake. It's also fine. You want to get that big bleed damage though. That's kind of the idea there is, you know, we curse, we rake, we spear fields. You can rake first before you do your first spear fields, that's also alright. I tried to like rake until I get a big bleed, which you can see, but you also kind of know just based on what's going on. Like if you get a nice long distance one and they're on one of their weak points on their health bar, then you know it's going to be a big bleed. Or if it looks like it was a crit, then I usually go to spamming Spearfield, but that's a lot of micromanagement that you don't have to do, really. You could use the 2 skills randomly and you'll probably be fine. If you don't even want to think about it, just like use Spearfield to set up. Just imagine you're just using it to like weaken enemies and like debuff them or like make them you're using it defensively. It's like, oh, I'm gonna engage some scary mobs, put my Spearfield down, do some rakes. I'm gonna disengage and put some more Spearfield down. Like that's pretty much it. That'll cover it. My rake damage is so low, how can I increase it? It's doing 57 damage. So assuming you're like using, you know, correct supports, it's most likely and nearly always you just have a bad weapon, right? Like what has your weapon got on it? For a bleed build especially, but pretty much every build, you just want like high combined physical damage. And it helps to know the interaction between flat physical damage adds 15 to 25 and percentage 44% increased, and how those two work together. So the increased ones scale the flat physical damage on the spear itself and any flat physical added here. So the biggest thing you can get really is like a high flat physical spear, because then you can put like iron runes in it and that gives you a whole bunch of extra physical. You can put quality on it with blacksmith whetstone, so that scales that up. And if you get, you know, lucky with a regal, you can get percentage increased physical on it as well. So a spear like this, we just ignore the lightning damage, not doing anything with that. And like the suffixes are nothing really. Leech, accuracy, mildly helpful. It's really just those first 2 lines. Percentage physical, flat physical. That's the key. That really applies to most builds, because most builds are physical converted to elemental. But it's especially important for like fizz bleed builds. 23% increased fizz. If it's 23% increased fizz only, and you're in like Act 1, you're probably fine. If you're in Act 2, probably not. The other thing to remember, and this one's pretty key as well, is that, you know, the flat physical of the spear scales with the level of the spear, like the base spear. And you get a new one every, like, few levels. So, every, like, I don't know, like 5 levels or something. 4 or 5 levels. So, if it's been, like, 10 levels since you upgraded your spear, and honestly, that's the case for me now, this is an exception right now because this spear is so good, relatively speaking. I am level 53, so if this spear was a bit worse, I would be very actively looking for a spear right now. 10 levels without upgrading is concerning, but I'm lucky because the spear is quite good, so not a problem. I'm in Act 3. Yeah, that's pretty bad for Act 3. So what you need to do is check vendors every level to see if there's any spears that are better. And if you find, like, if you see a spear with like attack speed or crit chance or something, or leech or whatever, just grab it and augment it as well. Like, use those augments. You tend to get a lot of them. I have lots of augments. And if you have any regal orbs and you've got like a spear that already has physical on it and it's already got a suffix, so attack speed or something, one of the other stats that's not physical, then, you know, try and chuck a regal on it. And for physical weapons, socketing an iron rune in there and adding quality is good, which I do. If the spear is decent and I'm going to use it for at least a few levels, I will do that. Especially think about this, like if you put quality on it, you can actually just salvage it after you finish and get most of it back anyway. I'm still using Act 5. Yeah, so this is an example because this is a level 21 spear, which is really low to be using in Act 5. It's like 30 levels under. But it's a hybrid physical percent and regular physical percent and flat fizz. So it's got all 3 physical prefixes, which combined together with an iron rune and some quality means that it has the equivalent damage. It's 52 to 105 physical damage, right? So it's a bit... they're definitely like falling off a bit now, but like my spear is quite good, so they're only a bit behind. So that's an example of a speed that you can use for more than 10 levels. But you won't find those all the time. Most of the time, you're fine with just like... If you just got a spear with like 50% increased physical damage or like 10 to 20 fizz, and that's all you managed to get, even after regaling it, then that's kind of fine. You can usually get by with that. But if you want to have like nice juicy damage, then yeah, you want to keep trying. You know, you want to keep pulling the lever and trying to get a an upgrade. Because it's really when you hit that combination of 2 physical modifiers. You have anything you buy for fizz? For chaos? Nah, because I salvage my spears after I'm done with them typically. So I can reuse the resources. Silent Sippy Cup, thank you for the sub, mate. New sub, welcome. Whoa, 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 whoa. Paying attention, Ziggy. Oh my god, ouch. Enemies in here a little bit nasty. And do I do this? I could use this spear now to potentially upgrade. It is not an upgrade yet, but if I craft it, it will be. But will it be much of an upgrade? I'm curious about how big the crit chance difference is. Let's have a look. So we're 6, just about 7 and 45. And that'll be 15 and 43, so it's like a, what, 6-point difference or something? So it's not like a huge difference on the crit. Really not much of a factor, honestly. Because we lose the accuracy there, but, you know, this could be exalted. I don't know if it's really good enough to exalt. Just drop this sword spear. 80 and 5 to 11 with +3 melee skills and crit and strength. Oh my god, that spear is insane. Juicy. Whoa! Enemies are dangerous. 56, 54. I'm pushing through a little fast, it seems. Don't forget that Zilla ring. Stuck in Act 2 as a Huntress. If you want any specific advice or anything, let me know. I can help. Bronak the Manhunter. Does that sound like a Templar to you? This is a bad spot to fight a ball lightning guy. Oh, they're a bow. Oh god, I'm frozen. They're gonna be hard. That freeze skill is like really high freeze effectiveness, and I don't have much of a solution for that. Need to get that curse on him. I only need to hit him with like 1 good bleed, and we're pretty good. Oh, the freeze though! What, they're healing? Do they have like consecrated ground or something? I think they do. Okay.
No place to hide.
How are you not giga stunned right now? Did you avoid that stun or something? You're a cheeky one, you are. You're a cheeky rascal. There we go. I noticed you can't see the blood loss on that health bar. That was a cool little PvP fight, wasn't it? Oh, I love the Rogue Exiles. They're so fun. I love them. Also, so much gear. They drop so much gear. Ooh, that's a very handy chest. Big dexterity roll is very helpful. Okay. All attributes. 21 strength. That's worth an augment. 18 life. The chest is a good get. It's a good quiver. Yeah. Amazon critical strike. Give flat critical. I'm pretty sure it's flat critical. Pretty sure. I feel like no one is super fully clear on it. You guys getting random like RMT DMs? I don't know that I've ever really gotten DMs like that before.
Bleed to dry.
Have a good round. Thanks, Wolf. Thanks for hanging out today, mate. Have a good one, eh? They have a flask? Yeah, maybe they have a flask. She might have flasked. It's okay if they only have like one charge. I don't know about if they have the normal amount of charges. I would be a bit concerned. Does build have any defensive players apart from life spot spam? We'll be doing evasion, block, leech, and then lots of like slows and things on enemies. Maybe working in blind, maim, that sort of thing.
Now.
We have to be careful about using disengage on this guy. I think it's disengage that breaks him. Dude, I'm impressed that Spearfield even works on him, honestly. It actually does seem to. I use disengage. What was I thinking? Ooh, that's spicy. Did he go immune again? Well, it doesn't matter because I'm dead. Oops.
I've seen it all now.
Oh, hold on.
From below.
Thanks, Ziggy. How do I use Rapid Assault? I don't have Rapid Assault. I don't use it ever. You could use it, but I think Spearfield is serving its purpose and doing more things that I like. I don't know that I've seen this guy get stunned very often. Pretty cool. Ooh, I'll run them on. Die. Why won't you die? Bonk.
A little gem for a big brute. Reckon it's mine now.
Reckon it's mine now. Doink. Amazon can leech off elemental damage, but he's not using elemental. Yeah, but we're a fizz build, so we get good leech anyway. But that node is good. I would potentially recommend that one as your defensive node for Amazon if you're doing LE.
Do not wander.
Keep that. Drop that.
Do not wander.
Companion. Nice.
Stay in sight.
And I have another one, which can be Totem, if I haven't done it already. Healing Palm. Can actually use that, couldn't I? I have some intelligence, apparently. Culling Strike can't be evaded. I already have a Culling Strike. It's a Blood Hunt. Take a spear and stab them. And a Chalupa. Any other interesting bits and bobs around here that I see? Staggering Palm. That's the one that lets you, yeah, it lets you kind of like do a stun trigger, but it's only for staves and whatnot, the payoff of it. Blah, 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 blah. Alright, looks good then. Where'd you go about farming good mods for Team B? Someone was suggesting farming rare monkeys at the troubled encampments in like jungle, whatever it's called, jungle place. Oh yeah, the horn.
Story? I will tell your tale.
Yeah, for a story. One more level and can we maybe try that one? Hopefully get ourselves some upgrades.
You have your orders.
Oh, at the bottom of me. Trying to decide what's better to put Lacerate on. Fragmentation rounds or high velocity? Frag round says 33% attack damage. It's per fragment 330 full 10 hit. Yeah, they do combine together, which is like a unique aspect of those, which is good.
I've not seen anything like this.
So Lacerate's just bleed chance. I don't know where that's going to be good for you. It's if you don't have bleed chance, then I guess on your main highest damage dealing one, right? The one that's going to do the biggest bleed. But
goodbye.
Oops, I gotta go travel. But I feel like ideally you can get it elsewhere. I feel like if you're using Lacerate for bleed chance, it should only be for like utility or something. On your main damage skill, you should probably be getting bleed through some other manner, but like maybe incision is a better way to get it. So you have like some other skill that's hitting a bunch of times to stack incisions that can't bleed. So you put blood loss in it or something. Maybe.
To be led to rest in the
Like
sky.
if I didn't have Rake, for example, I would use Spearfield to stack incisions with Bloodlust, and then I'd have another skill that was like a big hit. So I don't know, Hammer of the Gods, bam, and that would have a guaranteed bleed because of the 10 incision stacks.
Up and away.
That way you can use that gem slot. The reason it being to use that gem slot for a damage gem, right? To scale the bleed. Ideally. Ow. Jeez. Calm down, you lot. It vaulters. Hilarious. These goobers. Yeah, if you've already killed the rares, it might not work or something. Oops. Oopsie. My 3 hours sleep is starting to show, I think. I got this. These leapy goobers are pretty nasty, eh? Oh my god. No. Go away, magma barrier. Nice. Mana leech gloves. Current ones, yeah, probably not gonna get beaten by those. Oh, well, maybe they would. If I could put a regal on them. 100 life is pretty good. I need not. Oh, they're already socketed. Yo. They're gonna need regalizing, I suspect. I reckon that skeleton's one of those places where, like, it can drop a thing if you missed something previously, maybe? So it's one of those, like, pseudo guaranteed drop locations, but otherwise just does nothing.
Death from above!
Just got an extra fizz aura and hasted after a couple resets. Extra fizz and hasted? Oh, so like hasted monster, but extra fizz aura. Yeah, very good. Very good. That should help keep it on top of you, I suppose, so it doesn't like have to leash as much as well if it's nice and fast. Oh. Found another beast, you need a new gem? Yeah, you cut another tame beast, but they're not spirit gems at least, they're just normal gems, so generally pretty easy to get an extra one if you need to. Be pretty brutal for our spirit gems. It's a spirit skill that doesn't require a spirit gem ever, even to level them up. It just uses the normal ones, which surprised me. I thought you'd have to use the spirits to level them, but I guess that would be pretty brutal. You know, I feel like I've got blind on parry, but I think blind on disengage might be a little better. I think I had something else. Oh, it was going to be shocking leap, but they changed that, so it's not good anymore. That blind's nice though. It's a nice blind. I don't know why I didn't do that earlier. That's way more commonly like useful and easier to do than parry for blind. Oh, this is bad. Okay, we're good. I'm back online. I don't know. Is the level of beast at time of capture? I don't think it matters at all. I think it's just based on the gem. Yeah, so I think in theory you can catch your beast anywhere. I could be wrong. I didn't see it written anywhere. Is this early game? Nope. This is Cruel, end of Act 2. So we're not too far away from endgame. I don't seem to understand the blood loss benefit. Combined fizz dot damage, isn't that just your bleed? So are we just using it for the explosions? Yeah, blood loss is just the tracked total amount that bled for the purpose of detonating it with effects like Blood Hunt, which takes a spear and stabs them, exploding that bleed. It deals damage based on the total blood loss they've had. So that's why that needs to be tracked. Which is cool, because usually mechanics like this are just based on like, oh, their remaining bleed or something like that, but this is actually the bleeds that they've had. This is cool. In following the Merc build, I found out they nerfed freeze build up by 48%. Yeah, it does seem to make a big difference for those first few levels. Might be worth changing that up a tad, but now I'm blasting with grenades. Yeah, I'll probably test that early game section and just see maybe if it'd be better just to use fragmentation rounds. If it feels like you're not freezing that much, then maybe just going straight frag rounds would be fine. Good note, thank you. I'll make a note of it. Grenade leveling, we've done this. I need to find out what the new name of the bombards are. I assume they've changed. I I should actually have a section for this. That was predictions. Gearing, mercenary. That stuff's all accounted for. Weapon base check and swap ice shotgun for frag rounds because of freeze change question mark test. Yeah, that would be, it's only a pretty minor thing, it's only like the very early part of the game, but that is a good one because that's just that like nice little gentle onboarding. Thanks for that, appreciate it. Essence of Ice and Essence of the Mind. Alright, buddy.
Shake off the dust and let's fight.
Instant stun as soon as I put the curse on me. Crazy.
Come on. And that's that.
And that's that. I think I froze more than 2 enemies. It's rock solid now. Yeah, freeze was really strong in that even with pretty low investment, you could freeze pretty reliably. So that might be the case that it's just worth just doing the raw damage with the fragmentations rounds now. I will likely change that one. I think you're probably right. If the, another change that kind of follows on from that is like, if the now only somewhat increased cooldown of the grenades feels like it warrants it, I might like restructure the gem strategy a bit to keep fragmentation rounds long term through the campaign. The first few acts maybe. At least until you get like 3 grenades or something maybe. Or at least 2 frag and gas and a couple of the grenade clusters maybe.
Soften the wound.
I'm mapping and I'm trying to get frenzy change through snipers, sustained through snipers mark. I have 75% crit chance from Amazon Ascendancy, but taking an average of 5 to 6 hits from lightning spear with testing. That is highly unusual then. If you have 75%, you should be thinking that it shouldn't be taking that many hits. It does make me worry that like the listed crit chance from accuracy stuff is like not working how we think it's working or whatever. When I was playtesting before, I had about 50% crit chance, and it did feel like it was pretty 50-50 as to whether I got a frenzy charge with Sniper's Mark. I was getting it really quick, but I was also using Storm Lance, which does a lot of hits really quickly, so it maybe wasn't a very good test. It's not a bad way of testing it, though. I just got to late game playing grenades. I got all the cooldown on the tree and now get a grenade every 2 seconds. And how do you feel you went overall? Like, feels good? Damage is juicing? It seems like the damage would be really good. And then just that cooldown just means you might be like, needing to be a little careful with like how and when you fire your grenades and not just spamming them. Oh, this is a bit interesting, isn't it? Woo! Nice stun there.
Bleed out.
Sorry. I'm okay. Oh wait, it's doing its own spear fields. Wait, you can't do that! That's my thing. This thing's nasty. What a cool creature. This would be a really cool Spectre, potentially. Like spear fields and some interesting looking abilities. Wonder how that would go. I don't know if you could get it. Maybe they don't use their spear field often enough, but no, I'm starting to look at it. Not that specters are working, apparently, but I should probably check those sword spears from now on. Hey everyone, I get the Tempest of bad feedback. I have a family visiting 4 days and I want to complete the axe and have some endgame. What build can achieve that right now? What has been cooking very well? I've been hearing some pretty good things from some warrior setups, but there's probably some, like, you want to have a bit of knowledge or be following something somewhat established to know how to do it properly. I don't even exactly know what's been working well there, but the bleed Amazon's feeling really good, and she definitely, like, I think carried to endgame pretty comfortably and quickly. The tactician totems, the tactician ballista stuff looks really good. So that could be a big one. Yeah, mercenary grenades probably actually, oh my god, a decent choice too, actually. Who needs health, right? Anything class more than 1 is a luxury. Down for a second. Foot Goblin! Thanks for the 10-month sub, mate. What active monsters do tame monsters come from? Act 2, yeah. You get it at Act 2.
You found that when I have... Take care.
Stay in sight.
We're gonna see about regaling those gloves. Well, it's doing its best to solve my mana, that's for sure. Guess I'll regal that one. Oh, nice. That's good. I kind of want to make these more worth using. Oof. Mate, the suffixes are not happening for me. Now it's like a 1 in 10 of getting fizz, so probably don't do that. But they're pretty worth it now. We'll need fire res very soon, but longer term we'll need lightning res. Lightning. Reforging bench. 14% lightning resistance. Do I want to try and get myself a pair of boots? How are these? Gold res, move speed, and then a whole bunch of nothing, so potentially pretty upgradable. Especially if we just land move speed. 15%. Eh. Break even would maybe be handy, but not that one.
Goodbye.
Bye. Oh, I got a Jules Orb. When did I get that? I didn't even notice. Huh. Companion, maybe? I'm thinking companion. I might want to think about what I actually want to put on it, though. Great posture isn't working here anyway, so we can take that off. Does it make sense for Blood Hunt to feel like a DPS loss early on? Yeah, it's just because, like, Stomping Grounds is so strong. Normally it would... You don't really, like, use it to DPS with. You use it, like, right at the end to finish the monster off. But it only really starts becoming worth doing that late Act 2, Act 3-ish. It's worth me doing now, but it's not, like, crazy. You could honestly do without it, but it is a satisfying chunk at the end. I don't actually have any real support gems right now to use. Bloodhound's Mark. It is an attack, but does it have, like, guaranteed chance of hitting or something? Maybe not. Bloodhound's Mark, Explosion. How much damage does it do? It's nothing crazy. It does scale with our crit though and accuracy, so I can just put Bullseye on there for now. Seems fine. Bum ba bum bum ba. So I don't really have anything for the Jorb yet, so we'll just save it. No reason to use it if I don't need it for anything. Yeah, crit damage and strength. That's what I'm talking about. That's a good one. Okay, I have an Artificer's Orb, so I could try and make this one happen. Do a quick vendor check first. Sword Spear. That guy.
Warm Knights.
Fist damage is life. I'm gonna lose some leech, could be a problem though. Life per hit, that helps. Light radius accuracy. Oh, one more. Oh, I rolled Fizz. Oh yeah. Alright, pretty excessive use of exalts, but I kinda like doing that when leveling. Iron Rune. There we go, 78 to 138 is only a little bit of a Fizz upgrade, but a good chunk of crit up. And I don't know, honestly, it probably was not really worth the investment, given how little has actually gone up. It is 1.6 attacks instead of 1.5, so it's a fair bit faster. This one I can maybe sell to recoup some of my losses. But I can equip that soon. Back to my portal. I'm thinking that something about the new passives means they haven't yet updated the list of like costs for anointing, so you can't see them on the tree. Yeah. Hopefully that gets updated soon by the time we want to start anointing. Someone immediately bought that spear. I should figure that spears are probably pretty quick sells. There's only one message though. Sisters of Garakan. Need to do a double check that I haven't missed any of these upgrades though. Oh, someone else wanted to buy it. Oops, caps. A lot of desperate Huntresses out there. Desperate for some DPS. Yep. Our spears filling it. Axes in the game yet? Axes aren't in the game. Axes will come with Marauder, I think. Or whatever is taking Marauder's slot. I like spears a lot. It's a somewhat combo heavy playstyle. It's a very mobile playstyle. It's a very like intriguing and interactive playstyle, but it's not necessarily an easy playstyle. And people are struggling with it a bit. The raw damage of like uncomboed basic just slashing away is pretty weak. But you can do some big damage with the right setups. Everyone's trying to buy it. Guess I could have got like 3 or 4x for that. Should price check now. I believe I need to... Okay, where am I going? Beep boop. Beep boop. Town. I mean, I'll check your build and I would like to know better what's the deal with Spearfield. Sure, yeah. I should probably expand the notes then if people are like, a bit uncertain. But Spearfield is very good at generating rage. So you place the Spearfields down, it generates rage on hit, and then also as they move through the Spearfield, it gives you more rage stacks. So, very nice at giving you those rage stacks. It also deals pretty good damage just in its own right, and slows enemies. You can use it against Dangerous Pack, so Dangerous Pack, you can drop them down. Oh, the spears look different. Probably because they're based on the spear I'm using. And you can also use them to stack incisions. So I'm using Bloodlust, which makes them deal more damage against bleeding enemies. So we bleed them with Rake and then we can use spear field to like deal damage. And that means that spear field can't make bleeds, which is fine because it doesn't really do much bleed damage anyway. But it lets him stack incisions, so you can get this 10 incisions really quickly. And that means that you get 20% increased damage taken, physical damage taken, for the bleeds that are currently active. And like a bunch of bleed magnitude for any new bleeds created with rank. In fact, the incisions mean that the stomping ground hits will probably do a bleed as well, actually. You have a spear skin they take on that appearance as well? Yeah, neat. Neat little detail, I didn't realize that. I think it's probably not worth getting that. Level 55. Do I want to go get this now? It would be nice to not have to worry about dexterity so much anymore, but 8 dexterity is what, like... 8% is like 10 dexterity, so... not that good. But once I get behind it, though... I'm currently kind of... Oh, we leveled and can equip the chest. I would like to get Falcon Dive. How's my accuracy right now? 2500, so... That's 10% attack speed. It's pretty good. Bit more when we get there. Promising. 5% cold resistance. How cute. Ba-ba-da-ba, ba-ba-da-ba. Anything else I want to do right now, though? Yeah, no, that seems fine. I wouldn't mind a bit more survivability, but this works. Go over outside, maybe. Isn't incision removed when bleed is applied? That happens on hit with these skills. That's why we use Bloodlust, because Bloodlust stops them from being able to prevent bleed, to create bleed. Spear field is linked to Bloodlust. That means it cannot create a bleed, but every hit can still create an incision, which it basically does. That's a lot of hits, rapidly creating incisions. We can use the incision support even later to guarantee them. We can drop a couple passives maybe if we do that. But honestly, I'm tempted to like make I'm tempted to make Spearfield into like a big single target skill. It's pretty cool. Oh my god, no. Sure, there's a lot going on in here. The Sparadoon and Palers just for wide mobs have a lot going on, don't they? A little scary.
You are
Get him!
relentless.
Get him!
But that makes you predictable. The time of the Paladin is nigh.
What's the name of the beast? Irrelevant. Timothy. Timothy, the cat monster. The name is relevant because it doesn't matter what the beast is, it's what it has on it that matters. The cat thing does basically nothing, it just does it's basic attacks, it's all it's got. The only thing that matters is that it has a substantial physical, old school PoE player lingo. Look at the damage, man! What the? So good. Yummy damage. Oh, mate, please. Is this good? This might do here. This might do nicely. Do I have int on the tree that I can swap out though? I've got like one. It's not going to be enough. That's not going to work. Wait, 46 int? Oh, my new gloves are lower int requirement. That means... Oh, right, the spear. Well, hold on. Yeah, the problem is the dexterity requirements, right? Like, I can't use the new chest, but maybe that's okay. The chest has dexterity. Hold on. Ready? Snapshotting. Aha! It actually, like, flashes red for a second. No? Okay. I'm dreaming. Snapshotting. Now, is that actually even an upgrade? I got a lot more evasion, which is good. More dexterity, which is also good. More life, yep. But no sockets right now is a problem. That's a problem. I do need the dexterity, though. So that's going to be handy. I look different for the first time in ages. Spearfield's very good on big bosses, similar to Icewall. Yeah, it was, even my Rakes were doing a lot of damage, so I was wondering. I wonder if it's got like multiple hitboxes I was hitting from its arms. I feel like I was doing more damage than usual.
My wares are renowned. Take care.
I shouldn't need that. Let's go ahead and salvage. Just the resistor. Oh, great.
Browse as long as you like.
Branched spears next up there, it looks like.
Warm nights.
Cool winds, warm nights. So does it execute when it hits that threshold? Execute is the bottom 35%. Execute refers to a support gem that is more damage against low health enemies. It's 35%, bottom 35%, but it's not represented on their health bar at all. You're probably talking about like the blood loss mechanics and things like that. Watchful Twins. What are we... Anything we missed? Doesn't look like it. Seems fine. This way. The blood loss is just tracked for... So you can see how big your explosion will be, basically. Which is triggered by Blood Hunt. Oh no, wait, what's going on? I'm having an issue. Where are all my skills?
No matter what.
I don't have enough dexterity. Oh god. Well... How did that end up happening? Mate, I have no skills. Don't poke me, please! Where's the bloody town? Alright, it moves. Still not able to take runes out from sockets since you just didn't? No. You can replace them. You can override them with previous ones, so you can change them now. But runes are a consumed resource, effectively.
What have you...
Time to change my ways.
Hooded one. Ah, so I was able to change this over. Wasn't I? We're okay, 88. I could, in theory, drop more, but I can't. What's this? Int? Could change that ring. Don't think I have a better one. Fire Cobras. Probably don't. If I have a lightning resistance one, it could be good, though. Accuracy fire. Nope. Alright, we're back. We're good. I'm online. Wait, is that enough? Yes. Hey, Jerds, thank you for the sub, mate. New sub, appreciate it. Thank you.
Soften the wound. Take this.
Need those. Gimme. Nice dodge. Beast is Ziggy using? I'm using a beast with a physical aura and shock on hit. There's one little goblin in there hiding with the vases. I don't think I'm ever really creating shock around with that skill. So the shocking leap on Thunderous Leap is probably not necessary. I might try that life recovery one, or maybe the evasion boosting one, since it is kind of handy for like when you're surrounded and want to get out of there, and you're a bit too Oops. A bit too surrounded for disengage.
Bring it on.
Don't get a physical aura. Best I managed to find is early resist aura and shock on hit. I mean, if you got an early resist aura or shock on hit monster, I'd take that for sure. You don't have to get like a specific aura or anything, just anything good I think is good. I guess just like weigh up yourself, like what do you think is better than Wind Dancer? Can't find something better than Wind Dancer, then probably just want to use Wind Dancer. Quit blocking me. Out of here. Essence of electricity and nice.
No rest for the wicked, eh?
Mana donuts. Always mana donuts.
Another hunt, another
Nice.
trophy.
One was one shinier than the other. Loot filter? I'm guessing there was like an economic tiering going on for lightning essences. More valuable for like, I don't know, something. Crafting a Archmage gear or something.
The hunt is
Probably
on.
irrelevant now. Tufel's doing a really good job of that, like, hobble to guarantee max crit. Pretty cool. Nasty goobers. Thanks, Jeds. How's that new character? I really like her, but she's divisive. She's a difficult to play, combo heavy character. Well, you know, the spears are. When we say Huntress, generally we're talking about spears. Huntress as a class is, like, good. The Ascendancy. Huntress, as Amazon seems really good. Ritualist seems like it has some decent potential as well. But generally we're talking about, like, spears themselves, though. I like them. Weird like that. Obviously only support that prevents bleed. That I know of. If you find something else, let me know. I think so though. Sadly it's melee early, so can't use it on armor piercing rounds. Ah, bummer. So you can't do that incision build and then switch skill thing. Yeah, that's a problem, isn't it? You kind of need like a way to do that. Otherwise incision doesn't really work. Like for the purpose of like pre-stacking to get you ready for a big hit. There's the lightning one. It's striking spear, lightning damage base with strength dex requirement hybrid. Oh wait, I suppose that one's not an int requirement too. It's interesting to have like a weapon type that is strength dex on the like tied to the pure dex character slot. She's obviously much more of a dex character than the duelist would be. But she does kind of bleed over a bit though. Huntress and Spear has been the most fun gameplay for me. It's like I'm playing a different game when I hear others complain. Yeah, I get it. You know, if you're enjoying yourself, try not to let it get you down. It can have an impact on you. When people start pointing out the things, then you're like, yeah, I guess that is a problem. It's like when you really like a movie and then you watch a review of it and you realize how bad it was. And how much you don't like it now. I'm glad you're enjoying that. I think GGG can learn from it though. Like, I can say I kind of love Huntress all day, and I can say that she's got lots of powerful combinations of skills, but and that can be true, but it can also be true that maybe GG messed up with the design of her, and they can learn something from it. Like, I do think fundamentally it's good to have some skill, like some archetypes that don't necessarily appeal to everyone. I think that's fine. But maybe it means they want like a, you know, that first tier of skills to be a bit more straightforward, a bit punchier, maybe. I don't know. I don't agree with this whole default attack should do more damage than other single target skills, because it doesn't do anything is the idea. Like because it only stabs, so it should do the most stab damage. But I just think it's lame, right? I don't think we should encourage you to use the most lamest looking skill. I did tell them that, but we'll see if they eventually change their mind on that idea. Interesting, even when you're not dealing damage to them because you're dealing damage to the Molten Shield, it still takes stun build up. A dense little kind of hold out there. There are barely any strength requirements for the spear stuff. Yeah, it's just like a little cute tiny bit. Almost a thematic amount. Which you're gonna be doing anyway if you're trying to equip some red sports, which you generally do. Whoa! Pretty spicy in here, eh? Pretty spicy. Whoa, no beaming me, please. Whatever that is you're doing. Stop it. Oh, bad position. I always think that blue thing is something that trying to kill me, but it's just my Pokemon going back to its Pokeball for a rest. It really does like go back on the field instantly now when it dies. It's great. I can just have it like slowly work its way through the pack. They're just three stooging in the doorway. Look, they're just stuck. Goobers. Absolute goobin. Bloody mana donut. Woo. I think investment in survivability on the tree is probably a good call for next up. I don't know if that means block or evasion route. Oh, this is a bad idea. Yeah. Don't have that leech anymore, do I? Need to make sure we get a source of that. It's gonna be probably just getting someone a ring, I think. Just doing a bit of farming, eh? I think I was some levels behind, wasn't I? I'm still 2 levels behind. Maybe 1 now. Nice. Is that Herald of Blood destroying the corpses? Yeah, yep. Interestingly, if you tried to do a bleed ritualist with like the whole butcher the corpse for modifiers, I wonder if Herald of Blood destroys the rare corpses though. Or maybe it doesn't, maybe it still works. That seems like a concern though. I was gonna get the accuracy, but maybe I want to get defensive stuff right now. Kind of feels like that would be a good idea. defenses from a quick shield's not going to do much for me right now. I do have a little bit of block, but it's not that good. I think maybe we go to enhanced reflexes then. We'll want to get that jewel socket, won't we? Actually, do I have a jewel for that one? Well, not on me right now, at least. Some evasion it is. I have a bit more evasion now.
Soften the wound.
What's the general opinion of the patch so far? I mean, what have I experienced thus far, right? Like, leveling a new class that I personally really enjoy. I've had a challenging but enjoyable... Sorry, I'm pretty tired, so my ability to come up with unique and distinct words to use in my sentences is a little poor right now. What was I saying? Anyway. Class, I like class fun. My experience, fun yet challenging. It's not been easy mode, but I've felt powerful still nonetheless at times, and other times I've felt, you know, like, oh man, I'm having to fight for my life here to like get to my next kind of power spike to get through this really difficult section. Like right now, this is a spicy time. I don't think GGG's like decision to kind of like make the very early acts a good chunk harder for players was probably a good one, because players already kind of struggle with a reset. It's always a bit of an adjustment for people. There's always that kind of first day roughness, and that it has been massively exacerbated. But yeah, I think like GGG probably didn't expect it though. Like I don't think they expected this. It's and like I think it's pretty reasonable that they didn't expect that. I feel like there's been a bit of a shift in the past few months. There was a top Reddit thread that I saw linked earlier that was from 4 months ago, just after launch, being like, GGG, don't nerf the game, keep it hard. We love this like brutal slog through the campaign, said affectionately. Now said with no affection. Anyway, I've had a pretty good time. The game's definitely a bit harder. And it probably didn't need to be harder. I don't mind it being harder. I can look at that as a fun challenge for me and my knowledge, but oh boy, let's reset at checkpoint because that's it's right there anyway. But I totally understand it not being very fun for a lot of other people. Different beasts have different powers of auras. Got a Fizz aura, which only increased my rake skill by 6%ish. Keep in mind it's gonna math differently potentially, depending on what supports you've got running currently and what they're doing, I suppose. I haven't checked how much mine is doing in a little while. I don't know. I don't know if auras scale with type of beast. It's possible. I've never heard of that before, but... Good question. How did I blast through my life loss so quickly? I'm not really having other recoveries problem. I have some life gain on here, but it's not as good as the leech right now. I miss my leech. I think I did have a leech ring, but I don't know if I got rid of it. I think I did get rid of it. Oops. Slight error. This has been probably the most difficult zone I've had in the entire run. It was in normal too, actually. I struggled here more than elsewhere. It was most of the boss last time though. Whoa! Oh, you can definitely be stabbed in the air then, can't you? Oh my god. Well, I'm not far off the checkpoint, so that's something, I suppose. Did they intentionally want to make the early acts harder? Well, they did intentional actions that were going to have that result, so yeah, I'd say so. Why they wanted to do that? Maybe we'll find out tomorrow. I think there's a podcast. I think I'm on a podcast with tomorrow. Do you want to know when that is? Might find out why then, maybe. Like, I suspect the answer is that it's about the idea of having, like, that scary, difficult struggle, so that then you have those moments of, like, finding that piece of gear or that skill gem combo or that build moment where you become powerful. But they probably pushed it a bit too far. I only play bad builds, so the game honestly feels the same to me. There could be an element of that, people playing, like, having previously played really powerful things, so now it's a much bigger adjustment than what... Like, imagine GGD, like, balances, like, average build to average build from patch to patch, and they're like, we want to make it, like, 10% weaker, so like, okay. But, like, if you were playing the, like, way above average build before, now, all of a sudden, the difference between your experience before and the difference of your experience now could be way wider, right? If you're now playing a, you know, much more balanced build. Dreadnought's just hard. Dreadnought's pretty hard.
Stop no wound.
Would have been fine with making repeat axe harder, but first 3 harder was nasty. Yeah, so the specific thing they did, apart from, like, you know, balance changes across the board, which is just like wild, so many changes, it's really hard to pin down any specific thing. But on the, like, outside of your character skills and stuff, they lowered the amount of flat damage on gear, which was kind of high, and they added lesser runes to have, like, a lower end for the early acts. So Act 1 and 2, yes, you're getting a reduced kind of amount of added flat damage compared to before. Which, like, I don't know if that was the right choice. I think, like, having lesser normal greater runes kind of makes sense, but that flat damage on, like, gloves and rings and things, and those runes, offset the RNG of not finding a good weapon. That was, like, a pretty useful tool for, like, balancing things out a bit. The game's easy, but I always played meme builds, so my experience is not the same. I mean, in theory, you know a lot more now and are better at the game, so that could have it could end up being easy for you. I certainly got a lot further with my, like, early hands-on with the Huntress than I did with my early hands-on with the Mercenary. Now that I've, you know, played a lot more, I was able to nearly get to endgame. Oh yeah, fucking free. We might want to see if we can get something that's gonna give us a little bit of recovery, maybe. I don't know. Ingenuity, blind. We don't really take damage while using that one, but we do with Thunderous Leap, so we could go keep Holy Descent and add Emo crystals. Consume bleeding hit to create explosive blood-filled crystals. I kind of want to try that out too, though, just to see how useful that is here. Takes damage with hits with supported skills is lucky while you're surrounded. Charm bounty. Killing strike. Alright, let's try Emo crystals on that. Just because I don't really have another great place to put it currently. So the idea though is I could probably drop some bleeds on enemies and then leap slam onto them to get the Hemo crystals out. Whether that's, like, worth doing compared to just letting them bleed though, I don't know. It might help with, like, clearing some of these nasty dense packs. What's your favorite non-boss music in PoE 2? I quite liked the... I don't know if I have a specific one. Need to go through and identify the tracks. Alright, we struggled to get here. Let's see how we go to the actual boss.
Do you even know what he is?
I don't have charge recovery on Floss, so
You'll find my kin far
We'll
more
see.
capable than Count Gianor. My king, take the power you were promised. Put an end to this nuisance.
The Sigma of the Emperor. Bow before your king. The Maraketh will pay!
oops, immediately gets speared.
We repay hate in kind!
Submit! You are finished!
Man, it just nukes you with that unless you parry.
We repay hate in
Maybe I'll go for the parries.
The Maraketh will pay!
Are you even hitting me?
We are endless.
No, not this scuba. I hate the scuba.
Aware with you!
Go beastie, it's doing its best. It's doing its best.
For my
We're running out of
people!
time! End this! What are you doing?
I will hold this oppressor at bay!
Chop! Oh, the lightning's still going. I've not seen that before.
I don't have time for this! Sands, bend to my will! Impede my enemies! Forge of hate! The Maraketh will pay!
You just like repeatedly parry all of those little warning stations.
Have blood!
Seems to be the go.
Cannot give up! Forge of hate!
I'm going alright, but I might die if I get bonked like that. That's it.
Damn you!
Oh no. Ooh. That was a good hop. I don't like this positioning, dude. We can't come out even.
10,000 spears! You will be forgotten!
Yeah, nice.
You will not win! The Maraketh will pay 10,000 spears!
Whoa. No, no, no. Whoa. That was close.
Forge of hate!
Oh, mate, come on. Not the best dodging. Oh.
Endless hate!
Oh, so close.
You.
Oh, I think I got him. Nice. That was fun. I love tense boss fights. That was like perfectly balanced boss fight, right? Like, I feel like I had to fight for it, but I had the tools. As long as I stayed calm and in control, I had it under control.
This is not over.
Woo.
Not yet.
Jamandra! I return you to the embrace of death!
Can you control your companion with right click like other minions?
Is
I think you can. I don't know if I have changed the hotkey or something for that though, maybe. Oh. Apparently you can, yeah. Oh no, they just do that when you attack somewhere. That's just a thing. Doo-doo-doo. +2 minion skills, life accuracy. Let's see if that's worth something maybe. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Over there, you. Alright, Tasala, very good. Maybe I'll do a planner update now as well. Why can he roll so quick? Your regular dodge rolls movement is based on your movement speed, but I'm also using disengage, which is fast. And you can use the two together. The no overhead health bars is crazy. I feel like I've not really needed it in Path of Exile. There are some builds sometimes where the health bars on enemies is helpful. Health bar on my character I don't even look at. I'm just, after more than a decade of action RPG gaming, I have eyeballs. I have, like, you know, in your mirrors, you put the little mini mirror on your car, so you can see the, like, down, like, the gutters and your blind spots. I have those attached to my eyes that look at the health and mana. See, what are you talking about? So worried about it. That hat can probably go in here. Stone rune. Alright, you can go in the dump tab. Shocking leap. Break posture, delayed reaction. Yeah. I think shocking leap could be used on disengage, but maybe it's like a third gem. Break posture, daze when fully breaking armor. So I don't really know what the skill is that is breaking the armor then. It's generally bleed or just rake or something, so I'm not going to put that on anything, I don't think. So that one's no good, that was a bust. Delayed reaction is cute, but not something we really need. I do have the extra goober here, so I could just put Shocking Leap on there now. I mean, there might be other options, but for now that seems okay. I probably won't bother to put that in the planner until I see if it looks good on it. Let's do an update for Act Cruel, Act 1 and 2. I might just make like a cruel tree here. Probably should have just done one tree in general. One, 2, and 3, but like, you know, it'll be it'll be unfinished until I figure it out what I'm doing. Okay. Let's see here. So I've gone this route and didn't get the knockback here, which I think is probably the play. I think we want to get people some survivability here. How many more points do I want to spend right now? I wish I could see how many points I've spent. Ugh. Probably if I export to PoB, maybe. Ziggy's become an animal that can look multiple directions at once. You gotta, so that you don't, you know, get eaten by spiders and stuff. In Australia, it's just normal. It's important. Difference in the ending of the boss battles in the story kind of sucks because you never get to kill any of the act bosses. It's always someone else. Or going back to Anthem all over again. Is this actually not updated yet? This looks up to date. I guess I already updated and didn't realize. Import. Not yet enabled. Oh, right. Okay. Never mind then. That's no good to me. Someone was seeing how many points I had. Were you just counting them? That's unhinged. Maybe I can just count the difference. Okay, so like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Keep all those. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 maybe. So I'll start with a roughly 17 additional passives maybe. Yeah. Although I don't have that, so maybe -4 from that, so let's make it 13 to be safe. Okay, so we're gonna come up here. Grab those two. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Don't want to get that all block. Have you seen the parry rake movement tech? It's kind of crazy. You mean how you can just like rake animation cancel? Well, what? I don't know about parry there though. What's parry part of that? There's a parry part of that? That's interesting. XRL is a character importer. I haven't tried it yet. It's not updated yet. Oh, pop, yeah. Yeah, I don't know if the character importer works yet either. I remember trying that before, but I'm not sure if it did. Use parry to do the animation cancel? Oh, I have to... I mean, I don't really want to do that anyway, but... Interesting. I don't know how many points I've left. Like, roughly this many. I can kind of say what I'm going to do anyway, I suppose. Does nodes really do that? Or it's just like random 8 points that don't connect to anything? Yep. Plus for dexterity, eh? Yep, plus. Guess if you really want to max out that dexterity, huh? In theory, nearsighted is kind of lit, but I think for now we might want to get the crit damage here. At this point, you should really have that. And I'm thinking we want to get block and defenses there. So now, at this point, like these nodes start to become reliant on gear. I try to like take those nodes later where possible. But we'll make a note of that. So roughly there is a combination of what I have currently and my intent. There's a video here. You can just look at it for curiosity. It's very clearly a bug. Yeah, well, I think like how animation cancelable rake was probably not intended in general. Oh my god, I can count the pixels. Oh yeah, some Warframe style movement there. Because yeah, you can already move really fast with the dodge roll rake, but ew. Lol. Yeah, I'm sure that'll change. Where's me planner? Here we go. You can do it without. Using parried animation cancel is easier for some people as well. Okay. I figured the parry cancelled the dodge roll. Because you got animation cancel dodge roll normally. Okay. Edit. Act. I'll just say 4 and 5 for brevity. Tier 3 supports. It's not all tier 3 supports, but they start becoming available. Act 4 and 5. So, rake is unchanged. Bloodhound's Mark now has... I just put Bullseye on there, but I hasn't even put that on there. Like, it's barely even a thing. So, Bloodhound's Mark is maybe just nothing for now. Bloodlust, Blood in the Eyes, Rage. Yes. Blood Hunt, Heavy Swing, Exploit Weakness, Execute. Heavy Swing, Exploit Weakness, Execute. Yep. Looks pretty well, I think. The, should make a note that it's like that setup is designed to be used with your curse, right? Thunderous Leap, Holy Descent, Hemo Crystals. I haven't really tested the Hemo Crystals and decided if they're worth it yet, but we want to do the Holy Descent though. That's a good one. Holy Descent. Technically could have already had that. Disengage, Shocking Leap. So I had Shocking Leap on before, did I? Yeah, no, that's not useful. I didn't know they'd changed it. So we'll go ahead and remove that. I mean, you can kind of use it on there, but it's not very good. And what I have now is probably better. Ingenuity, blind, and then, well, shocking leap. But these need to be the main ones. I actually haven't really got many tier 3 supports yet. We put Last Gasp on the pet. It's really good. That's a really good one. Huh? Aw. I don't think it is here. That's unfortunate. That's weird. I wonder if it's because, like, it's because Tame Beast is in the actual skill. Can I, like, change this? Maybe I can change it. Add skill. Companion? I don't think it has that listed here. Yes. I'll let them know about that. Does Max have all the new stuff in there? They do, except Tame Beast is kind of a weird edge case where it's like, it turns into a new gem, but that's not in the list. I don't know. I'll let the dev team know. Dev updates. Tame. I don't see anything about Tame there. Chat. Oh. There may be companion. Oh, okay, yeah. I'll let him know. Tame Beast needs its alt gem. Summon companion for the planners. Doesn't work right now to link supports to. I feel like you're dropping less exalts in the campaign? No. No, someone else mentioned that, but it's probably just variance. I feel like I'm getting more loot overall, same-ish amounts of currency. More Jeweler's Orbs for sure. That's the only thing I've really noticed is the buff Jeweler's Orb drop rate. Before it was like you were lucky to get one, now I've had like 3. And my previous run was like that too, I got a lot of those. Let's add a cruel section. Cruel notes. Well, this can go anywhere really. Cut Tame Beast, yada yada yada. Add Last Gasp to Tame Beast to increase uptime. Gem doesn't work in Planner at the moment. Red text highlighted. Highlighted text. Ugh, that's unreadable. Okay, no highlight. Red text, thanks. Okay, cruel. Tier 3 gems start becoming available. We'll incorporate those as I find good ones. I haven't really got any yet. Passive tree. Note. Defensive nodes start feeling helpful in Act 2. Cruel. But evasion and block / shield nodes are gear dependent. If you take them but have bad gear, their impact is minimal. Ensure you get a good shield and start updating to higher level gear. A lot of people reach the cruel and they're like, gear looks good, like, because it's like Act 2 good. So you have to kind of start replacing it with like less good looking gear that's, you know, got 400 more evasion. Evasion is important. Passive tree plus gearing note. And we can do a new one of these. Add set 4. Cruel and of act. Let's go. Alright, let's export my current gear. Oops. I am not sure if I did all of the gems. Actually, I want to add a note as well. Having a source of life and mana leech is very desirable. Let's just say very desirable. I'll strip the spirit off this amulet again. It's not strictly necessary. I'm not including the gem for it in the planner currently. Dee-doo-doo. Just is pretty mediocre right now, but that's what we finished with. I don't know if the stat priorities... Yeah. I did stat priorities on Act 3, if you haven't seen yet. This is generally true pretty much throughout the campaign. So, stat priorities are on there. I'll have to do it on each of them or something later, I don't know. Rogue Exiles are great for gearing. It's not really a tip you can do anything with, but just like, you know, try and kill the Rogue Exiles because they'll give you good gear. It's a good idea to kill them. Kill them if you can. Probably the best advice I could give you really though if you're playing Trade League is to spend those Exalt drops, not how as I have on exalting your spear and stuff, but rather just buying some things. Like I sold my spear, that was amazing, for 2 Exalts, right? Like, so one could always buy such a thing yourself. That'll do. Do I need a new skill rotation? I think we might. This was like a 3 bossing. Cruel. And do I need to update that actually? Bossing, I think I do need to update that. Let's just say Act 3 on bossing. Okay. Act 3 onwards. There we go. We'll just modify this one. So we need to go mark. Let's say optional totem. Spear field. Let's break from here. And then rake. And then additional spears. We call this more spears. At some point I'll add some notes about explaining how the incision spearfield stuff works maybe. That should be good for now though, I think. I think that should cover it. That update should go through soonish. Excellent. We're done here, aren't we? Go speak to Zavala, go to the next act. Woo! Can you explain tame beast? Do you need a skill gem every time you do it? Every time you want to tame a new beast? Yes. Once you tame a beast, it permanently becomes... Oh, I gotta go talk to Sin. It permanently becomes that gem. Like, that gem is that beast from now on. So if I look at my tame beast, it's no longer the tame beast gem. It is now companion, prowling chimeral. And with its specific modifiers, if I want to tame a new one, I cut a new tame beast gem.
Go on, tell me. Who are you, really?
And then I can, yeah, keep both. The separate gems you swap between as you want.
I have not been entirely full.
Is he done third ascendancy trial yet? Nah, I don't generally do that until the end of the campaign. You don't really even get a key until probably in maps, but possibly like right at the end of Act 3. It has to be level 60, and that's only the last few zones of Act 3, right? Can't believe the shield I still have. People are going to see that in my planner and be like, man, this guy's still using a level 12 shield. But, you know, if I can make it work with a level 12 shield, imagine what you can do with a level 50 shield. My bloody level 12 shield. Please, I need a new one.
Yes. Yeah. And
The
I'm
beast
going to start
has grown
gambling bucklers, I think. I would love to start getting some survivability. Although, these next sections of these actors are not going to be nearly as hard as what I've just had to deal with.
Care for a story? Stay in sight.
Thunderous Leap performed.
You say so. Whoop, whoop.
this
Hold up. Consult the Ziggy guide. Let's go to here and then go back up. Act 3 Cruel. Yeah, I've got to get a free Jewel's Orb. Hanging Tree is a ring. Root Dredge, which is nothing special. Yeah, that's what I wanted to. If Root Dredge was worth going out away for.
The cool breath of the mountains. Bleed out!
Ooh. Hopefully your resist are better than mine during your campaign level. Might have been pretty bad. Like Regals are impossible to find? I mean, mostly you disenchant to get Regals. You don't drop many Regals. I think I've had like 2 drop maybe. Pokemon, but the Pokeballs are gems? Exactly. Hope you're well today. Hey Bears. How to stop dying? How to question? There are many possible answers to that one. But generally speaking, the most important one is keep your life above 0. Maintain at least 1 life as a minimum. Bare minimum, we call that, the bare minimum of 1 life. So Deadly Herald go on there, that's a thing we can do. Great Wood. Discombobulate. I doubt you're going to do anything. We could put just Culling Strike on there. I haven't really done anything with Chakra Totem yet. I don't know if there's another skill that would be handy. I mean, later we might just end up putting like Wind Dancer back on or something. Might take that slot. Couldn't Bloodhound's Mark do? No, I don't really need Culling Strike on like that. It's not much help to us. Yeah, we don't really even need Culling Strike to be honest. Parry, Unbreakable, Incision, Mobility. Mobility on parries. Kinda cute, I guess. Uh-huh. Go on then. Mobility parry. Yo! I'm so fast. I don't even know if I really move around much when I'm parrying.
Bleed out!
Those blood explosions are hilarious. Inscribed Ultimatum. That was 1 level off being ascendable, but you know, also it's Trial Chaos, so it wouldn't have been a guaranteed thing. These big bugs from this zone, if you tame them, they spawn a hostile flies that begin to attack you. Or they attack the bug. Oh no, their own children turn against them. Oh god, I knew there was going to be instances of that sort of thing, right? Like, things killing players, for sure. Jump! Dang it. How does an Essence mob get trapped on the Dreadnought? Yeah, and they just tolerate it. I'm guessing one of them probably ate some Essences and then, like, They turned into an essence crystal, and they're like, I ain't touching that. That's how I think it would go down.
No rest for the wicked, eh?
Oh, it's just a cute little zombie.
Another hunt, another trophy.
Just a cute little zombie with a gigantic anchor. Oh, yeah. Well, that's that, I suppose. And before you can use it to boost DPS or something as well. I don't think it exceeds your attack speed. Degenerate. Degenerate.
The hunt is on. They make for a curious couple. Just from below.
You too, mate. You're getting your stun as well, okay? Everybody's eating their stuns. My first waystone! Oh, it's beautiful. It's gonna be a lucky one. You know that first one's gonna be a lucky one, right? I think Companion might be the next one to look at. I could try... I mean, I don't have anything to put in there yet, so I'll wait, but... I use a single target for bosses, as I struggle with that. Rake and Spearfield combined together for single target. Some bosses, Spearfield does like the most damage, other bosses, Rake does the most damage. But usually it's the combination of the two. You go Spearfield 1 to 3 times, then Rake, until you get like a big bleed, and then Spearfield 3 times. There's only really 3 ways of generating frenzy charges. Parry, followed up by either disengage or any attack with, there's a support gem that does the same thing. Consume parry to get a frenzy. But that's really not going to be the main way, that's just like supplemental. The main ways are Sniper's Mark for single target. Consume Sniper's Mark with a crit to generate a frenzy charge, or more, if you're lucky. And Combat Command to generate frenzy charges on Freeze, Shock, or Pin. Which means you want to get a source of Freeze, Shock, or Pin. You know. $445, 62% more on low. Eh.
Don't drink the water.
She's sharp, that one.
Beware.
Oh, I have this. Get out of here. Where is Gamble Man? Oh, that's Alva, actually, not Alva. You do the gambling here, not Oswald.
How can I help?
Give me some bucklers, please. Gosh. Spiked buckler. Doesn't have any spike-related things on it. Block chance. With cold resistance. You have some potential. This, like, driftwood beach buckler right there.
Oh, that's quite pretty. Good luck.
Hey, is Bleed Hunt the best type of Huntress to play? I don't know I can say that definitively. There's been some pretty nice twister action. I think I've seen some pretty good elemental throwing spears, like Stormlance. Pox was playing Stormlance, looked pretty good. I played that to 55 as well and quite liked it. Pre-release was quite good. Okay, this could finally upgrade my shield. It's not really going to be much of an upgrade unless I get a lucky regal, but... evasion's okay. Go on then. Why is it always thorns? It's always thorns. Do we want to do that? Lightning is a concern. Barely. It's not really even an upgrade. Not really even an upgrade. My shield struggle is real. How is this shield still better than anything else I've found? Does happen sometimes, doesn't it? I had boot struggles a while back, didn't I? Having second tree spec into duration and curses are funny. My flammability has a 21-second duration. Yeah, I haven't utilized or really thought about how or if I want to do anything with weapon swaps yet. I wonder, like... I suppose I could do some companion stuff, but I don't really know if there's anything... Wait, can you just, like, weapon swap snapshot companions reduce reservation? I don't know if that works like that, does it? If I bind my summon companion to my weapon swap, second set, reduce reservation, and then swap back to my main set. I don't think that works, right? This Lich Node stops my life loss kill me when I have energy shield. It's pretty funny. In Act 2, I think I have reasonable gear, upgraded gems, particularly Rake and Spearfield, but I can barely scratch Jamin Ra. Jamin Ra is like one of the bigger hurdles in the campaign, both in normal and crawl. I also struggled in there. It's a tough fight. Should be using Act 2 tree or Act 3 tree. I mean, you can look at the Act 3 tree if you're like kind of at the end of Act 2 tree and not sure what you're doing. But it's just a natural progression of that anyway. But yeah, it's tough. Any like little tweaks or upgrades you can do just at that last bit there can help a bit. But yeah, try and do some little lightning resistance swaps if like survivability is the issue there. It's a tough fight though. It took me 2 goes. Lightning res doesn't really help. Most of his like damage that's hard to avoid is lightning damage. Spearfield's pretty good against him. I mostly did a lot of Spearfield, just a bit of duck in, duck out with rank. Disengage is really handy for staying off the lightning zappy things. I just did it earlier on the stream if you want to rewind and watch. For the crawl version. It was like, it was a tough fight. Got it done though. First go for the boss. Thing is, I have to use at least some second tree shenanigans because my build scales with reduced duration. Yeah, when you got that sort of thing going on. That was the case with grenades potentially before, but I think they've changed it now.
Keep my eyes peeled.
To grab my topaz charm? Yeah, potentially. It might just help, you know, like save you from dying to 2 hits, save you a couple flash charges, might make a difference. Couple nasties in here. Is it 2 or is it just the minions? No, there is 2 res here. That was a pretty cool blood hunt. The level up. It's kind of satisfying. Oh, the slow is so brutal. I gotta get some reduced slowing or something maybe. Crazy. Is that open? It looks open. I guess there's minions in here. There we go. What you got for me? A couple of transmute and augment. Alright then. Evasion nodes will make a fair difference at this point now that I have evasion and don't have any evasion nodes. I was having the worst start of all my PoE starts. Thanks for your bleed guide. Helped me get my foot out the door. Excellent, mate. I'm really glad to hear that. Yeah, if you have any questions or feedbacks for it, I can make improvements and do make improvements rapidly as we work on it together. What monsters does your team beast have? Fizz damage aura and shock on hit. That's a pretty good one. I like it. Good DPS one.
Take this.
Oh, Naskies. Whew. It's a tough league start. The game is harder than ever. Oh, that's bad. Descent. It was insufficient. I'm really gonna get some life leech again. It's essential. I should not have salvaged that ring. Oh, there's an eye break. Whoops, sorry. I'll be back in a minute. You have one of the Triceratops? The Triceratops are amazing, but I don't know if I could have one as a companion because they're so big. You can walk through them at least, so that's something, but they're just going to be like there, slamming their tail around, doing their gigantic laser. Has anyone found any like beasts that have like a native ability, by that something they always do regardless of modifiers, that is useful in some way? Because like for sure there is some, right? Like I don't know, spiders that shoot webs or something to slow enemies down.
The hunt is on.
Obviously getting one of those with good modifiers on top is probably going to be tricky. This one's got Trail of Lightning and Elemental Resistance Aura, so like this would be a good beast to get. And you know, to be honest, I think I might get one. Because it's I could swap it in for resist.
Using tame beast.
I'm pretty sure it was a beast. Let me see. Oh, it's undead. It's undead. Of course it's undead. Everything in here is undead. Boo! That would have been amazing. Alright, well. I might keep an eye out for something like that, though. That'd be good. Antlion movement speed tech. What does an Agarat have an aura banner? That might be good. Oh, they have to be beasts, though, and I don't think any of those are beasts. They were... GG were a little clever with that limitation, weren't they? Like, because you have to think, like, okay, so, like, you know, most beasts just attack. Like... So you have to think of, like, some that do something different. You got things like poison and stuff like that, but I think, like, something like spiders that shoot webs is something I imagine would have some utility aspects. Repeat the best beast, just caught in that. I don't know that there is a best beast that I could say just yet. The best beast is whatever aura or utility or skills are gonna help you the most, I suppose.
Lead to drive.
I really like the one I have right now. It's physical damage aura and shock on hit. So it's basically just a bunch of damage for me. I think my shocking leap worked. Another waystone. Building them on that pool. Can someone tell me what I need to use for killing bosses on the Huntress? That depends on your build, but for me it's Spearfield and Rake. But if you're you know, doing explosive spears or something, it might be combined explosive and Storm Lance. Or it could be you know, a whole bunch of different things. It kind of depends what level you're at and what you're playing. Do you have a specific build, or are you just kind of like winging it through Act 1? How is that single target rotation at boss fights? I'm struggling in Act 3, Molten Vigor. Molten Vigor is massive, like DPS check. He's very tanky. He took me 2 times, and the second time I only just got him, so he is, unless you just have like really good gear, he's a big one. You potentially want to just leave him and come back for him. It's not like his rewards are essential to have right then and there. You can always come and do it later once when you got some more damage. He's just got like a massive health bar, right? But yeah, I mean, this is what I used. I used Spearfield and Bloodhunt, and I was able to get it done, but it wasn't easy. Uncut 3. I think a lot of our Uncut 3s are basically waiting on our 4th gems. I don't know that we have any more major changes here. Maybe I could get in some very mild supplemental recovery. Like... herbalism. No, maybe not herbalism. 20... Wait, did they increase the cost of vitality? I don't remember it being 20 spirit. Jeez. What was I actually thinking though? Like... Leech. Because we could use this to leech from its explosions. It's probably more helpful than precision there, maybe. 8% life leech. I need anything that I can get right now, so we'll take that. Here you go, Shockwave Totem. What do you mean? You can't use that. I guess you have your own accuracy or whatever, eh? I can put a socket on Herald of Blood, that's fine. Just put precision back on there for now. Whatever it is. Oh wait, that precision we do want. Anyway. Problem solved. Vitality's always been 20, clarity is 10 though. Oh, okay. Death Rush is super nice for the build. It gives you some solid leech, onslaught on kill, and tons of accuracy. Oh yeah, Death Rush is pretty lit. I tend to do this first playthrough when I'm documenting things for like leveling guides. Though, like follow along guides. I tend to do them without like purchasing anything at all. I try to do them solo self-fund. Which I just say though, like, in Cruel, you should spend your exalts on trade to buy an upgrade. You drop a couple exalts on a spear, that's you're going to double your damage or something, probably. You know, or just buy some move speed boots, or buy a shield with good resist or something. Like, you don't have to randomly slap exalts onto your gear and pray. Playing trade.
Rathen's flaring. It's getting stronger.
It's the strongest thing you can do for yourself. Whoa! Okay. Yep. Pretty over the top, I would say. Don't you think? Bloody magma barrier. Thing's hilarious. Oh god, magma barrier again. This is gonna be a big old fight, this is. It's gonna take me a minute. Can you just stop already, magma barrier? For real?
Finish it.
I feel like magma barrier is maybe a bit over the top, huh? You need some help over here, buddy? Getting ganked by snakes right now. Oh god, magma barrier is back. Got distracted.
Go give it a chance to recover.
This magma barrier is doing quite a good job of giving it a chance to recover, I think.
Before it slips away.
Not really up to me. Oh god, they're straight into the magma barrier.
From the ash. Spirits will be done.
Oh, I got my first talisman. What's it do? Oh, increased presence area of effect. Yep. Well, they did nerf it, so I'm sure some summoners have probably been like, I want that. I want that one. When does Ziggy use Blood Hunt? When the enemy has about 20% of their health remaining. To finish them off. It's not really a reason to use it outside of that. There might be, maybe we can discover some interesting utility I can do with it, but for now, I don't think so. For captured monsters, does it matter if they're buffed by spirit? Nah, that doesn't have any effect, or nor essence, I'm pretty sure. It shouldn't, at least. It's intended to not. You can use Blood Hunt on packs to like kind of pop them early a little bit if you want them to be like out of the way, like they're blocking a door or they're blocking your escape. Blood Hunt to kill them off a little bit sooner is a pretty good idea. I could probably use that a bit more than I have been. Underutilizing that one, I'd say. Oh. Yeah, I'm just gonna make a little retreat. Heal, 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 heal. Heal me! Heal me! Holy Descent, heal me! Oh god. Go Holy Descent, heal me! God. I'm so looking forward to having some leech. I should probably take my own advice and trade for some, to be honest. What do you reckon? How strict should I be about, like, SSFing my leveling experience when the actual advice I give is to trade? Because that is what I would do right now, is I would try and trade for, like, a ring or something. Like, this is a problem. Checkpoint. Do you know if they fixed the issue with engine multi-threading freezing PCs? I don't know specifically. I haven't heard of many freezes. I think they like bypassed some of the freezes that were happening. So hopefully it's fine now. How is that big Viper Spear? I haven't quite made it there myself. I messed around with it a little bit in pre-hands-on, not on this character. I don't think the damages add together from the snakes, so it's a very much a build-around skill, I think. Like, you want to have a build that's very much tailored to interacting with that Frenzy's knockback thing that it's doing. It seems very cool, but it's probably inherently a bit niche. Oh, okay. Alright. All a little tempting. Slowing potency is nice to get. Attributes has been very needed, but it becomes less of a problem as we go. Chaos Resist is just like... I always just feel like Chaos Res is the play, though. I don't know. Can't change that one, eh? It's a little tough. It's tough, you can't change that. Wind Serpent's Fury is still bugged, crashes every time. Oh yeah, some people were saying like consuming a frenzy charge on it is bugged. The snakes are crashing the game or something. That's ugh. That's rough. You synergied up. You are nice. In you go, Waystones. So I need levels and dexterity for that. Can you show Spear? Having trouble trying to gauge if I'm a bit undergeared. What does have wet noodles for hands? So the only really important lines are percentage physical and flat physical. And you want those together ideally. If you can get a leech, accuracy, life gain hit, those are all a little bit helpful, but your priority is 100% the double or triple physical rolls. Flat physical being the most important because you can typically do the most with that. I mean, like a 90 or 100% roll is very good. Or a flat physical roll of like 10 to 20-ish is often very good. Depends on the accurate, obviously. We're up to dropping ultimate flasks now, so we're going to start trying to craft those a bit more. That one's pretty fine. Getting a good lifeline is going to be really helpful. I might want to check Oswald every now and then just to kind of see what he's cooking. This stuff is not all that good still. There is the fancy vendors in this act we can go farm as well, so that's also an option. This spear, if like I didn't have a decent spear, I'd buy this one and regal it. And this one here, I'd buy an augment. So these are good examples, but I would... well, actually, I wouldn't buy this one because it's a lightning spear. I wouldn't buy this one. That physical does nothing. So normally you would buy that if it wasn't a striking spear at least. But the sea glass is something I would augment, for example. But the rest are no good.
Watch your step.
Watch your step. Well, everyone's struggling to get through the campaign. There's not going to be a lot of trade site listings for higher end stuff for sure. But getting a ring might be on the cards potentially. I think I'm like way over the int I need, right? Yeah. So I can take that ring off freely, which is good. Let's have a look. What's available for me on trade? I mean, I did trade for jewels. In fact, I should check the jewel situation. Did I just do my jewels for... Huh? Why has this one showed up? Evasion, attack speed, ailment threshold. Oh, it's 3 mods, right? Attack speed, magnitude of damaging ailments you afflict with critical shit. That's a pretty good one. Attack speed's not as good, though. Ooh, I like blind on hit here. I like that a lot. Do I have 5? I can always trade Alva. I want exalts. I have... I do have an Orb of Chance, apparently. Can't sell that, though. So, like, not that many, please. How many chaos do I have? 3. Is it? You're not going to give me 3 to 1. Yeah, but on the other hand, everyone's kind of got the same issue there. Nobody needs their Chaos Orbs yet. They'll be worth more later, right? You know, I might actually... This might be a slight struggle. Armor scraps I could probably do. 23 to 1? You're kidding me. People are trying to get... How a glass blow is 30 to... What? 15 to 1? How? That's not possible. Ox Talisman. 3 to 1? You're kidding me. No stock. 1 to 1. There's like 400 stockpile. What the? Huh? What is going on in the... What is going on in the currency market? Obviously, it's like wild because people are probably just like don't want any of the stuff that you would want at Endgame and they're just churning it into exalts. Look, I could get like 2 exalts for my Orb of Chance. Oh my lord. I kind of need blacksmiths. 4 to 1. 5 to 1 even. Jeez. Okay. That's a problem. Essence is worth anything? 20. How? How 20 to 1? How? That's nonsense numbers. Those aren't real numbers. The heck? What's the price of divines? Good question, actually. Divine Orb. Divine Orb's probably pretty cheap now to exalts, I imagine. Oops. 1 to 28. 28 exalts for divine. Well, that's not going to be my plan then. I do want some of that blind action, maybe. For now, though. Oops. Let's go with the thing I actually needed. Not the distraction. Ring. Life leech. Physical attack damage leeches life. And ideally I can get myself some attributes, so we'll go weighted sum, maybe. Dex, strength, not int. Give those a weighting of 1 each. And then any resists. Yeah, so they're gonna be like kind of similar, honestly. We'll try 1-1-1 across the board. Mana Leech would be another one we could include in here. Which I'll have to give a different... Oh, you know, typing is very difficult for me. Leech is physical... yeah, so Mana Leech is like 5%. I don't know how if the weighted sum works properly for this, but we'll try like... I'll give it like a somewhat lowish rating of 3 per percentage point, maybe, assuming it works that way. I don't know if it's like, if it weights it by like point of a point, like, so we'll see what that does. And ideally we get ourselves some life, but I don't know if there's anything else. Oh, physical would be good. Physical damage to attacks. And 2 we'll try. I'll tinker from there. And for life we need like 0.5 because it goes really high. Let's try just 15 or something to start with. Okay, well, he's getting pricing alks at this point in the game. Kind of makes sense. Alright, so what's the highest sum we see? 113? Okay, cool. That gives us an idea of ballpark. We have 3 exalts equivalent. a bit more than that, maybe. Let's just go... maybe a sum total of 90. Here we go. Now we're talking. Look at this. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Ah, this isn't including the implicits, which we do need to do. So we go implicit chaos resist. I should do normal chaos resist too. It's still important. I'll give those a half weighting though. Implicit. All resistance. That's a weighting of 3 because it's 1 resistance per. So if you haven't seen what we're doing before, I have guides on this, but this is about creating a weighted sum. So we give a point score to each affix per, point of that affix, and then we combine them all together and we say this ring is worth 97 points because it's got 97 points worth of things I care about. So I'm saying a ring must have leech, and then I'm saying I want as many points of other things I care about. And you can include all sorts of things like corruptions and stuff too if you want. Gold resist, implicit, lightning resist, implicit fire, and this is how you get yourself like a way better item for way cheaper. Learning how to do this sort of thing. What about rage on hit? How do you mean? What about rage on hit? I have rage on hit on Spearfield. 46 results. So what we can do is we can cap it at our price and go like 5-ish. And then... Oh? Weren't those like... Only 1? Why did that not work? Exalted Orb equivalent, 5. Huh? Trade site? How is 1 Exalted Orb not equivalent to a maximum of 5 Exalteds, right? Like, that doesn't make any sense. I'm guessing Exalted Orb equivalent is not working currently. The problem is this will discount any items priced as AUX, so I don't want that. So I'm just not going to do a price. Normally I'd do a price. But we'll just do it this way. 5. These ones are all too much. 3. 106. That's because of high life roll. I might have priced life a little too high because honestly I could do attributes and resistances more would be more impactful for me. So I think like life needs to come down to 0.3. It's overrepresented on those rings. Yeah, that's culled down the numbers a lot. So we were inflating the results a lot with high life, but we might have to if we don't find any cheap ones here. Yeah, okay, so there's no cheap ones for that amount. So what we do then is we either lower the score or we change the life back up a bit. But we've got like, this one's pretty cool. It's got high fears. So we are actually seeing fears, which is good. It's got some more rares. It's got some nice attributes. But I'm not in love with it though. Something like this just looks a lot better to me, which is what I was looking at before. I think I put the life weighting up a little bit more, 0.4. Well, the trade site seems to be in AUX. Yeah, it kind of makes sense to trade in AUX right now, honestly. That unset ring's fairly decent, to be honest. For like one exalt, nice and cheap. Look at this double leech one though. I want it. I want the double leech one. It's obviously like short and implicit. I mean, I could probably use that gem slot, but I'll take the double leech. If they respond, that is. If they respond. There's a nice fizz one here. This is a good option too. This is a nice option considering it can be exalt slammed. I kind of like this one too. Also exaltable. I'm getting a lot more interesting rings now with that adjusted value. I think I hit the juicy break point there. I kind of nailed the numbers a bit, I think. Alright, do I want to go this one? Let's try this one then. Oh, maybe I want to do this one instead. I do need the resist. Isn't Chaos an AUX standard now? Well, I'm still seeing a lot of exalt prices here. Might be a bit of a mixture that way. Any build recommendations for hardcore? Oh, I don't know what the hardcore go is. What would I do? Maybe I'd do something like a ballista tactician. But I really don't. I haven't really even given any thought to hardcore and what things we could do for it. Is Crimson Assault as good as it looks? 1 second bleed but always aggravated, since you just rake so much for bleeds anyway. It's a pretty good choice, but I think the nodes right next to it are an even better choice. But give it a try. I mean, totally give it a try. I just think like that having that longer duration bleed is really nice. It lets you like back off and let the bleed keep doing its work while you play incisions to increase their damage. Mate, I can't I cannot come to you. Please come to me. Might be a language barrier here. Yay! Or they just have a long load, in which case I'm impatient and a jerk. Crimson Assault is bait while leveling, I can confirm. Yeah, I should have tested it to be sure, but I just think like a lot of the time I'm happy that that bleed is happening while I'm not like actively attacking. Yay! I'll make a note of this ring that I purchased. This one. I didn't note the jewels I bought, but maybe. So it was 3x for this one. Very nice. That's totally gonna get Exalt slammed later as well. There's definitely some better ones there, so I'm not like super happy about the one I got, but honestly, it's still a pretty banger ring. Good extra chunk of life. That life leech is gonna be really nice to have again. And it shows up our resists a bit, but I am a bit iffy on the cold res right now. I'm very iffy on the cold res. Let's go ahead and put my cold resistance charm on for now. Where am I going? This place. Take a look at the Smiling Knight unique helmet. Yeah, it's the aggravate on crit one or something. That's a good option. How does Incision interact with rank? Doesn't it consume Incision right away? It does, yeah, but I build Incision with Spear Fields, which has blood loss support on it, which stops it from consuming. We've done the Venom Crypts. Let's just go back in here then. What kind of custom notepad is using? It is Obsidian note-taking software. It is free local note-taking software. But you can like set it up to sync across devices and back up and stuff. There's a markdown editor.
Bleed out.
If you're a bit of a nerd about your note-taking, you should definitely look into it, but probably not for everyone. Editing markdown is a bit beyond what most people need to do, I think. I immediately feel so much better with Leech. It's such a game changer. Like, we do all fizz damage, right? Well, Leech is actually good. Gotta take advantage of that. Periodic unleashes lightning, fire resistant. Yeah. You're not useful. Sorry. I'm the dumb. Cannonade crossbow. So that's what those are called then. Those would be advanced. Cannonade. Looks really well with Rapid Strike in my experience and ridiculously well with Spear Field. Use Incision with Bloodlust to not consume the bleed to keep you benefiting from it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can totally just use it as a fizz damage scaler with that last node. Just like stay at 10 stacks. So I think this trouble camp is an example of like that monkey would be farmable, but I think if I did it now, it wouldn't work because I already killed them. You have to like not kill them in that instance, I think.
If you've got the coin.
12 quality, fizz damage, resist, more damage. Pretty good. I like my mana leech on my current ones though, but not too shabby. You got anything good for me? The answer is apparently no. The answer is no, not this time. Let me see what happens if I respawn a checkpoint. Pretty sure it doesn't respawn those rares. They're not, I don't think they're named rares, but they are preset ones. I think it has to be an actual new zone.
Soften a wound.
Antline charges.
The hunt is on.
Not seeing any rares. If you're using Rake, why Incision? Because it gives bleed magnitude and it also gives 20% up to 20% increased physical damage taken. But you do have to use it in a somewhat clever way with rank. Bloodlust on Spearfield prevents Spearfield from causing bleeds. And then you can use it to stack Incision stacks. You can see they go to 10 Incision stacks almost immediately. Which means I can then get a nice bleed. And technically you only need one Incision stack for the initial bleed activation. So you don't really even need to pre-place Spearfield. But what you want to do is you want to get a bleed, and then you put your Spearfield down to go up to 10 incisions so that they're taking increased damage. That's the idea. So your Thundering Leap apply shocked? Oh, sometimes if it hits an enemy, crits, it'll apply shock, but not really. I haven't done anything special for that. I do have shock from my pet. It does shock on hit. And I also have Shocking Leap on disengage. So if I crit them, it does just shock around like it did just there. Probably 50-50 on that one. Respawn the checkpoint and reroll the rare if you haven't killed it in this instance. Yeah, otherwise you have to reset it though. That's pretty good though. We could test that whole thing. Should probably go get the waypoint in here first though. Can you actually capture them? Well, people said they did, so I assume so. Some of the named ones you can't do, like I tried to do the queen insect in here, it didn't work. I think you can tame beasts that are wisped, but you don't get any wisp effects from it. Same as Essence. I just read the in-game tooltip on Incision. It doesn't say anything about that. Yep, it's a passive node that does that. Incision by itself, all it does is bleed chance. That's all it does. Bang. Love it. This one. So you've got two things. Having an incision gives you all of these bleed magnitudes from these sorts of nodes. There's more up top. And then this one is enemies you apply incision to take 22% increased fizz damage per incision. So up to 10 to 20% increased fizz taken. That applies to the bleed that's currently active on them. It doesn't apply to the initial bleed calculation. So you don't want 10 incisions for applying the bleed. I mean, you can have it, it's fine, but it doesn't do anything. It does increase the size of your hit though. Like, well, I guess it increases the damage of your hit, but not for the purposes of the bleed calculation. Anyway, overcomplicating things. Basically, to make it real simple, you slash, then you do spear fields. And then you slash again, and then you do your spear fields. So this guy is another one here, so I could like accurate proximal tangibility, so I could reset at checkpoint here and farm this guy. So you can do these ones, or you could do the monkeys in the other zone. Empowered in reviving minions. All damage shocks. So I wonder if this one works. Should I tame that? It wouldn't have any minions though when we summon it, right? Surely. Has anyone tried reviving minions? Well, I feel like it's just not going to work, right? Like I feel it won't do anything because surely they won't. When we summon them, they won't have any minions. The minions are not like a function of them. I assume the same unless it was base beast that summons them. Mine has reviving minions, doesn't do anything. Yeah, I figured. Okay. To increase the size of your bleed, try these pills. Nice. Not just lightning storms. Apparently that one's kind of overpowered. Like it's killing things. And maybe it wasn't that one. Magma barrier cold resistant. There's another one there. There's actually 2 beasts I think we can check. This is instance number 42 of respawn at checkpoint abuse that GG will have to fix. Just like dual beetle farming. Periodically unleashes fire, and the other one is volatile plants and cold resistance. This is a good spot to do this, honestly. I think it's easier than the monkey. Herald seems to be turned off. Shouldn't be. You know, it might be because of some gear mess. Oh, no, it's fine. It's there. I probably just don't have like herald icons on or something. Maybe that's throwing you off. Extra damage, siphon flask charges. Well, enemies don't have any flasks, so evasive and volatile crag. No. So if you kill them before you respawn a checkpoint, it won't respawn them. These guys are like preset spawns. They only work in a fresh instance, so you can't like farm them by killing them. Siphons matter and deals lightning damage. I heard that one's good. Always poisons, crit resistant. Oh my god, it's murdering me. The hell is doing that, like, the puddle, though? The puddle's a different one, right? Jeez. That's a little bit scary. Is the puzzle cause be you? Lightning Mirages breaks armor. So armor break might be useful if it actually does it. It's probably... I wouldn't imagine it's very effective, but, like, the shock one was surprisingly effective, so... Who's doing this? What is this? Huh? What even is that mod? Siphon mana and deals lightning damage. Is it just that?
Take this.
No, because it doesn't usually have those puddles. Someone else is doing that puddle, I think. Oh, it's probably this guy? No, not even.
Bleed out.
Rogue Exile Specialty Beast, the fast charge one. For your build, having an elemental damage on a spear be a negative, like, would you want it to be all physical? It just wouldn't really do anything for you. It'll add, like, a little bit of damage to your stomping grounds and your spear fields, but it's going to be somewhat inefficient. Why use Thunder Leap? Because you can jump over gaps, you can jump over packs of enemies, you can have it apply things like Consecrated Ground to heal you. Thunder Leap's awesome. Tempted to get this Goober. Siphons mana and deals lightning damage, crit resistant, always poisons. Is there any, like, interesting poison activations on support gems, maybe? Oh, pause. I thought I paused. I hadn't paused. Let's check period B. If I find anything with the poison, search poison maybe in here. I don't know if this works. I don't think it does. I kind of wish you could, like, yeah, search poison like that, but I don't think it works. Puddle enhanced version of is an enhanced version of. Oh, it's one of the enhanced modifiers. Oh, so it's actually got an enhanced siphon mana. Puddles, that siphon guy leaving is also applying shock ground. Man, that thing. Maybe I should get that guy. He seems pretty good, right? I also kind of want to see how much damage that does. And the poison, maybe there's something you can do with the poison too. I feel like there's probably some sort of like, on poisoned enemies, you can destroy armor or something, right? So you could probably put like corrosion on them, I think. I think it's corrosion. Oh, it doesn't actually work for searching. Let's say conditional. No. Oh, wait, I'm in Dawn of the Hunt, that's why. Envenom, poison, corrosion. Poison applied by supported skills also breaks armor equal to 80% of poison damage. Depending on how much poison damage they do, that could be worth testing. I don't know if there's anything else that does it. But there might be some things that like we could do that if on a poisoned enemy as well, huh? Don't know, there's so many gems to look at now. Anyway, this one seems like a good one to go, maybe. Chaos. Good suggestion. Comorbidity. Targets can be affected by +1 poisons. Bursting Plague. Poisons from spotted skill also add 200% of damage per second to enemy as a plague. And then they can explode. Deadly poison. I don't know if like a payoff thing would have a tag like that though. It might not. Anyway, we can look later. Let's get this guy. If I live, that is. He might kill me. Get my team beastie on. Okay.
Bleed to dry.
Let me get my cutie pie and lion charger. Hello, where are you, buddy? What are you? You just leave you. If we want to do more reset farming on you, but we'll probably just recreate the zone after we kill one. I need to skill this guy, get him out of the way. Focus on the other one. Get him. Get him. Get him. Get him. Whoa! Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 my beast. Oh, no, my beast. Oops. Oh, well. I guess I'll farm another one. I'll farm another one. That one's so cool, though. Extra energy shield, extra physical damage aura. That's not an energy shield aura, though. Just the phys damage aura. So the other guy won't be here now, I think, because I killed him, right? Oh, wait, there's still one there. Energy shield aura, trail of lightning. So that's not a bad one, but I don't really care about energy shield aura, I don't think. I mean, honestly, it might still be kind of good, but... Can't believe I missed that guy. There'll be more chances. You invited someone for a rescue service. It's hardly like it was like super rare or anything, right? Trail of Fire conjures flame walls. If you're doing your tornado, your twister whirlwinds or whatever, eh? You get your spoiled for choice on fire there. I wonder if that... I don't think that counts as like the adding fire damage as the projectiles travel through, but maybe not. Want to see my monkey companion? Why does this sound like a euphemism? Ew, creep. What do you got? Proximal, extra crits. And who else is up here? Maybe the other one was just a random one. I think we're only getting the one guaranteed this time. Resetting the zone might be smart then. That's a good one. Try not to kill him too hard too. Yeah, I've had a few failed capture attempts. Always poisons, periodically unleashes ice. Pretty mediocre. Pretty middling, I'd say. That's a middling beast. I'm a beast expert now. I've been tracking beasts in this jungle for the better part of 3 minutes, and I've become something of an expert. You know, I'm something of a beastologist myself. All damage chills, magma barrier. It's nice to have chill. Magma barrier sounds annoying. Unfortunately, it doesn't protect us.
You can never.
I don't think the vendor resets when you do this. You have to actually level. How does the health regen tame beast work out? I did get one of the healing pulse ones before. It was quite good. Stuns, energy shield aura. When it says stuns, what does that even mean? Oops.
Come on.
Look at my evasion, like, I'm not getting any heavy stun build up despite this guy's stuns. Okay, oh, and then when he actually got me once, it was like almost full bar. So I think they just have like 500% stun or something. It's bad I don't want energy shield, huh? Oops, I went to the character select screen. Oops. Flame Wall and Fire Trail both boost damage. So it should pick up the element, but I don't think it's not like the player's skill that adds fire damage to projectiles though, you know what I'm thinking? Flame Wall. I don't think it's like the player skill Flame Wall. Could Proximal make you immune to projectiles? I don't think it's an aura. I think Proximal's just a thing they have. Conjures Flame Walls, accurate. Got a nice Ellie Res aura, but I can't give up a haste aura. Oh, a haste aura. Ooh. I would take a haste aura too. Siphons mana and lightning damage, extra fire damage. Not as good as the other one. This one doesn't have the puddles either. So yeah, there's these new enhanced rare modifiers, huh? They made rares a little spicier.
Soften the wound.
Current workaround to applying Incision with crossbows using ice shards, as the bolts never hit an enemy and only create ice shards at their feet, which are 100% cold. Ah, so they count as hits for your Incision. Interesting. Clever. Good figuring. Flame walls plus energy shield. That'd be a good one if you were doing like Ellie twisters or something. And you don't care about energy shield, I suppose. Yeah. It would be good to reset the zone and get the 2 rare spawns again. It would be much faster, isn't it? You can farm this guy over and over again for loot. No, if you once you kill it, you can't respawn at checkpoint to respawn them. You have to like reset the entire zone. Lightning mirages, extra lightning damage. If I go get the waypoint in this zone, I could go check the monkeys in the other area too. I might want to see like how good they are. So this one's got temporal bubble. How good is that, do you reckon? Just kind of slows enemies. Probably a pretty effective slow, right? It also makes negative effects on you take longer to expire, so it makes your bleeds last longer and stuff, huh? And your cooldowns last longer as well. Huh. Temporal bubble seems pretty good. And then it's got those poisons. Seems okay. I don't know if I have another gem though. Not one I can do. Don't recommend Haysaw on an Antlion, they roll away and you lose it. Yeah, Antlion might be not so good for proximity based effects like that. I didn't get a waypoint in here yet, but that's okay, because we can get this one instead. I have a bubble monkey with a fire trail who leaps on everything. Sounds awesome.
Excellent.
Jungle ruins. Still haven't killed Silverfist either, actually. Oh, I have to reset the zone. Got the monkey earlier, pretty sure. Hey monkeys, leave me alone, I'm trying to waypoint. Can you reset from within the zone these days? No. Yes. Control click, if you don't know. Really good. Also, poison can reduce armor with corrosion. Yeah, I already have really good armor break, so that's not a high priority, but if I got it, I would maybe consider putting a gem in there for it. Monkey Man might be here for us. I got an Antlion with haste already, but he's so slow most fights are over before he catches up. Oh, they do got a leash here, but yeah. Wonder if you go like, I don't know if there's like a gem that can increase their presence or something. Or like something to make them a bit faster to stick to you a bit more. Level up. Bam. Wonder if there's like a Grace Aura or something, that'd be cool. Monkey Man might be here for us. There's Monkey Man! Oh. I don't have my regular base on right now, but okay. It's not okay. Oh, bloody Silver Beast. What a legend. What an absolute lad. Oops, I forgot about my left button. I didn't actually take any damage. It must have. How did I not take damage from that though? Wait, you can parry the overhead slam? What? How can you parry the overhead slam? There's no way. Also, why do I take no damage from him? So weird. I guess I'm invading even though it's like still stunning me. Very strange behavior on this guy. I guess anything but the red flash one you can parry? You can't parry back to back though because it builds up so much stun.
Sorry, big fella. That were a
You've established you can block everything this guy does? No, surely not. Really? I've established that? Did I test it at some point, did I? You guys are better at remembering things I know than I am. 8% increased dexterity. Very nice. Do I want to finish getting this accuracy cluster now? I think I might. Very good. Alright, let's go find the camp. Seems like a possibility.
Up and away!
Beast, stun resistant. Directly applies lightning. These jungles in general are a pretty good place to get beasts, aren't they? Even if you aren't doing reset farming.
Shake off the dust and let's fight.
So that knockback can look pretty good on that, right? Like, that's without really any scaling. There's an anointment that could do some pretty interesting stuff with that. Sword spear with nothing. Superior swift spear. Yoink. Critical damage bonus. It's a 51 base. It's a little low, I think.
A dead tribesman. Reckon so.
Ooh. Are those mini bars on the boss's health bar? That is their bleed. How much they have bled to me. The choice between these two belts is like ketchup, ketchup. Reduced charges used, increased charges gained. Like, really? Is there any real difference there that matters? The bubble sounds a little bit lame in my opinion. But
good timing.
Hiya, Dally. How you doing, mate? You got a beast for me?
The hunt begins.
Where are we going, little shimmery? Take me to your leader. We snooze the ad boy. Oh my god, that hurt. The line charges rolling on my spears but getting knocked back is amazing. I think I like the knockback. Tempted to keep it.
Spirit, guide us.
There might be another fun source of knockback that might be better than those nodes, maybe. Where are you taking me?
Sharp. That beast is
what is this? Heals, suppression, and yeah, heals allies and suppresses foe recovery, stun resistant. If it had something else, I'd maybe consider getting that one.
Almost there. Don't give up now.
But it's just that, so I think, I don't know.
Don't give it a chance to recover.
Alchemy. Double belt. Okay, so where is the camp? Oh, oh, is this the camp here? Okay, so increase area of effect and conscious flame walls. Meet Brute. Hi, Brute. Nice to meet you. So is there another rare, or is it just the one monkey here? The other camp looks like it might be better then, if it's got 2 rares. I thought there was 2 rares here too. I see him though.
You won't find these in any old market.
Okay, hat. Current hat. Relied on for int, somewhat. Potentially solvable, probably not worth.
I'll take that.
I'll put that to good use.
Hope to see you soon.
Alright, reset a checkpoint. Let's see if we can get a cool monkey. Monkey as a thing seems good, but they probably have a higher reservation cost on their spirit though. Did you do a big rework on the Act 2 passive mass roll? Yeah, I changed them a bit. I think like the incision stuff is worth getting later, but earlier on you just kind of want raw damage, so I picked up the spear cluster first. I just think that's going to be a smoother leveling experience for most people. If you did the other stuff already, doesn't matter, it's still good. That's what I did. Just I think you'd have a bit better damage early on. Where is the monkey here? Proximal with chaos resistant? No. Woo. Some of the bars are from exposed weakness. Yeah, so I have two things going on the health bar. One is the amount they've bled, and the other one is their like exposed weakness, which I deal bonus damage to. Periodic unleashes lightning and extra energy shield and hasted, but not haste aura. Just a fast monkey.
Take this.
So. Monkeys are great until you need to pass through a small passage. I think you can move through them though, can't you? Heals allies and suppressors, and then cold resistant. Aw, I want the heal with something else. Heal would be cool. Heal would be good for leveling, honestly. I wonder if you get the heal with an aura. Oh, imagine that. Heal plus resistance aura. Ultimate campaign leveler. Always poison hinder aura. Hinder aura. But mediocre. Monkey is better as mobs. They keep up really well and have huge HP. Yeah, they seem like they'd be better than the roly-polies. Roly-polies are going to roll away from you all the time and push the enemies away and stuff like that. Good for knockback for bleed, I suppose. Lame. Lame monkey. You're lame monkey. I'm going to a different reality. You suck. Heals allies and suppresses foes with extra fire. Beast farming. Try the Barrage Twister Hero build? No, I didn't. I never tried Barrage with Twister, weirdly enough. Periodic Lightning with extra energy shields. Not energy shield aura. It's just normal lightning, isn't it? It's not enhanced. Yeah, I actually kind of want to look at them because I think the names are the same, but they can have better versions of them, like that mana donut we saw with the extra puddles. That would have been really good. Sad. Periodic cold explosions. Airline does fine sticking to me most of the time. Oh, that's good. Explodes nearby corpses. I don't leave corpses. Sounds like a brag. It's just how Herald of Blood works. I like how my spear is just always bloody. That must be Herald of Blood doing that, is it? Heals allies suppressed with fire resistance. Give me one with something else. So this will be better done in maps later on because I think you'll always have like 3 to 4 affixes on them, right? So more likely to get a good pairing. Conjure light storms and trail of fire. I wonder if the lightning storms are any good. Someone was mentioning something about some sort of lightning storm or something. I feel like I could see the mana donut really hurting enemies, but I don't know about that one. Dong. How does Tame Beast work? You identify a beast, you cut a tame... Well, okay. In advance, you cut a gem with Tame Beast. You equip it. You see a beast you want, you press the Tame Beast button to hinder them. This is now hindered. If I kill them while they're hindered, they go in my Pokeball and they're mine forever. All damage shocks, haste aura? Mate, I think we found our candidate. What do you reckon? Haste aura, all damage shocks? Amazing. So I can trade off my fizz for a haste aura. I'm down for that. So we can the hinder I think lasts like 8 seconds or something, but you know, you just kind of recast it as they get low. Damn. Those feels though. And then they go boom into your Pokeball. And then the gem turns into Quadrilla! Companion Quadrilla. Haste aura, all damage shocks. Deal damage shocks is actually guaranteed shocks. I thought it would just be like, you know, an increased chance to shock because their damage would be converted to lightning for the purpose of shock. But nope, it just guarantees shock. It's way better. It's actually amazing. Let's put loyalty on them. And last gasp. And summon my quadrilla friend. Hi. Oh, hi, buddy. Haystora. Let's see how fast the Haystora is. I imagine it's a pretty toned down version, but I can probably see with my movement speed, perhaps. 31, 21. Wait, that's 10% movement speed. What? That's way better than I expected. I thought I'd get like 5. Oh, that's way better than I expected. Let's have a look at like rake DPS. I don't think it shows. What is it? Attack time? 0.73. 0.69. Hard to say, but it's... I don't know exactly how the numbers work on this one. It could be like 10% to both or something. Let's see how he goes with keeping up with me, eh? There's that shock. So even though it does... See, it like does no damage, right? Like, his regular attacks do no damage, and yet it's a guaranteed shock. Look at him go. I think some of their mechanics might be able to do damage. I like my Haystora friend. I think Fizzora is probably better for me, but Haystora is pretty nice to have. So if you get too far ahead, they leash like this as well. So that's only pretty good. And if he dies, he stays alive for 4 seconds thanks to our gem. And then when he actually dies, he goes, he comes back to me, and then he resurrects. So there's basically no downtime there. Pretty good. That's with the last gasp. For 4 seconds, they stay alive after they reach 0 hit points, which is I think they're out of commission for 5 seconds. So, whoop, and then 1 second back. Pretty good. And then loyalty is 10% damage taken from them before you, so like it's a 10% mitigation. Loyalty is like, their beast is amazing. And I think there's just like, it's gonna be so many things you can do with them. I don't even know what beasts yet. Like maybe there's a spider that shoots webs or something you can do. There might be some different beasts we can do, but and later on maybe we can get like 4 modifier rares from maps that are doing all sorts of stuff. Like you know, it shocks and it Haysaurs and it's got like puddles of goop that I don't know, make the monsters cry. All that sort of stuff. What's his max life? Let's compare to my cat. It's way higher, 1500. These things are much tankier. How much does this one cost? This one's 42 spirit. My Prowling Chimeral is 38% spirit, so it's a bit cheaper. But I think it's, uh-oh. Did I just crash the game? Oh. I think you might want to turn your, companion off before you try and swap them, maybe. Beastie. I got a rollback. I lost him. Oh, I lost him. I rolled back. What the heck? I might have just discovered a rollback bug. Concerning. Where even am I? Wait.
Goes another day.
Wait, was I at Gwendolyn's just now? Yeah, I was.
Take care.
Uh-oh. Heals allies, suppresses, extra gold damage. Yep, I don't have that guy anymore. I'm just gonna send GG a message about that one. Just in case. I'm not gonna test it again. It might have just been a coincidence. Yeah, it might have just been a coincidence, that one. Instance crashes have been rolling back. Yeah, they take very seriously any sort of like replicatable rollbacks, because obviously people can exploit with that sort of thing. Look away from the man on the screen, Cord. Alrighty, I'm gonna head off for the night, folks. Thank you very much. I'm gonna go take advantage of my rollback exploit. Just kidding. Just kidding. I'm so tired. I need a rest. I go have some DNs and relax for a bit. Thanks very much for hanging out, folks. It's been a pleasure. Morgul. Thanks for the sub, mate. Thanks for all the new subs, new viewers. Welcome. I'll see you tomorrow for more Other Exile 2 action, beast farming, heading into Endgame. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a really good day. Bye-bye, folks. Bye-bye. I had some rollbacks as well. Map crashes and I rolled back. Yeah, I would need to cut another beast to see if it's like replicatable like that, but maybe I'll just mention it. I'll just mention it. Toodles, folks. See ya.